what I would consider to be the goodwill and purpose of America for his own purposes, and without any regard to the rest of the constituents that he's responsible for. So to me, I am appalled by it, and I just want to apologize to the rest of the world. This is not who we really are.
And this is James in Arkansas, line for Democrats. Good morning, James.
Good morning. I'd just like to make a statement. If you notice how President Trump has got his finger in everything, ballroom and everything else, this is just this trade war here. It's just a what you call it, a distraction from that Epstein case. If you notice, we are not talking about Epstein anymore. We're talking about everything but Epstein. And if you think President Trump is coming out of that White House, he's not building that dungeon down in the bottom of the ballroom for another president to come in and take over and got his name on everything in the United States. Just beware. That must effect finna come in, because that vote machine they stole in Georgia, they know everything about it. And Trump made a statement one time that Elon Musk knows more about them voting machines than the people that built it. So just watch. And I don't believe he's going to lose any of this midterm.
This guy is tapped in, man. Don't worry. We're going to be talking about the Epstein files very soon, my friend. That's going to come roaring back, courtesy of the Democrats in the House. There's a lot more juice in that orange, okay? We're going to squeeze it. Not make us sit on waiting room screen for 20, 30 minutes? Who does that? That's crazy. Well, we're going to take a look and see what PBS NewsHour and Meet the Press Now are up to today. I don't really know what the big stories are. I mean, it sounds like the trade war with Canada, but I think Trump's begging for an off-ramp on that one. He decided to rename Lake Ontario Lake America 70 days before the midterms. This guy's renaming stuff instead of making life more affordable, doing the exact opposite, making things more expensive, trying to ensure the Republicans lose the midterms. And part of me thinks he wants to lose the midterms so that Democrats will be in control of something so he can blame them for problems not getting solved. Right now, kind of hard to blame the Democrats, even though the Republicans try to. But maybe once the Democrats are in control of the House and hopefully even the Senate, then he can point a finger at them and say they're obstructionists. And that's what the Republicans love to do. They don't actually have policies. They don't have any solutions. They don't even have the ability to try to reach across the aisle and get something done. And so they're very comfortable when Democrats are in power and they can point a finger at them. So perhaps he just wants the Democrats to win. Otherwise, how do you explain these actions that he's doing? It just, none of it makes any sense. Doesn't make any sense at all. We also got Jon Ossoff to put out a statement through a campaign spokesman, I think it was. Let me see. He's jumping on the Hassan hate train. You love to see it. The parade continues. Crashing Hassan. Says here, add Georgia U.S. Senator Jon Ossoff to the growing list of Democrats condemning left-wing commentator Hassan Piker after he suggested that pro-Israel advocacy could fuel violence against American Jews. Asked on Piker's remarks, Ossoff said through a spokesperson that he unreservedly rejects reckless and dangerous rhetoric, suggesting that policy advocacy invites violence against the Jewish community or any community. American Jews and all Americans must have the freedom and security to speak out and petition their government without fear of reprisal, he said. Wow. Jon Ossoff joining in the chorus. Giga Chad Ossoff. You know, we're all just kind of waiting for El Sayed to make a move here. and throw Hassan to the side. As the days go by, my confidence in him doing so erodes. You know, we're kind of running out of time here, and he seems to think that he can get across that finish line without doing anything like that. Hell of a gamble. You know, I hear other people in the media and elected officials say we shouldn't be talking about Hassan. They're just trying to divide us on the issue. And while I agree in some sense that the every day we're talking about anything but Trump's administration and the problems with the economy, I think this is a serious issue. And I also think this is a moment to knock out Hassan and his bullshit. He's been a thorn in the Democratic Party side for a while now, getting away with bullshit and starting to engage with our politics. And I think this is a moment to snuff out whatever influence he has and really paint him as the bigot that he is in the eyes of the American people, so that his support and his help is rejected by future candidates and elected. So it just feels like a moment to get excise this cancer from our party. Hassan has increased anti-Semitism a lot. Yeah, I think he's the face of this sort of green light for anti-Semitism through anti-Zionism bullshit. And you got to strike while the iron's hot. Now Georgia's going to call-ins because Hassan is the only prominent political figure that want Democrats to win. Yeah, /S. /S indeed. Yeah, I think that John Ossoff is a very smart politician, and the polls show that he has a high approval rating. And for him to condemn Hassan just shows you that this is the right move.
Really, please.
This may open up the door to even more people coming out and saying, okay, John's on to something. Rasputin, thank you for the resub on Twitch. I appreciate that, man. Pisco and Hutch had a conversation today that I might check out. We'll see. I was listening in a little bit and thought some interesting points were brought up that I would enjoy responding to. But first, I want to see what's going on the big news shows. Let's see if Meet the Press Now has been uploaded 5 minutes ago. Love it. Imreal imtage indeed. Cleet McDougal. What up, buddy? Thank you for the resub.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker at our NBC News headquarters in New York. With less than 70 days to the midterms, President Trump right now is on his way to Texas for a 2-day swing in a state that could decide control of the Senate in November.
See, this is exactly why we wanted Ken Paxton to win. Trump has to go spend time and money in Texas. Texas should be an afterthought for the Republicans. They should not send these precious resources to Texas. Think about that. Less than 70 days until the midterms, and Trump is going to one of the reddest states to try to help his candidates. It's just a sign of what a bad position the Republicans are in right now, that they need Trump to come out to Texas of all places. He should be living in swing districts and swing states right now.
It comes as the president faces the 6-month anniversary of the war in Iran tomorrow and an intensifying trade war with Canada, both with major economic implications for the country and the midterms.
Do you think there's any shot in South Carolina, where there's a poll that shows Annie Andrews, the Democratic nominee for Senate, neck and neck with Darlene Graham. And I think Darlene winning the runoff on Tuesday was best case scenario, plus how divided the Republicans are. I mean, she only won by 5%, just a little over 50%. So I mean, I'd say there's a chance. I don't think it's a very good chance. Annie Andrews is a strong candidate too. We watched an interview with her and she is smooth like butter and very talented candidate. And I'd love to see her in the Senate. Sounds like she'd make a great senator. But it's South Carolina. It's pretty red. But, you know, if all the stars align and we have a great night, might see some unexpected wins like in South Carolina. Who knows?
Do you have any skincare routine?
Busy Cross, thank you for the resub using your Prime on Twitch. My skincare routine is nothing special. I think it's mostly genetics, but I don't smoke, I don't drink, and I wear sunscreen every single day since I'm 16. I always bought lotion. You don't have to buy anything special, but just some non-greasy lotion that has SPF in it. And within a minute of getting out of the shower, I put that on. And then I also put on sunscreen when I go for a walk. But I think it's just about taking care of your skin with some sort of face lotion and sunscreen, man. I'm Frylock. Thank you for the resub on Twitch. We got a hype train coming up here. Twitch is popping off right now. Let's go, Twitch. SPF 30 or higher. Anything else? Anything less is a waste of money. I've never really looked into how important it is to have a certain floor of SPF, but I do know once you get up into the high ranks, it doesn't matter as much. But I just think using lotion right out of the shower is good for your skin in general. I should use it all over my skin, but I just don't care about the rest of my body. C-Spawn with a big resub, almost 80 months. Hello. Thank you, C-Spawn. And Leyline Lost with the resub. Wow. We got a hype train going over here. Twitch is just going bananas. Okay, I see you guys. No, I don't drink. I do take edibles on the weekend. I will pop an edible in the evening and watch a documentary or a movie on HBO Max or something like that. But that's about it. I just try to take care of myself, you know. I think smoking is really bad for you and drinking is terrible for you too. I find edibles to be a healthier alternative, though. I do have concerns about developing Alzheimer's or dementia. There isn't a lot of data on long-term effects of marijuana, and I think consuming it in your midlife is probably not as good for you as your 20s. That being said, I live a pretty healthy life, so I'm in the gym 4 times a week. I eat healthy meals. I'm in pretty good shape. I go on 2 walks a day. I saw my a primary care physician pretty recently, and it was pretty good. My blood pressure's great. I've got some issues with a little high cholesterol, and vitamin D deficiency, but beyond that, I'm doing pretty good. Apparently, coffee helps prevent dementia. Well, I drink 2 cups a day, so that's good. Edibles don't work on me. Maybe buying the wrong edibles. I don't know what to tell you there. I'm a bit of a stoner. My grandfather had some scary dementia later in life. Definitely something I worry about. Well, you do what you got to do. But I mean, I think everything in moderation, right? Everything in moderation.
Mark Kelly, I bet inhaled, but not on the space station.
He might have. Who knows? Thank you, DWD, for the 200 bits. The hype train continues. Going to be the first human to reach age 150. I doubt that. A couple of my grandparents lived into their 90s, so maybe I can make it into my 90s, but who knows? What do you suggest for someone who has been smoking for 3 years? No, it depends what you're smoking. You're smoking tobacco, then I would recommend vaping or Zyn or something like that, nicotine gum. But if you're smoking marijuana, I would recommend transitioning to edibles. I mean, your skin will thank you, and you don't want to develop cancer from unfiltered smoke, either in your mouth or your lungs. I mean, it's very unhealthy for you. I know the feeling of smoking marijuana is different, and I prefer it, but I just am not willing to take on the health risks that come with it. So I would try to get away from it if you can. I think it's much healthier just to pop a little gummy, a little Starburst. You know what I mean? It's like 10 calories, a little bit of sugar, and you're good to go. Who knew IRI is a looks maxer? Well, as I get older, trying to hold on to what I got. I'm just waiting out this hype train here. Once it's gone on Twitch, then we'll get back to this video. You want me to pop Zins like Hassan? Well, a lot of people use Zins besides Hassan. So I don't know what his use of Zins is, but whatever it takes to get you to stop smoking. Smoking is horrific for you. In my 40s, I only smoked cigarettes. No MJ. Well, I mean, you guys know what you got to do. If Bibi loses election in Israel, can the leftists still use Israel as effectively? Absolutely, they will. They think they care about who's in charge of the country. I don't think they care at all.
Speaking from the Oval Office ahead of his trip, the president escalating tensions with Canada, signing an executive order to have his administration rename Lake Ontario.
We're going to be
good one, Trump. These are brilliant moves right before the midterms. Surely this will move the needle. This is going to make my life more affordable. Like, this is ranked number 462 on list of important things for Trump to do. I tell you, you got to wonder if he's just trying to lose at this point, man. Like, how can he even spend 1 minute on something as dumb as this? This close to the midterms, he could just pretend to try to bring down costs. He could just sign an executive order every day that says making rent half what it is now, you know, and just make up shit and sign random executive orders, but he can't even bring himself to do that.
changing the name of Lake Ontario, effective immediately to...
I love that he always seems like he's finding out about what he's announcing in the moment, like in real time with us. He kind of reads whatever's put in front of him. He's like, oh, that's what we're doing? Okay. Well, we are changing the name of Lake Ontario, guys. Yeah, it says right here. Like, talk about being a puppet and people running the White House. You know, every accusation by the right is an admission. I live 3 miles from the shore of Lake Ontario. It'd always be Ontario to me. You go, Cliff. Don't let Trump change what you call it.
Lake America. The Canadian officials have treated us very badly. They're nasty people. People oftentimes, they'll ask me, who's the worst to deal with on trade? And I said, that's easy. Canada. They are the worst to trade. And they feel entitled.
We're back to playing the accordion here. You know he's going to taco, and he's going to completely back down on all this. Canada is just smarter and better than us right now. It's pretty sad. No offense to Canada, but we're a nation 10 times their size who does some pretty cool stuff. But they just have better leadership than us right now. We have this moron and his ghouls that he surrounded himself with. So they're all useless. Canada has real qualified people in charge. So of course they're going to bend us over a barrel. The fact that they picked this fight is interesting. We've been begging for this for a while. Please take on Trump, man. Don't take his shit. Well, you know, I'll go vacation in Canada if I have to. Go spend some money there to thank them for taking on Trump. Somebody had to do it.
And just we can't have that.
It comes as the president and Republicans face a darkening midterm environment. President Trump telling Fox News how he hopes to boost GOP turnout.
There's a thing.
Oh, here we go. Let's hear it. What's Trump's strategy?
theory that I get the vote. You know, this, I see it all the time, that when Trump's on the ballot, they win. When he's not on the ballot, the people don't go to vote. And I'm asking the people through your brilliant show, #1 show, I'm asking the people to get out and vote. 10 them on the ballot. If they go out and vote, we're going to win. And if we don't, our country's going to be in sad shape, because we're going to go through a lot of things.
Meanwhile, Democrats.
You're going to go through a lot of things, that's for sure. The rest of us are going to benefit tremendously. So that's his strategy. Just pretend I'm on the ballot. That's it. That's a great strategy. Love it. Dude sounds scared. Not sounding too confident there. I think Trump is in a world of trouble, and he's already there. He knows he's licked, right? That's why Jared Kushner requested a meeting with Hakeem Jeffries and went to New York to sit down with him, because they know that Democrats are about to win the House and maybe even the Senate. And that means real investigations and the House actually doing its job of oversight and forcing Trump to come to the table to negotiate on must-pass legislation like the spending bills. And he's not going to get to do what he wants anymore. Sounds checked out. Yeah, I think he's accepted that he's going to lose. I don't even know why he's going to Texas, which again, if you guys weren't here at the beginning of the stream, they said that he's on his way to Texas for a 2-day trip to help Republicans there. I mean, think about that. How desperate are the Republicans if Trump is going to Texas with less than 70 days until the midterms? He shouldn't even step foot outside of a swing district or swing state as we approach the midterms. And he's going to one of the reddest states that should just be an absolute layup for the Republicans. This is why we say when bad candidates like Ken Paxton get the nomination, it forces the Republicans to have to spend resources and money in races they otherwise wouldn't have to if they had a solid candidate. So same thing with Darlene Graham. They're going to go have to spend a bunch of time and resources, and Trump had to go out there and do a rally for her. And that's one less day, one less dollar being spent in competitive markets. So these things are not going well for the Republicans right now.
Democrats are feeling confident about their path to retake the House and the Senate, which will require flipping at least 4 Republican-held seats. One of those paths runs through Ruby Red, Texas, which our friends at the Cook Political Report moved from lean Republican to toss-up, along with a...
Boy, I dream of days like this. I cannot tell you guys how giddy I am to see Texas as a toss-up. This is beautiful. I mean, this should not be happening. Iowa, a toss-up. These are states Trump won by double digits, and it's a jump ball right now. Absolutely beautiful. I did see a concerning poll in New Hampshire that the Democratic nominee is a couple points behind the Republican, but the average shows our nominee up a couple of points. So I think we'll be fine. New Hampshire is kind of a weird place. It's quite purple. It's older. It's very white. And like they have Republican governor and then they'll have Democratic senators. So it's kind of all over the place. But I think we'll be just fine. Nobody's really looking at that as a challenge for the Democrats. Almost brings a tear to my eye. Yeah. A lot of independents. Yeah. I've been giddy since I watched Ossoff question Clayton, but especially Hegseth. Yeah, I mean, it's been a big relief that Ossoff is up so much and that race isn't even a toss-up. I mean, think back a year and a half ago, everybody was saying the toughest re-election campaign that we have to defend is Jon Ossoff in Georgia. People were nervous about that race, and wow, he has completely taken that off the table, which is great for us. We don't have to spend any resources there. Jon Ossoff is raising money like a monster, and he's doing just fine on his own. So we can focus more on races like Alaska, which, by the way, Mary Patola got some more results today, and she's getting close to 50% of the votes in the primary. They keep counting ballots in Alaska, and they haven't settled on the 4th place person. If you guys recall, in Alaska, the primary, they have a jungle primary where everybody's on the same ballot, and the top 4 advance to the general. And then in November, they will use ranked choice voting with those 4 candidates. The first three have been selected, which is Mary Patola, and she's very close to 50%. She's at 49% of the vote. She's like 7 points up on Dan Sullivan, the Republican incumbent. I mean, those are incredible results. What's going to change between now and November? Yes, the electorate will be a little larger, tens of thousands of more people participating, but I can't imagine much changing between now and November, 70 days, and things swinging that much in the Republicans' favor. The second Dan Sullivan advanced in the third spot. He's the fake Dan Sullivan to trick people. Because it is ranked choice voting, I'm not sure how much of an impact he'll have on the vote. Most people will probably vote for him, and the other Dan Sullivan won too. So when he gets eliminated, then his votes will go most likely to the other Dan Sullivan. But he only got like 2% of the vote or something, so that's negligible.
DNC, turn out for what?
Oh my God. Yeller's in the house. 49 gifted subs. He hit that button. Anybody who's following and wasn't subscribed is now. My God, Yeller, you just made a lot of friends, bro. 49. Hello. But Alaska is still trying to figure out who the fourth place finisher will be. And it looks like it'll be a Democrat who got a very small percentage of the vote, like 1%. So that'll probably go to Mary Patola. So things are looking really good right now for Mary. That's pretty awesome. And that's a race barely anybody's talking about. Hell yeah. Thank you, Yeller. Let me update this here. Holy indeed. Make sure you're following so you don't miss out on getting a gift sub in the future. 49 subs. Wow. Amazing. This is not a small gesture, guys. That is huge. I am just a little baby streamer, so that stuff makes a huge difference. Should the next president sign executive order, poll Democrats rename Mar-a-Lago to whatever the poll results end up being? Well, I think the ballroom should be renamed and repurposed as a transgender, homeless, gender reassignment surgery center. And actually, they should they should name it after Trump. It should be the Donald J. Trump Transgender, Homeless, Gender Affirming Surgery Center in honor of Donald Trump. That would be just a wonderful, wonderful way to remember Donald Trump. I woke up to a meme of IRI in the Destiny subreddit, and it made my day begin great. What the hell? I don't know what meme that could have been. Homeless vets. Yeah. Homeless transgender people, and you can get free gender affirming care paid for by fines given to Trump for whatever we end up finding him guilty of. We'll use the fines that he has to pay, the restitution, to pay for transgender
And he voted
surgery.
for Obama.
Thanks for entertainment.
West Wendigo, thank you for the $10, man. Hell yeah. Appreciate the super chat. I'm happy to be here and give people a giggle once in a while. This is supposed to be fun, right? I know it's serious stuff, but in the end, this is supposed to be entertaining. You know what gives me hope is that Wisconsin was gerrymandered so bad after 2011 that Dems won 36% of the seats, 54% of the vote in 2022. But looking at having a Dem trifecta this year, I don't know how the state elections will go in, the state seats will go in Wisconsin, but the Republicans have a thin majority from what I saw. So if you're confident that we can flip the state assembly and Senate, then that's good. I mean, we'll definitely, I hope we'll have the governor's mansion based on the polling I've seen. Got to have a sense of humor about these things. I agree. The Donald J. Trump immigrant gender affirming. Yeah, we should get undocumented immigrants in there too. And actually, you guys had a good suggestion with Epstein. It should be the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, our best friends foundation for the undocumented homeless transgender immigrants. gender affirming care center. It would just be a beautiful way to honor Trump's presidency.
Closely watched contest in Iowa. And new polling shows Democrat James Tallarico with a 3-point edge in the Lone Star State, although 14% of voters remain undecided. Today, the president attacking Tallarico ahead of his visit.
Ooh.
We have a very good candidate, Ken Paxton, and he's running against Tallarico, they call him, because he is a little freaky. And that's not a man that represents the value of Texas. So
Little freaky. It sounds weird coming from Trump. Little freaky. I don't think freaky is like a bad thing. Like, it's kind of has a positive connotation now. Like, oh, you're a little freaky, huh? Like, I don't know. I don't think people use that in a negative way. Imagine calling Ken Paxton get anything right. Like, he's freaky. Hutch said he soured on Bernie. I've had plenty of negative things to say about Bernie. Ken Paxton, a good candidate, is an effing joke. Yeah, he's cut from the same cloth as Trump. They're both corrupt criminals. Ken Paxton is such a criminal that the Republican Party in Texas impeached him. Think about that. They impeached their own attorney general because he's so corrupt. His own staff turned him in. Like 5 senior staff members turned him in to the FBI. This guy is crazy corrupt. Terrible candidate. And we appreciate Trump getting behind him and knocking out John Cornyn, who was a much better candidate. Thank you, Trump. We appreciate that.
I'm going to help Ken Paxton, and I'm going to spend a lot of time in Texas. I have the all-time highest vote in the history of Texas also, and I'm going to spend some time there.
Joining me now is NBC News White House.
That's music to my ears, man. Go spend time in Texas, dude. Go ahead. You go to Texas and waste time and money and resources there, buddy. That's one day and $1 less in actual competitive and races that matter. Go ahead.
House correspondent Monica Alba, NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor is with me on set. Also with me, Aaron Covey, House of Representatives editor at the Cook Political Report. Thanks to all of you for starting us off. Monica, I want to start with you at the White House, the president's strategy heading into November. Is there concern about his focus given his announcement today to rename Lake Ontario? Is that what voters want to be hearing about right now?
Yes. This is landing very well with the voters. They love it. This is surely going to bring down my cost of living, renaming Lake Ontario. Thank you, Trump.
I think that is an excellent question, Kristen. The White House certainly seems to think that that is how he is going to be most effective, devoting his time in what amounts to a trade taunt and nothing more than that, really, because this doesn't seem to have any effect beyond attempting to get a rise out of and perhaps a response from Canadian officials, since right now there aren't even any open channels to continue negotiations for a trade war that really is going to drive up prices and consumer costs for Americans potentially as much as it is for Canadians. But we are just getting a response in now from the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, who did just respond effectively saying that President Trump can do whatever he wants or whatever he thinks he's doing, but that this changes nothing for him. We did see Mark Carney writing, quote, "We know that America is changing their trading relationships, their foreign policies, their national monuments, and everything else. But Canadians also know that naming reality means calling it Lake Ontario, then, now, and always." So while the president, according to Canadian officials, can have this more performative moment as far as Canada is concerned, this doesn't really do anything, but certainly doesn't also improve their relationship or their trade talks and negotiations, which could be a real problem for Republicans come November. And that seems to be something that the White House doesn't publicly say they are worried about today. We'll see if that's a different tune after the midterm results. Kristen.
It just shows that Trump is out of ideas. He doesn't have anything in the playbook, right? Just running same old bullshit like Gulf of America. Nobody cared about that. Now he's changing Lake Ontario to Lake America. out of step with the American people. They just want to hear about the cost of living, data centers, and ending the Iran war, and how you going to make my gas cheaper. That's it. Like he just can't bring himself to address what the American people are talking about. It's very strange. I think he's totally checked out. Some of you guys have said it. I think it's so true. Like for the last 6+ months, it feels like Trump is just kind of showing up and doesn't even know what he's talking about. He's finding out about it in real time along with the rest of us. Like when he addressed the nation a few months ago, maybe I think it was like a month ago now, about China trying to interfere in our 2020 election. It seemed like he was learning about it in real time as he read it off the teleprompter. There was no passion behind it. There was no additional details, just reading a script. And he surrounded himself with morons who are just all yes men, so they don't have any good ideas. And so he's just helpless now. Quite fascinating to watch. I mean, I'm not shedding a tear over it, but it is wild to watch somebody fumble so hard.
Monica, does he have the authority
And he
to
voted
rename?
for Obama.
All hail Lake America and the Gulf of America and the soon-to-be America Ocean, RIP Pacific and/or Atlantic.
Those are the things that matter. Pondering. What up, buddy? Thank you for the $10. Hell yeah. Promises made, promises kept, bro. Trump taking care of business. I wonder what he'll rename the Atlantic Ocean. I didn't read about the Pacific, but I'm sure it's next. I wonder what he'll rename the Atlantic Ocean.
Name Lake Ontario?
Not unilaterally.
Does he have the authority to rename Lake Ontario?
Not unilaterally for anything beyond the way that this White House and this
Half his
administration.
supporters can't even point it out on the map.
Right.
Nobody cares about him changing the lake name.
Oh, I haven't seen the right-wing bots, but I'm sure they're talking about how amazing it is. I'm sure Benny Johnson has a full chub about it. That's amazing. Trump is so based. Said he wanted to rename an ocean. Got to look at the Atlantic or Pacific. Yeah, I read that he was looking at the Atlantic Ocean, but I just can't believe that he's talking about this nonsense with 70 days until the midterms. I mean, what is happening over there? I'm convinced he wants to lose at this point, that he would like to see the Democrats control something so that he can blame them for problems not getting solved and bad things happening in America. Because right now the Republicans control everything, so everything's their fault.
You are disgustingly attractive.
I agree. Thank you, Oopie Doopie. I'm trying. Arctic would be on brand. Greenland becomes America land. Yeah, everything America. Waste of money. I agree. Trump surely realizes that all his name changes, his names are going to be ripped off every building on day one under the next Democrat. Probably. I mean, I recall that changing the Department of Defense to Department of War is going to cost like $1 billion because there's a lot of places to alter it. Bases, literature, you name it. So I don't know if the next person will change some of this stuff back because it's kind of a waste of money. There's reporting from Axios a while back that part of him wants to be the last Republican president so he can say they are nothing without him. That's wild. Well, this is kind of like legacy stuff, right? So if he changes the name of these things, you can't tear it down. And like I said, there's a chance it won't be changed back. So it does seem like Trump believes the Grim Reaper is coming for him, and he's just trying to squeeze in some legacy projects, the ballroom, the arch, things like that, the helipad, so he will be remembered forever. But what a disaster to not focus on affordability and what the American people want to see. I mean, these Republicans are going to lose by a mile, man. I don't know what they're thinking, but I'm here for it. I got my popcorn ready.
could refer to it. This is pretty similar to what he did, remember, with the Gulf of Mexico at the beginning of the second term, trying to rename that as the Gulf of America and really kind of picking that fight with certain news outlets, trying to refer to it that way. But again, that's not something that really changes it for anybody except for how certain people view it in the United States. That's not something that he will do to change, again, how it's perceived globally, as the Canadians are saying pretty specifically and pretty pointedly here.
By the way, Josiah, I went on a journey yesterday of looking into the reporting on Jared Kushner and Hakeem Jeffries meeting, and I'm more pissed than ever. Not at you, but just at the left-wing media in general. It's like everybody from Rick Wilson to Majority Report was trashing Hakeem Jeffries. And he didn't ask for the meeting. Hakeem is the only one who came out and said right into the camera, and I don't think he's lying, that Jared asked him for the meeting, and they discussed areas they could work on, like affordability, which is what the American people would vote for the Democrats to do, not to just fight Trump, right? But I think it's just a huge sign that Trump knows they're going to lose the midterms, and they got to work with the Democrats. So I did not see anything that said Hakeem requested it. I read the Maggie Haberman original story from Sunday, I think it was, and it did not change my mind at all. So I feel like I'm going crazy that I'm one of the few people who is saying this is a good move. It blows my mind how many people are angry at Hakeem for taking a meeting with Jared Kushner. I don't get it, but I don't think I'll revisit it much today unless we stumble upon a video that deals with it. But wow, it just seems so performative from so many of these online content creators to be mad at Hakeem. Like they just want him to fight Trump for 2 years. That's not what the American people want. That may be what people like us who are, super invested in politics. But I think the American people want to see problems get solved. I mean, we've got real work to do here, like regulating AI and bringing down the cost of housing and the price of groceries. I mean, the price of health insurance. I'm sure Hakeem said, if you guys want to work with us, we're going to bring up the enhanced ACA subsidies to make health insurance affordable for 20 million people. And that's an 80-20 issue that your supporters, Donald Trump, really care about. So I don't know. I've heard so much cope like, oh, Jared Kushner's not an official member of the administration and it wasn't in DC. Just nonsense.
We are Charlie.
Yeah, in my vid about it I said the lead is the tacit understanding by Trump family Jeffries will be speaker. Haberman said a mutual friend set the meeting up, not Jeffries or Kushner. Jeffries says Kushner did.
I'll have to watch your video, and I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm sure you handled it well, but thank you for the $20. But I went and read the article, and I saw that a mutual friend set it up, not like facilitated it, not put it into place, I guess is what I'm saying. So you said a mutual friend set the meeting up. That's not what I read. I would encourage you to go back and look at it, and I'll look at it too. But I read the Maggie Haberman article, and it seemed, based on what I read, that a mutual friend facilitated the meeting in New York, meaning hosted it, allowed their place to be used or something like that. That's how I read it. If you read it differently, then I'll have to go and take another look myself. But when I read it, it seemed like some third party facilitated the meeting. And according to Hakeem Jeffries, he said into the camera when he was wearing his green Knicks hat that everybody cried about, or his Yankees hat, they asked for the meeting. So that's what I took away from it. But man, I feel like I'm in crazy town. This was like, there was nothing wrong with this meeting, man. So I don't know. It is what it is. Person with knowledge of the meeting who spoke on condition of anonymity said it was a mutual friend, not the president's son-in-law, who suggested Jeffries and Kushner meet. Yeah, I hear you then. Well, I'd have to see the rest of the article. I mean, just listen to that. Suggested they meet. That could have been a mutual friend suggested to Kushner that they meet, and then Kushner asked for the meeting, right? So I don't know. I have to go back and read it again. But I appreciate you copying that. But why are we attacking Jeffries, man? Like, that's the bigger argument to me. It's like all of these content creators, and I'm not including Pondering in this, but just like Rick Wilson to Emma Vigeland to every single one of them came out and shit on Jeffries. Like, I was blown away. Like, where are the cheerleaders for our Democrats? Mehdi Hassan, anybody could have spun this meeting as a Giga Chad move by Hakeem, saying, look at Hakeem. He knows that he's in a position of strength, and he allowed Jared to come to him in New York and beg to work with them. Like, this is a power move, man. And it shows how weak the Trump administration is, and it shows that they're about to get wrecked in the midterms. But like, everybody chose to just shit on Hakeem and say that he looks weak, that he's going to capitulate. And nut jobs like Emma Vigeland were saying this is all about Israel. Can you believe it? She somehow brought Israel into it. She squeezed it in there. She said this is, they obviously were talking about Israel and what they could do together to help Israel. Total madness, man. With friends like these, it's no wonder that the Democrats are hated and get shit on. Like, we need cheerleaders. We need champions. We need people to give Hakeem the benefit of the doubt every single time. Every time. Poor guy is up against a fire hose of critics who are playing armchair Speaker of the House and know nothing. It's incredible, man. Oh, well.
Monica, the president's trip to Texas, of course, comes after his actions to try to lower beef prices by
Oh, what a disaster the beef imports are. They're contaminated. Braden, thank you for becoming a member on YouTube. Trump did the worst thing he could do by allowing beef imports. Like, from what I read, the cattle farmers were finally in a position where the price was high enough for cattle that they could hold on to their heifers and use them for breeding and not selling them. And Trump undermines them by allowing for imports, and everybody's pissed. So funny, man. And then we hear that 20,000 pounds of it is contaminated anyways. Oh, man. What a disaster. Remember when Emma said the Dems have done nothing on criminal justice reform? Well, yeah, she belittled Hakeem Jeffries' work with Jared on the First Step Act.
And he voted for Obama.
A day or two later, Raskin said House Dems are expanding their investigation into Kushner, so that will hopefully help ease concerns Jeffries will pull his punches with Kushner. We all need to dress like Jeffries had and all. Cool face emoji.
Yeah, I don't, we can chew gum and walk at the same time. There's no reason to believe that we can't work with the Trump administration on some affordability stuff or regulation and hold them accountable. I mean, they control the executive branch. You can't just tread water for 2 years if you're in power. The American people are not sending Democrats to Congress to investigate Trump exclusively. No shot. They are sending us there to provide relief, to make life more affordable, to make life better. And that doesn't mean we're just going to investigate Trump. Obviously, Democrats will conduct oversight like the House is supposed to and hold these criminals accountable. But at the same time, this is who the American people put in the White House. So if there's opportunity to work with them.
My new favorite thing is watching MAGA farmers love on TikTok about how Dems aren't being empathetic and asking them who they voted for. Farmers need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and quit bitching.
Poor farmers are just a weird bunch. I don't know, man. They're like in an abusive relationship with the Republican Party and can't leave. Bueller, thank you for the $2 as well. Pondering, thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. So many bedwetters on our side, man.
I have 10,000% confidence in Hakeem. His ability to lead the caucus and weather the storm of this chaotic cycle is actually very impressive.
And I don't, people look at you like you're crazy when you say
And
that.
he voted
too, right?
for Obama.
We need to be consistent. If I'm cool with Mamdani meeting with Trump and co., I gotta be cool with Jeffries doing the same. Can't be hypocrites. Let them meet and judge what follows. It's that simple.
Listen, I love that, and I feel bad for you because if you say that on your video, you're gonna get tore up, man. It's like all these other content creators are audience captured, and they're riding the wave of, it's okay for Mamdani to meet with Trump because he runs New York and he needs to work with the federal government. But when it comes to Hakeem, it's like, no, Hakeem has no business working with Trump on anything. He's the Speaker of the House. According to numbnuts like Keith Shirley, Trump should be sending the Secretary of State, or Hakeem should be dealing with Mike Johnson. It's like, these people are completely clueless, man. I can't even be mad at them to some degree because they just don't even understand how any of this works. I said in the video, I know a lot of people be pissed. Well, what happened in your comment section, man? Did they tear you up? What a brave soldier you are. I would be afraid of saying that if I were you. That's not a very popular opinion. You go online on YouTube and go search Hakeem Jared Kushner, and every single person is saying that it's different for Mamdani. Every single one of them. And you go and Google their comments about Hakeem or Mamdani meeting with Trump, and they all say it's awesome, it's smart, brilliant. But when it comes to Hakeem, they say it's terrible, he's corrupt. We told you, right? Like, it's crazy, man. But good for you for saying that, because I mean, that's definitely not a popular opinion right now. Can you get Keith Shirley on the pod to debate IRI? I could reach out to Keith. I don't want to talk to him, man. That guy's a bummer.
Allowing more beef imports. We've actually seen some Republicans pushing back against.
Good. Pushback.
Keeping his messaging disciplined and not letting this mess affect any of the vulnerable district Dems. He's getting a unanimous vote when it's time.
Yep, that's always my argument, Heirloom, but people look at me like I have three heads. I'm sure you too. Every single one of our Democrats in the House supports Hakeem Jeffries. So why do people act like they know better? Everybody from AOC to Marie Glusenkamp Perez supports Hakeem Jeffries. So he must be doing something right. But, all these content creators from Rick Wilson, all the big names are like, Hakeem sucks. And it's like, dude, we're not even in power. I guess I'm kind of depressed because I can just see what's going to happen the next 2 years. All of these content creators are just going to shit on the Democrats and Hakeem. They're like so excited to do it. And I don't even think they realize how down bad they are on this stuff, man.
Mamdani reaffirmed his public support for Jeffries even after the meeting.
Right? And they just ignored that. They just pretended it didn't happen, as if nothing was said. I mean, Mamdani, their hero, said he still supports Jeffries a day after the meeting when asked by reporters on camera. And they don't even listen. They know better than Mamdani. They know better than Hakeem. They know better than anybody. I don't know, man. A lot of these people are frauds, man. I tell you. A lot of content creators who talk politics that are big are total frauds who don't know anything. It's strange. And it makes sense, right? Like, to get really big on YouTube, you have to mostly be an entertainer. No offense to anybody. Once in a while, you get somebody like Pondering who actually gives a damn and who researches and knows what they're talking about. But the vast majority of them are just entertainers who are riding a wave and they don't dare cross their audience.
This strategy. What's the White House response to all of this?
Yeah, because, farmers and ranchers, even some that do support the president and have said so, are expressing their concerns about this. And yesterday, in a pretty striking announcement, the White House admitted that some of the policies that they have put into place over the last year or so have resulted in higher beef prices. And that is sort of an admission that the tariff policy and the trade implementation here has meant that people people are paying more for those products. So they're trying now to see if they can ease that in some way, but that may not be something that may only come as kind of cold comfort to some of these ranchers and farmers who don't feel like that turnaround is going to be soon enough. And again, certainly may not be before the midterm elections. But the White House says that they are trying to do everything they can while really trying to keep these relationships fair and continuing to cite what they say are unfair trading practices, even with some of our closest allies. Chris.
You guys have to look into the beef imports thing. It is such a disaster for Trump. It's 300,000 metric tons that he announced last Friday would start coming in over the next 90 days. And it's about 2 to 3% of our total beef consumption here in America. So it's not going to make a difference at all. And it just pissed off farmers. It's not going to bring down the price in any significant way. And now the beef is contaminated, so nobody wants to eat it. Now people are questioning our entire beef supply because it's been mixed in with it. It's just a disaster. Like, Trump cannot do anything right, man. It is quite the epic fail for Trump. And it's just one of many.
I know it will continue to be a flashpoint. Sahil, let me turn to you. Monica, thank you so much for your reporting at the White House. Democratic Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said a few months ago that he sees multiple paths to the majority. What does that strategy look like? Is that realistic?
Yes.
It's certainly plausible at this time. How realistic?
I hope he brings up Alaska. Mary Patola got more good news today. They continue to tally up votes in Alaska, and she's almost up to 50% of the vote in the primary, with Dan Sullivan, the incumbent Republican, down like 7 points. He's at like 42 or 43 or something. So Republicans are sweating bullets on Alaska, and if they're getting their ass kicked in Alaska, then places like Ohio and Iowa are not going well. And look at Texas, Trump going out there now out of sheer desperation.
It remains to be seen, depends on a couple of things, including where the president's approval rating is. There are a couple of new polls by The Economist and by Reuters that show him as low as 33%. If it's that low, the Democrats definitely have a shot. I think just looking at the map you showed, the simple way to understand this is that there are 6 Republican-held states that where Democrats need to flip seats. 4 out of those 6. North Carolina, Maine, Ohio, Alaska, Texas, Iowa. This is easier said than done, but all of these seats are rated at least toss-up, if not, in the case of North Carolina, a little bit better for Democrats by the Cook Political Report.
Look at this beautiful map. I dream of days like this. When Trump won in November of 24, we were looking at this map and biting our nails saying, oh my God, this is a disaster. We're not going to be able to stop him. He's going to have 4 years to do whatever he wants. But wow, how the tables have turned. The fact that North Carolina is lean D and is an afterthought is wild. And then a toss-up in Alaska, Iowa, Ohio, and Texas, of all places. What? This is crazy, man. I'm telling you, I'm starting to talk about how we win the Senate without Michigan at this point. I still think we have a very good chance of winning Michigan, but El Sayed just refuses to budge, man. Hubris is the name of the game over there. And he's got one thing to do, and that's to completely toss Hassan on the bus. And it's hurting all our other candidates now. Like, poor John Ossoff had to come out and put out a statement today because of Hassan's dumbass. And why, that shouldn't happen, man. And it's all El Sayed's fault. If El Sayed had come out right after the primary and said, Hassan is wrong, I love this country, he could have done it in a graceful way, right? Like, he didn't have to destroy Hassan. He could have said, Hassan is wrong, I love this country. And anybody who says negative things like that is not going to be anywhere near me moving forward or whatever. But now, poor Ossoff has to come out and put out a statement while he's riding high and deal with this nonsense. So it's having an impact outside of Michigan as well. El Sayed is our weakest candidate on the ballot. It shouldn't even be that way, man. So I'm looking at how we win the Senate without Michigan at this point. I'm just sick of it, man. I don't want to see him lose, but unless he makes some changes, the guy got less than 50% of the vote on primary night. He's got to do something. And the key is to team up with Jewish leaders, right? Like, he needs to get Jewish leaders' endorsements. He needs to go to Shabbat service. He knows what he has to do, but he refuses to do it. And he keeps defending Hassan of all people. He should just be living in synagogues for the next 70 days, going from one Jewish event to the next, attending bar mitzvahs. He should be going on I don't know, man. He should just be surrounding himself with Jewish faith leaders and elected officials begging for their endorsement. Instead, he's dicking around. Absolute hubris. Jews and blacks. Yeah, he gets some black people around him too, man. His comment about I'm from Africa too is not exactly winning over black Americans, you know. Oh, wow. You totally understand my struggle here in America. I didn't realize you're from Africa too. I think he's bought into the Jewish hate. I don't know how else to explain it, man. I hate to trash one of our candidates, but like, what is this guy doing, man? This is politics. It's all about optics. Just go on a synagogue tour of Michigan, put on a yarmulke, and just start living the life, man. What are you doing? If he doesn't, then it will be his albatross. Yeah, he's running out of runway here, man. The clock is ticking.
4 out of these 6 states were states that Donald Trump won by double digits, so it's going to be a Herculean task. People compare this midterm potentially to 2018. It's going to have to be more like 2006, where Democrats won in states that surprised even them. They're going to have to almost redefine the map to pull off this kind of an inside straight. But again, if the numbers continue to look like this, it's plausible.
Well, and part of what they would have to do are defend critical seats in states like Michigan, New Hampshire, and Georgia, right?
Absolutely, and that's critical. I think if any of those 3 fall, then it's not looking like a path to a Senate majority for Democrats. Technically, yes. Mathematically, they could still do it. But if they can't win Michigan, how are they going to win a state like Iowa or Ohio, which is maybe 6, 7, 8 points redder? The math just doesn't quite work. Whatever you might think of Abdul El-Sayed, it's hard for me to see that he's going to underperform by that much. So, yes, they need to hold their ground in these blue or purple states in order to have a realistic shot.
Well, and of course, the economy continues to be the #1 issue for voters. We know that a number of Democratic candidates are squarely focused on that. Based on your reporting, Sahil, how are they weighing going after the Trump administration versus staying focused on the economy?
It's critically important, and it's the single best weapon that Democrats have. It's kind of ready-made for them in terms of the argument. President Trump campaigned in 2024 and won big on a promise to bring down costs on day one. It's a year and a half later. Inflation was 3.0 when he left office. It's 3.4 now. So
Ouch.
Democrats can point to the Iran war. People can do the math on gas prices going up as a result of that. They can point to his tariffs. It's pushed up the price of food. The Strait of Hormuz choke point has pushed up the price of fertilizer, which has made life difficult for farmers. And they have the fact that his big, beautiful bill, before any of this stuff happened, was not popular. The Medicaid cuts have been a top Democratic political argument. So there's plenty of things for them to go after President Trump with. The question is how much of this lands and how much can Republicans make up, and at a time when their base is reluctant to turn out if the president is not on the ballot.
Yeah.
It is like a perfect storm, man. Listen, Sahil Kapoor here is being a bit unfair to Trump. He is trying to clean up the worst mess in our nation's history. Biden left this place a disaster, absolute disaster. And Trump is just trying his best, man. I know he promised grocery store prices would come plummeting down as soon as he won, but, you know, he just didn't understand how bad it was thanks to Biden. So this is all Biden's fault still, man. Trump can't perform a miracle. Dead country. I mean, it was, you know, this country was in ruins. It was like scorched earth when Biden left. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. It's a miracle we even were able to bounce back thanks to Trump. He's done an amazing job, and people are not thankful at all. They don't even realize how good the economy is. They just can't see it.
And just finally, Sahil, we're seeing this extraordinary battle play out within the Democratic Party between moderates and progressives. Progressives have had some significant wins in this primary season. How are Democrats trying to unify ahead of the general election?
one of the ingredients of any kind of wave election is that the party does ultimately come together, whether it's 2018 or 2006. Democrats won big those years because they were able to come together. So yes, they still need to heal some wounds. I think they still need to get people on the same page. In the case of Michigan, you see it happening because Haley Stevens, who lost that hard-fought battle to Abdullah El-Sayed, is fully endorsing him, fully embracing him. So I think state by state, race by race, they're going to have to try to heal these wounds. Not clear to me that it's going to happen everywhere, but I think with the specter of Donald Trump in the White House and wanting to take back power, they probably will come together.
All right, Sahil.
It's wild that the losers of the primaries have worked harder in some cases, right? Like Haley Stevens has done more to help Abdul El-Sayed than he has done since the primary, and she lost. She has been a dutiful soldier, doing anything he wants and saying nothing but positive things, and he hasn't moved an inch. Nothing.
Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate your great reporting and analysis. Aaron Covey, let me turn to you. And on the House side of things, let's start there. Cook, of course, moved some more of those races in the Democrats' direction. What's behind those changes, Aaron?
Yeah, so a lot of these changes at this point in the cycle come as a result of polling data that we're getting in these House districts, some of which we're getting polling in for the first time this cycle. Of course, in Florida, that congressional map changed dramatically earlier this year when Republicans gerrymandered it to help them pick up as many as 4 seats. We're shifting one of those seats held by Kathy Castor from lean Republican into toss-up. And then we have 2 seats in Michigan that we also shifted in Democrats' direction.
Look at this beautiful graphic here. 21 toss-up seats. The Republicans have a 3-seat advantage. That's it. Democrats have 215 to 220. And 21 seats are toss-ups. It doesn't say how many of those are held by Republicans, but I would expect lower double digits for the Democrats if things go well. There's not a lot of seats up for grabs due to gerrymandering over the years. You're not going to see a 60-seat landslide victory like in the Obama days, but a really good night, I think, is like Democrats having a 15-seat majority, something like that. But it just gets better and better every day. Like nothing is going in the Republicans' direction in any way. Every single analyst, every single update from polling is going in the Democrats' favor. The only place where things are a little shaky is Michigan with the statewide race there, but everywhere else, it's looking real good.
Well, the Michigan Senate race is also, of course, rated a toss-up. You just heard me talking about Michigan with Sahil. How much do these statewide races help hurt or impact the down ballot contests, Aaron?
It's a great question. I mean, particularly in midterm cycles, what's happening at the top of the ticket in each state has an impact on all these other House races as well. So that both hurts and helps Republicans in different states. In a place like Michigan, it could help Republicans if we see Abdul El-Sayed, the Democratic Senate nominee, not doing as well in some of the competitive House seats, including places like Michigan's 10th district. That's going to be a drag on the Democratic nominee there. At the same time,
Thanks, Abdul.
in Texas, a big part of the reason that we see so many competitive seats in South Texas is that a lot of these places that voted for Trump in 2024, we now see in polling that Tallarico is actually carrying them by a pretty decent margin. So that swing at the top of the ticket is having a big impact in all these races.
So the number one concern about Abdul is his relationship with the Jewish community and anti-Semitism. So I know it seems like a joke that I say he go live in synagogues for the next 70 days, but wouldn't that be the obvious thing to do? Why is he not just begging for Jewish leader support and doing anything they want? He doesn't have to compromise in any way to do that. Just go be seen, win these people over. I mean, this is his number one issue, and he's not doing anything. He's done nothing. Hasn't been around any Jewish people, hasn't even tried, isn't talking about it. The only thing he did is put out that statement where he condemned, where he kind of pushed back on Hassan, and said that he cares as much about anti-Semitism and Jews as his own daughters, right? He keeps saying that like it means something. You got to show action. How is this guy running such a shitty campaign that he's not out there just dealing with the one problem he has? Nobody cares about anything else. Your problem is the Jewish community right now. Just go live in the Jewish community, moron. What is he doing, man? Do you really not know why? Well, I'm going to assume the best about the guy until proven otherwise. But at some point, I'm going to start to wonder what's going on with this guy, why he refuses. So if I were him and I had a problem with a certain community, I would just be spending the next 70 days trying to win over that community any way I can. It's just crazy to me, man. Like, what else do people think Abdul El-Sayed should be doing? There's nothing else for him to do except go win over Jewish people and black people in Michigan. And he doesn't seem to be making any attempt at all. He's dicking around on Fox News, fighting with Jesse Waters. He's defending Hassan. He's doing everything but what he needs to do to win this race. It's quite wild to watch somebody just kind of fumble. He's trying to steal. He's trying to steal his victory, you know, from, or I don't know, whatever. He's trying to grab defeat from the jaws of victory, whatever. It's mind-blowing. The first potential Muslim senator is tied to the terrorism as base guy. Yeah, like, this doesn't seem very complicated, right? Like, I don't know, man. Makes you wonder. What is going on?
About 21 seats are in the toss-up category, the majority currently held by Republicans. Is there still a bit of an uphill battle there for Democrats in those swing areas?
Yeah, I mean, overall, if you look at our ratings, the parties are pretty evenly divided. There isn't a huge battleground of really competitive races, but among the races that we do rate as competitive, that's around 37 right now. 2/3 of those are held by Republicans. And so,
ooh, music to my ears. 2/3 of those toss-ups are Republican held seats, man. Beautiful.
So they are the ones who are playing the most defense at this point.
That was 21. So that's like 16 seats. I think anybody who won by less than 10% is in trouble right now. If you're a Republican, you're sweating. I'm pretty sure I saw a poll that said the generic Democrat lead nationwide is +8. Based on the special election results from January of last year up until recently, the electorate has shifted like 13 points to the left last time I checked on average. But I did see a poll that said we're up 8 on the generic ballot. So that's looking pretty good, man. Again, we don't have to pick up a lot of seats here to take the House because the Republicans have such a small majority.
They have a very narrow but real path to holding the majority, but it's going to require pitching a nearly perfect game.
And of course, Aaron, we started
pitching a nearly perfect game. The Republicans are not going to be doing that.
The hour talking about President Trump urging voters to pretend he is on the ballot. That, of course, we have seen historically drives turnout, particularly amongst Republicans. Do you think that that could be a critical factor in some of these more competitive House districts?
Yeah, listen, I mean, the fact that Republican enthusiasm among Republican voters is significantly lower than it is among Democratic voters is a huge issue for them going into the midterms. It's not just a matter of persuading those voters in the middle, it's getting your base to turn out. And so in some places that Republicans are defending, energizing those voters who voted for Trump is an asset. But at the same time, they're in the minority, but there's a significant chunk of Trump voters who are also frustrated with his handling of the economy. So having to motivate those voters to turn out will be a tougher task.
Yeah, and Aaron, of course, you have the big Trump factor, but what are the other key factors you're going to be watching for over these next several months?
Yeah, we'll be watching fundraising, which candidates are raising money, where the parties choose to spend their resources. A lot of that is still yet to be determined. And then, of course, individual candidates matter in all these House races, too. And a lot of these candidates, we know on paper what their strengths and weaknesses are, but we haven't seen them tested out on the airwaves. So once the ad spending really amps up this fall, we'll get a better sense of exactly where the battleground is.
Aaron Covey at the Cook Political Report. Thank you, as always, for joining us, Aaron. We really appreciate it. All right, we do want to turn now to some breaking.
Whoa, breaking news. Cook Political Report, quite bullish on Democrats' chances, man. I'm loving it.
News and the desperate search for survivors.
Oh, okay, we're going to skip this crazy situation, but we're here to talk politics. Putin is not going to attack a NATO territory. 6 months since U.S. launched Iran war. This guy talking about health concerns. Trump signs executive order to change name of Lake Ontario. All right, let's see what this is all about. Actually, you know what? We'll go to PBS NewsHour and see their breakdown.
Paul search for over 1,000 missing people in the wake of.
Let's see. We'll skip that.
I think.
All right. Okay. See if they have anything on the Lake Ontario.
He also told.
This is the White House correspondent. Seeking payouts. Oh, they didn't even talk about it. Damn. PBS NewsHour didn't give a damn about
Iran with less
Lake
than
Ontario.
Is a really compelling candidate. She's tightly on message. She's practiced. She's run.
Dolly.
All right.
Welcome back. Turning now to Oklahoma, where Democratic Socialists notched another primary victory. Nikayla
Oh, wow.
Thomas won the Democratic runoff for Senate, defeating her opponent by more than 20 points.
I saw some fringe video that this woman put out that was some sort of Mean Girls joke or something. Did you guys see that? Do you know what I'm talking about? If somebody has a link, send it my way. But I don't think we'll be winning the Senate seat in Oklahoma.
Thomas, who told NBC News she is a, quote, self-proclaimed Democratic Socialist, but not yet a member of the National Party, will face Congressman Kevin Hern in the general election.
Oh, I love it. Now you don't even have to be a member. You just self-proclaimed Democratic Socialist. This is like when I went on Twitter a couple years ago and said, I'm a leftist. Do I get to shit on liberals now? Like, you can just, anybody can be a Democratic Socialist. You can reject all of their positions. You can take one, two. You don't even have to agree with them on anything. You just be a Democratic Socialist. It's so funny.
Joining me now is our
-1 Senate seat. Well, this is a Republican-held seat. We're not getting this.
panel, Amanda Littman, president of Run for Something, and Joe Borelli, former Republican leader of the New York City Council and former state legislator. Thanks to both of you for being here. Amanda, let me start with you. And
this is the video. Thank you. Yeah. All right. You guys ready to have a good laugh? This is hilarious. Get ready. This is the Democratic Socialist who won the Senate nomination in Oklahoma. He's hilarious.
Now
Dwayne Mullen is a terrible.
What is happening? Why is it all cut off?
Senator. Do not vote for him. He is a Christian nationalist, a mediocre white man.
Wow. That happened. Reenacting a scene from Mean Girls. Yep.
Thomas's win, we're seeing all of this energy on the left. Yet another self-proclaimed Democratic socialist has won in a reliably red state. What do you make of that? And what does it say and portend for the general election?
Democratic primary voters are hungry for change. You know, she was outspent by her opponent. He was much older. He was arguing around electability. Now, do I think any Democrat is electable in Oklahoma? No, probably not. But that was not a compelling argument to the primary voters in this election. I do think it'll be interesting to see, is she able to break the 30 to 35% mark that Democrats in Oklahoma have historically gotten in the general? If she could even close the gap a little, that gives you a sense of how hungry broadly general election voters are for something new, for something different, for a populist argument, pushing back on the status quo.
So what do you make of the energy on the left, Councilman? And do you think, okay, so in a reliably red state, you're even acknowledging, man, it's probably not going to work, but in a state like Michigan, which is more of a battleground state?
Sure. Look, what you saw over the past couple of years was the Democratic Party lacking any clear message other than, anti-Trump, orange man bad, those sort of memes. And now the Democratic Socialists have effectively filled that void with a real concise message about how to, maybe solve the problems. The problem.
I don't necessarily disagree with this guy. I do not think people are clamoring for socialism and the workers to seize the means of production and capitalism to go and end American imperialism. It feels like the only two things people are joining DSA for are Medicare for all and a strong position on Israel. That's it. Everything else is just completely ignored or rejected by DSA members. Even the elected people who won primaries, they want nothing to do with any of that stuff. They may try to explain it, but those are the only two reasons people are joining that, and it's because they're showing some fight. And I've talked about this a bunch, so I won't dwell on it, but I think it's just a moment in time. It's just our politics is experiencing a bit of a lull right now, the Democratic Party especially, because the Democrats are out of power. Most Americans don't know how this stuff works. They don't realize if you're in the minority, you can't do jack shit. And things are getting worse with the economy, and people's lives are being made worse. And they're looking for someone to do something. And it's like, you're the Democrats. Do something. Do something. And so these DSA candidates are running on, I'll do something. These do-nothing Democrats suck. So it's just turning blue districts bluer by being a loud fighter, claiming they can do something they can't do. I believe once the Democrats win the midterms, which I think they will, and the media's attention focuses to the threat that they will now be to the Trump administration, because the media loves to talk about the drama. And once you have the gavels in the House or the Senate, you actually have power now, and you can hold people accountable and do investigations. All of the energy and the narrative will shift to that. And there just won't be a lot of bandwidth left for the civil war in the Democratic Party. I don't think these DSA people will get much oxygen once the Democrats take over in January, because all the attention will shift to the Democrats' agenda. And Democrats are not showing up with Kamala and Biden. This is not Sleepy Joe. These are fighters who are pissed. And I just, to me, it's a temporary thing, and it's not going to grow. It's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to get bigger. And I think a lot of the DSA people are going to fall in line. Like Brad Lander has already said he supports Hakeem Jeffries. And that guy in, was it Michigan? I think Michigan's 1st congressional district, or Wisconsin. I don't remember. There was another kind of DSA type who said he'll vote for Hakeem, no problem. So I think they're all going to show up on January 3rd. And at best, we'll see maybe 1 or 2 of them vote present. And there'll be one ballot. Yeah, William Lawrence. And the Democrats will be united. Hakeem will be the leader. There will be no fighting, that nobody's going to be putting on a show. Nobody's going to give a shit. And they're going to hit the ground running. And I think a couple months in, you're not going to hear much about these DSA people because that's all there is. There's nothing else to talk about right now. So of course people are highlighting the problems and the DSA people, but that's going to go away, man. It's people, I think, are being a little short-sighted in their concern. And I understand there are some valid concerns that this could be a long-term problem, but I just say wait till January and see what happens, and then let's go from there. But I'm not concerned.
For them is that, yeah, it wins a Democratic primary in Oklahoma, but it's not going to win the general in Oklahoma, and it may very well cost them the general in Michigan. These are views that are not very popular outside of small minority of voters in Democratic primaries. So when you talk about abolishing ICE, they had her on this network here talking about socialism as being thriving in countries where it's practiced. That's not really going to pick up a lot more steam nationwide.
Let's talk about the other big race last night. Darlene Graham, Councilman, let me start with you.
Oh, man, I'm so thrilled. It could have worked out a little better, but Darlene Graham being on the ballot in November is fantastic for us. She's a Herschel Walker-esque candidate circa 2022 that dragged down the entire Republican ticket nationwide. So we are thrilled that Darlene advances to the general. And she barely won. She won by about 5%. It was pretty split. So it also shows problems within the Republican Party that basically half the voters who came out for the primary on Tuesday in red South Carolina chose the person Trump did not endorse. That is not a sign of confidence for the GOP.
It wasn't clear going into the night if she would be able to actually win. She did get over the finish line. Of course, President Trump was campaigning with her on Friday. What are you going to be watching for in the general election? Again, we're talking about a reliably red state. This is a state where her brother served as senator for multiple terms.
Look, it's about getting her sea legs. This is someone who was thrust onto the national spotlight in a very short period of time, had to be brought up to date on a lot of significant things. There has to be a learning curve, and the problem for her is that the learning curve is going to be in the full view of the American public. I think we're still going to win the seat. I think it's still a safe seat. I think she'll continue the legacy, but it's not going to be easy for her personally.
Well, we have a strong candidate. I don't want to get people's hopes up, but if you want to see more, look up Dr. Annie Andrews' interview on this program, Meet the Press Now, from a couple days ago. She is sharp as a tack. She is charismatic. She's a pediatrician, and she is polished. And there's a poll out there that shows them tied. So this could be a major upset on November 3rd. I'm not counting on it. I think a lot of things would have to fall into place. Darlene would have to put her foot in her mouth a couple more times between now and November, and Trump would have to do some more bad things, and those are very possible. Those are very possible things to happen. But as of right now, I wouldn't get my hopes up, but it's an interesting race, and at the very least, the Republicans are going to have to pour resources into this race that they wouldn't have to if they had a stronger candidate. That includes possibly Trump going out there, spending money. I mean, look at Trump going down to Texas today for 2 days. Talk about Republicans in a bad place. You got to send the president down to Texas? Oof.
The things that struck me, Amanda, and I interviewed Dr. Annie Andrews at the top of the broadcast. Her message was squarely and solely focused on affordability and health care.
Oh, somebody said, okay, now I think I clicked on an old broadcast here. Okay. Somebody said, did Kristen change clothes? And she just said she interviewed Dr. Annie Andrews at the top of the broadcast. So yeah, I think it sent me yesterday's broadcast, I guess. My bad. All right. Is what it is. Well, we didn't see this yesterday, so we can finish it.
As a doctor, and she really didn't veer off that talking point. Is that something that could resonate with independent voters? Could there, again, and we put the chart up, a Democrat hasn't won since the 1970s. Could there be an upset win in South Carolina? What would that look like? What would need to happen?
I think in a year like this, anything is possible. You know, Dr. Andrews is a really compelling candidate. She's tightly on message. She's practiced. She's run before. Darlene Graham, extremely unpracticed, really doesn't seem to know much about the issues. I believe said in an interview, like, who needs health care? My parents died young. It's fine if yours do too. Something along those lines. This is not someone who's ready for prime time, which I think really does beg the question, does Trump actually want Republicans to win in November if this is the kind of candidate he's getting behind?
What are you anticipating you'll see from President Trump in the general election? Do you think he'll stay in some of these reliably red races, or do you think he'll show up in some battleground races?
We know that two things are true, right? Trump is a polarizing character in American politics. That goes without saying. But he's also a very proven vote getter for Republicans. And years he's on the ballot, Republicans get more votes. So when Democrats always snicker when I say this, but the thing about Trump is Republicans actually need more Trump on the ballot, in essence, in a lot of these states to generate higher turnout.
So you would encourage him to go out into a battleground like a Mike Rogers race?
That's a perfect race. I mean, you know, anytime you can put the media attention back on Trump versus El Said, I think it's something that's going to benefit Republicans down the road. El Said, you talked about real issues people are talking about. El Said's talking about Palestine, things like that. The Muslim population of Michigan is 2.5%. The Jewish population is 1.5%. People are talking about better issues.
Amanda, what do you make of that race? It is clear Dr. El-Sayed does have a lot of energy, as we're saying. He's captured a lot of that energy that's on the left, the desire for change. And yet he will have to win over moderate voters if he wants to win in November.
I think he's talking about healthcare, something which he is a policy expert on. He's talking about affordability. He's talking about childcare. And most importantly, he's talking about not accepting the status quo as acceptable, which in this moment, when Trump's disapproval ratings are in the 60%-ish range, that's a good thing.
One of the strategies that we are seeing from a Dr. El-Sayed and other candidates, fascinatingly, is turning to their grandparents. I want to play a little clip. I'll get at both of your reactions on the other side. Take a look.
Where did Abdul El-Sayed come from?
Here.
We're his grandparents.
We helped raise him.
Since I met Brian, I learned he never stops working.
He's always working.
That's how we raised him.
This is my pawpaw.
And Jimmy is my grandson.
As a Baptist preacher in South Texas, he taught me to follow the two great commandments. Love God
and love your neighbor.
I think it's just fascinating, Councilman. What do you make of this strategy? How effective is it?
Look, if you're fortunate enough to know your grandparents, chances are you love your grandparents, right? So it really is a way to link candidates with a little softer feeling. Take El Said. His campaign persona is sort of machismo. It's strong. It's aggressive. Now, to combat that, you would do something like campaign with your lovely grandparents, who by all testimony seemed like absolutely wonderful people. So I think it's good campaign politics. I think you'll see more of it, especially as the midterms heat up, and we expect midterms to be very chaotic.
For a candidate like Dr. El-Sayed, do you think that it's effective? As we're saying, the path to victory in Michigan is going to be the middle. Do you think that type of an ad is effective enough to get him over, to help get him over the finish line? Obviously, there's a lot of different elements to his strategy.
There is no one who has more permission to brag on someone than your grandparents. And I think in particular for these, and it's mostly millennial candidates who are showing their grandparents in these ads, it's a way with credentialing them with older voters. It's a way of showing, like, we're so youthful, our grandparents are still here, which many of these older leaders could not do, unfortunately. So I think it is both really charming and also a really effective way to credential yourself and show some energy.
It's also, I mean, Tallarico was another one. I mean, he's someone who's come under attack for being extreme, having wacky views, Republicans would say. Is this a way to, could it be effective at normalizing candidates in the face of those attacks?
Trump has framed him as tofu Tallarico. Right. They've talked about some of the things that don't necessarily jive with what we think a Texan is, and calling someone Papa, whatever he called them, is probably as Texan as you can get. I'm a New Yorker, so I don't pretend to know, but that sounds pretty Texan to me.
What do you think?
I think it is the most authentic stuff you could see on TV. It is the kind of thing that I'm sure if I was running for office, my Grammy would be right there too, singing my praises, and like that's what you want out of a candidate's ad.
Well, it's just a fascinating strategy. Thank you both for a great conversation.
Wow. Using your grandparents in the ads. Okay. New strat dropped. All right. This video claims to have Hassan talking about Ossoff condemning him. So let's see.
When in Los Angeles, it's 88 degrees, Patreon and stuff like that. But like Nick Shirley is a straight up messed up. Your boy hates you, my best friend. No, not my best friend, John Ossoff. Not my boyfriend. Not my boyfriend, John Ossoff, dude. No. AJC. Senator John Ossoff, Democrat of Georgia, condemns Hassan Piker. Pressed on Piker's remarks, Ossoff said through his spokesperson that the Democrat unreservedly rejects reckless and dangerous rhetoric, suggests that policy advocacy invites violence against Jewish community or any community. Not your boyfriend who you kiss and make out with? Yes, dude. Yes.
Like the worst jokes ever, man. I know it's petty, but it's like, dude, this guy is not funny at all, man. Like, he's mad. Yeah, like this reaction is a lot different than his reaction for other people condemning him. Like, I'm sure he had a much different response to Hakeem and Cory Booker, but just making gay jokes in response to this. He knows that John Ossoff has swag and is a charisma god, and he is well liked, so he can't even bring himself to like trash John Ossoff. I'm sure he's going to go down a logic tree of why this is good that Ossoff threw him under the bus, and it's all good. We like John Ossoff, even though he voted for the Lake and Riley Act, and he's a moderate Democrat. It's going to be excuse time. It's all AIPAC. Yeah. Pre-watched. I just know what goes on in this guy's mind. You could just look at him right now. He's like, he knew this was coming, but he's trying to play it cool. Like, it's just no big deal. It's all good. It's all good, man.
My boyfriend who I have sex with all the time. My best. No, that's Mitch McConnell. This is my best friend. John Ossoff is my best friend, and I cannot believe he said this. More like John Ossoff, your presidential contender list. It's not great, but it's not even because like he's.
It's not great. Like, why does he make all the excuses in the book, all the excuses in the world for John Ossoff condemning him, but not other people?
Complaining about me or whatever. It's not great because I think it's a dumb thing to do. It's just a dumb thing to do. You're continuing the media cycle for no real reason. And also you're showing that you're showing basically that you stop downplaying it. What do you mean? How can
Called out? Dude, you don't have to read stuff like that, Hassan. That's so funny. He can't help himself. Stop downplaying it. What do you mean? I'm not downplaying it. I'm not downplaying it at all. Like, this is it's just not a big deal, dude. I don't know what to tell you. One guy's so hard. He has like 40,000 people watching him and gets triggered by some random comment.
You're showing basically that you stop downplaying it. What do you mean? How can I upplay it? It's a totally unnecessary move to make. The question always is like, we have a limited amount of time. We have a limited amount of time to win these races. And any moment that you associate, even through condemnation, yourself with me, a person that has nothing to do with your race, any moment that you associate yourself with me is just stupid. I wouldn't say he condemned you. He condemned the violent rhetoric against Jews, which you also condemn. So y'all are on the same page. Yeah, that's...
Yes, that's it, chatter. You nailed it. Listen, I wouldn't say he's condemning you. He's condemning that nasty language that you condemn too. Who said that nasty thing, by the way? I don't remember. Whoever said that, shame on that person. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Nah, dude, there are literally slugs in his chat. No shot. I hope that person doesn't go anywhere near Salt because it would be GG, man. No shot. That is incredible analysis by that chatter. Who said that? Who said it? Find me the person who said that disgusting thing that I condemn too.
I wouldn't say he condemned you. He condemned any moment that you associate yourself with me is just stupid. I wouldn't say he condemned you. He condemned the violent rhetoric against Jews, which you also condemn. So y'all are on the same page. Yeah, that's a little bit silly. Don't you think? Everyone has done that. Every Democrat has done that, but they've also done that simultaneously as a condemnation of me. Just because
he's kind of acknowledging it, but he's kind of taking that guy's position. It's almost like that guy threw him a life raft and he knows it's ridiculous, but he kind of tried to take it a little bit. Like, yeah, no, it's everybody's doing it. So,
because I also agree with that point doesn't matter, because these guys are saying I don't agree with that point and that I'm actually celebrating matter because the nation of me. Just because I also agree with that point doesn't matter, because these guys are saying I don't agree with that point and that I'm actually celebrating violence against Jewish people, which is ridiculous, a slanderous statement to make, but it is what it is. There was a new Mike Collins as a Nazi.
what, he just like twisted himself into such a pretzel, man. That's crazy. Those are your words, dude. You made John Ossoff have to condemn your words, man. Like, at what point does he take a step back and say, I'm kind of fucking this up for people, man? Like, I'm even hurting people like John Ossoff, who has nothing to do with me, and he had to come out and say something. You would think he would take a step back and think on that for a few minutes. But the ego is strong with this guy. He's such a narcissist. He just cannot take a break, man. Can't even reflect on this shit, that his words are hurting Democrats that are well liked and well beyond the races he's trying to get involved in. He's the main character, yeah. He's the star of the movie, man. His name's above the title.
People, which is ridiculous, a slanderous statement to make, but it is what it is. There was a new Mike Collins as a Nazi staff article today about the self-declared twink fascist who worked for him, who of course is Colombian. So anytime not focused on that and focused on this is just political malpractice, I know. A former Mike Collins staff.
So I find this interesting. Like, John Ossoff is running the best campaign. He is the best Democrat in the nation right now. Tallarico's awesome, but he's not John Ossoff. I would argue John Ossoff is our best candidate right now, running the best campaign. He is putting on a clinic how to be a Democrat in 2026. He's charismatic, good-looking dude, nailing Trump. He's coming up with terms that people are using. He made the Epstein class huge. He called out Natalie the other day. He's able to drive the cycle, the news cycle, with his speeches. And he's just killing it. He's up 13 points in polls. He's fundraising like a juggernaut. I mean, he's doing everything right. And so for Hassan to say that it's political malpractice to engage with his comments, it's such hubris, man. Like, what do you know, dude? Maybe he knows what he's doing. Maybe he realizes what a potent issue this is, that he has to weigh in on it. I don't think John Ossoff is making a mistake here, right? This guy has run a perfect campaign, and Hassan is basically saying that he's screwing up royally by doing this. But okay, I guess you know better than him, bro. I don't know. I would trust John on this one. Brandon, thank you for the resub on Twitch, man. I appreciate that. I just find it to be incredible for anyone to say John Ossoff is doing a misstep here.
Posted KKK and Nazi images. Some Republicans see a pattern. Ooh, really? Interesting. I'm shocked, guys. I'm shocked.
He's quick to get off John Ossoff calling him out right there. Let me go talk about this random story about an ex-staffer of Mike Collins, the opponent nobody's even heard of against John Ossoff. Maybe, I don't think that's the big story, bro. I think the bigger story is John calling you out.
That the white nativist Mike Collins has staffers who are straight up white supremacists. What? No. Fuck it. 10 Hassan Piker condemnations. Democrats, get to it. What are you doing? Why would you talk about this at all when you could be condemning Hassan Piker? I'm told by my local DNC group that if we kick you off Twitch, that it'll lower the cost of my groceries. Can you give a brother a break, man? It's true. World peace will be achieved if I go away. This is true. And also, Trump will probably resign and appoint Kamala Harris as the supreme leader of the United States. And we will do liberalism, but this time perfect.
Yeah, so nobody's calling for Hassan to be removed from Twitch. People are asking him to change his behavior and help our Democratic candidates out 70 days before the general election because he is being talked about by everybody and he can't seem to take himself out of the story by changing his tune. Nobody is saying that this is going to lower grocery prices, as that person tries to make a joke, right? Like, it's about, you're hurting our candidates, bro, across the board.
Also, the implication that Ossoff doesn't condemn and make statements about Mike Collins is so laughable. He is oozing and seeping with narcissism.
Yeah, I mean, John Ossoff had a press conference today talking about this stuff. So he talks about it plenty. But the fact that John Ossoff had to take time out of his day and put out a statement through a spokesperson in regards to Hassan's comments, Hassan should be ashamed of himself. He should be embarrassed, but he's not. He's like, oh, that's a misstep and can't believe Ossoff's doing this and let's get more condemnations out there. Okay. This guy should go on vacation for the next 70 days, man. Go take a break, champ. Go offline until November 3rd. Then you can come back and run your mouth all you want, but you're just hurting the candidates, bro. But you're the main character, so it doesn't matter.
Perfect. If I just go away, I'm the one guy holding everything back. Okay, there are sincerely people who say shit like that, though. I've seen so many of them on my timeline because I think Elon Musk's algorithm is trying to make me go insane. What is this? 82-year-old Rudolph Giuliani? I'll knock the shit out of you. That's what he said.
All right, that's it. That's all. Look at that. He quickly moved on from that. Not much for Hassan to be gained from shitting on John Ossoff. I'm willing to bet he was very harsh on other people condemning him, but when it comes to John Ossoff, someone who's bigger, badder, and cooler than him, and well-liked in the Democratic Party and in American politics in general, he knows he can't go there. He's just like, oh, it's a mistake, that's all. He doesn't give an F. He'll gladly tank Dems. I don't know, man. I feel like Hassan's under a lot of pressure, and I don't think it ends well for him. I think he's going to end up with some Coney 2012 moment where he's running naked in the streets or something weird. He seems to be going through some shit, man. I don't claim to watch his stream often, but it just seems like he's not handling this stuff very well. He's always appeared to have imposter syndrome whenever I watch him. You know, the fake laughs, the just putting on a show, right? Very uncomfortable in his own skin. He's going to swap to gaming, maybe. His ego is very frail, yeah. Quite interesting. Okay. I don't know if there's anything else to watch here. I'm done. Democrat loses it over Hassan Piker. All right. Who's done?
Democratic frustration with Hassan Piker is boiling over. He's the guy they think they can win over young voters with, despite his freight train of baggage, including his controversial comments about Jewish people and America deserving 9/11. In particular, the far-left streamer has become a constant thorn in the side for Abdul El Sayed and his supporters after he snagged the Michigan Senate nomination.
You watched the Pisco versus Hutch debate. I saw a little bit of it. I'm actually probably going to watch it here with you guys. There were some things said that I wanted to comment on. I thought would be interesting. Hassan made a long post in response to Ossoff condemning him. Okay, let's take a look at that. Oh my God, this guy wrote a fucking novel. Dear Diary. We'll get to this Democrat in a moment. Holy shit, man. There is post-debate debate in Twitter Spaces. I ain't watching that. All right. Let's see what we got here. All right. Senator John Ossoff condemns Hassan Piker. He quote tweeted that. I have the word Hassan muted on X. And boy, it just prevents any mention of Hassan making it on my timeline. I would highly suggest that for you guys. It is a much better existence. Hassan wrote, I think John Ossoff's best strengths came from his lack of interest in attacking his left flank and focusing on Trump's corruption and scandals instead. I said he was a dark horse because he's been smart enough to back restrictions on weapons transfers to Israel, at times regardless of his incredibly conservative voting track record otherwise. Imagine that. You're highlighting that he has a conservative voting record, but because he voted the way you want, sometimes on Israel, you're willing to overlook all of that, right? Like, people shit all over on Biden for the border. They shit on Biden for his lack of interest in like the PRO Act and taking on Bernie's agenda for workers, right? They just crapped on Biden all day long for having what they called a conservative agenda. But it's okay if you do that as long as you are in the right place on Israel. That is incredible to me, man. Yeah, he voted for the Laken Riley Act, which is, that is one of the most conservative immigration bills we've seen, where undocumented people who are arrested for something as simple as stealing, you don't even have to be the person who did it. Just you're accused of it and you're arrested, you can be deported thanks to the Laken Riley Act. Very conservative bill. And that's okay that he voted for that. No problemo. As long as he voted the right way on Israel, right? It's like, where are your priorities, man? Holy shit. Wait. This is part of the reason why many Zionist orgs in Georgia that masquerade as Jewish advocacy orgs have aggressively condemned the Jewish senator at times and still dangle their endorsement over Mike Collins, who has literal white nationalist ties. Okay. I just wish people were more truthful about this entire ordeal. The last 48-hour media frenzy is exactly why people don't trust institutions, from corporate media to our bought and sold political class. Most of these orgs and plenty in the media will operate like lapdogs for AIPAC with no care or consideration for nuance, the truth, or how the majority feels about anything. I just think people are going to get sick of this AIPAC, Israel, Zionists. Like, people are looking for their lives to improve, man. And these guys are so one-noted with their chorus about Israel. Like, they try to squeeze Israel into everything. Even if you agree with them, it's got to be annoying at some point. Like, dude, there's other things going on in America besides our relationship with Israel. And I don't even think there's going to be anything to do with Israel moving forward. Israel already said, don't send us anything. We don't want any help. We know we're toxic as shit in America. Everyone is pissed at them. Republicans and Democrats are not interested in voting in jack shit for them besides some basic defensive weapons at best, and to continue whatever cooperation between our militaries. Like, Israel's basically a weapons storage facility for America at this point. Nothing is going to come up for a vote is my point. Like, there's not going to be any action to be taken by our senators or Congress members. So it's like, what do you even want to happen with Israel right now? Like, foreign policy is mostly run by the executive branch, which nothing is going to change there over the next couple of years. So people are just going to kind of get annoyed, I think, at some point about this. Like, dude, this ain't making my groceries cheaper, man. This is not making me able to afford health insurance. This crisis of credibility for mainstream media has been beneficial for me personally as an independent media personality, but I still naively believe that these institutions are worth preserving and defending at a time when we have no consensus reality. What? So he's trying to make the case for mainstream media now? Now he's in support of mainstream media? I don't get it. I love how he tried to take this to a place of I'm an independent journalist who's getting a lot of attention and people will come to me as a trusted source. I'm not so sure about that. I'm not so sure. He is the face of anti-Semitism in America, whether he likes it, you like it, or it's fair. He is the face of anti-Semitism. Yes, people are pushing back on that, but who's coming to his defense? It's a parade of senators and leaders in the left that have come out and labeled him as an anti-Semite. Ken Martin, Hakeem Jeffries, the most powerful Democrat in America, senators like Cory Booker, John Ossoff. And you might say, who cares? But then I say to you, who came out in his defense? Mehdi Hassan and some stupid influencers? Who gives a shit? That doesn't mean anything compared to actual elected officials trashing him as a bigot. So good luck with your career moving forward, dude. You're the poster child for bigotry right now in America, whether it's fair or not.
Moderate Democrat Debbie Dingell has clearly had enough, mostly of the reporters asking her about Piker.
I am done, so don't any reporter ask me again about Hassan Piker. It's not what November is about.
Ooh, Debbie's had enough. All right, good job, Debbie. I wonder what the reaction will be in Michigan to that. I've had enough. I don't want to hear about Hassan Piker anymore. Okay, Debbie, that's how it works, huh? Stop talking about it. I love when people tell the American people to stop talking about something. That usually goes very well, right? Hey, stop talking about this thing and focus on this other thing. Oh, sure, that'll get them to do it, right? Like, there's a lot of drama that takes place in this space that has nothing to do with politics. I wish people would focus on politics 24/7 because I think it's super important and there's so much exciting stuff happening and it's fascinating. But I'm not going to tell people how to feel if they want to talk about something else, and I respect that. And I just kind of roll with it, try to weave it into my content somehow. It just never works out to lecture people about what they should care about.
Republicans are trying to make it. They're trying to divide us. And we got to stop letting them try to divide us. I don't agree with Hassan Piker on a lot of stuff.
I don't agree with him on a lot of stuff. Oh no, she must have seen his GQ spread in the bathtub or something. She's in love. I don't agree with him on a lot of stuff. What do you agree with him on? I'd love to hear that. What do you agree with him on? And I'm sick and tired of people saying he apologized for his America Deserved 9/11 comments. He hasn't. I read that somewhere else. Forgot where it was. Another person said he apologized. Show me where Hassan apologized for saying America deserved 9/11. He gave some bullshit excuse when confronted by his uncle on TYT, saying that he never said Americans deserve 9/11. America did. And English is his second language. He also said that it was kind of boneheaded and he's sorry that people got upset about it. That's it. That's about the extent of it. I'd love for someone to find me Hassan saying sorry for saying America deserved 9/11. I haven't seen it, but everybody seems to, it's like some, what do you call it? It's like an AI hallucination that everybody has that Hassan came out and apologized for it. And yeah, why does he have the 9/11 newspaper behind him if he's so sorry about what he said?
Sayed also says he's had enough by rejecting Piker on the campaign trail, sort of.
Hassan Piker is a streamer in California. You would think, if you turned on any media, that this whole campaign is about a streamer in California. That's not what this campaign has ever been about. This campaign has always been about the ability to afford your groceries in Michigan, the ability to send your kid to a good school in Michigan, the ability to see a doctor in Michigan.
So the problem for El Sayed is he hasn't come out forcefully against the guy, and people are just going to keep asking him and assume that he's cool with all the terrible things that Hassan stands for. I talked about this in 2024. The reason why we lost is because we weren't willing to draw a red line. We weren't willing to tell people what we don't support. We were so afraid of hurting three people's feelings that we just let people assume.
I'm sorry that people were upset about what I said. It was out of context. However, if what I said was bad, then it's 'cause I'm ESL.
Yeah. So true, man. It's such a great excuse by Hassan. All is forgiven, man. It's not his first language, guys, okay? That's why he put the 9/11 newspaper behind him. It's English is not his first language. He misunderstood what is written on the article. Until El Sayed says what he disagrees with Hassan on and vigorously disagrees, people are going to assume he's cool with it. So until he says Hassan is a fucking idiot for saying America deserved 9/11, I love this country. America did not. And Hassan is dead wrong on that. Until he lays it all out, people are just going to assume that he's chill with it. And I know he's like hinted at it and he said, oh yeah, no, I don't agree with that or this, but like, you got to go further, man. It's not fair for him, but he's trying to become the first Muslim senator in America's history. And that is going to bring up a lot of concerns for people if he's hanging out with a guy who said America deserved 9/11. It's not fair, but that's what happens when you're the first. You got to eat a bunch of shit and you got to like lay it on thick for people, right? He should be rocking an American suit everywhere he goes, talking about how much he loves this country. I love America. America's the greatest place on earth. I mean, that's what people are looking to hear when they're concerned that you'd think America deserved a terrorist attack. But my whole point is that until we draw lines in the sand on positions, people will assume the worst. I don't know why the Democratic Party thinks if we don't say what we support, what we don't support, people will assume the best. So when it comes to abortion, Trump got away with murder by saying the Democrats support abortion up to 9 months, up until the due date, even after the baby's born. And Kamala refused to say what she supports. She refused to draw a line, say, no, I don't support elective abortions past the second trimester, or past the first trimester. No, I don't support that, right? Like, we're so afraid of hurting two people's feelings on this stuff. So same thing with El Sayed. He's like terrified of hurting Hassan and his supporters' feelings. So he can't say the obvious and lash out at Hassan and just call him a complete fucking idiot for saying that and demand that Hassan apologize. And I mean, how is he not outraged about Hassan saying America deserved 9/11? That's why people are pissed. Like, does that not bother you, possible future Senator Abdul El Sayed, that this guy you hang out with said America deserved 9/11? Like, does that not concern you in any way? Like, oh, I disagree with that. Yeah, no, totally. That sounds terrible. Why would someone say that? That's not going to cut it. What's this guy on about, man? Get the fuck out of my channel, dumbass.
Hassan Piker says that he and El Sayed are just punking the press.
There are going to be a lot of people who are already questioning Abdul El Sayed's sincerity on these issues that will then turn around and say, oh, he's moderating his position on Israel, all this stuff. I don't think he is. Okay. I will say this. I am literally the person that is being dangled. And I'm going to tell you once again, he's not moderating on his perspective on Israel or anything like that.
Yeah. And who do you believe in that scenario?
It's a straw man. Nobody's asking him to moderate his position on Israel. Nobody. He would be smart to go out there and let people know exactly what it is. I don't know. Has El Sayed said that he believes in a two-state solution? Has he said he believes in the state of Israel? I haven't heard that. He may have said it, but the fact that I don't know is problematic, right? It's just another thing to add to the pile. So nobody's asking him to change his views on Israel. We just don't even, nobody knows what the hell he thinks of Israel besides it's a genocide.
Obviously. Tyrus, I have a friend in Florida. Yeah, retired CIA operative type of guy.
Awesome.
And he mentors young men.
Cool.
And the first thing he does is say, I want you to show me who your best 3 friends are and who you hang out with the most, and I'll tell you where you're going to be in 5 years.
Okay.
That's how I feel.
Harold, Jesse, and
you're going to be fine.
Okay, thank you.
But El Sayed pretends that he wasn't hanging around with Piker the whole time in order to get this primary, and only now wants to moderate.
No, look, and if it walks like a duck, it's an anti-Semitic duck. That's what it. It makes me laugh. When I was a kid coming up, I remember when David Duke ran for office, right? And anyone who voted for David Duke didn't be like, well, I disagree on a couple of things with him, but his policy on economics, you were a white supremacist or white supremacist sympathizer if you're with him. These guys are with him because he benefits them. So everything he stands for, you had no problem being in a party with him. You had no problem him going up and getting all that attention. This is who they are. They can't cover it up. That I get why they're nervous, because they're afraid that the American people might not have the stomach for what they are. But everything that they've said they are, Piker's telling the truth. He's literally the side chick going, no, he was at my house last night. Nope.
Good one, bro. So I just Googled, does Abdul El Sayed believe in a two-state solution? And this is the AI overview referencing a Forbes, the Forbes YouTube channel. And it says, Abdul El Sayed has declined to explicitly endorse a traditional two-state solution, instead stating it is not up to American politicians to dictate the final structure of peace. He has emphasized that the people with equal rights to the land, both Israelis and Palestinians, should decide together whether their future involves one state or two. Yeah, so this is idiotic, right? One state is not happening anytime soon. So the fact that anyone would endorse a one-state solution as if these two sides can work together in any capacity right now is just idiotic, and that's why people are concerned about him. How can you try to be a Democratic senator and not support a two-state solution right now? You can have your dream of them all coming together, living together, 3 generations from now, and it's all chill. It's not happening. That's not happening anytime soon. So what is your solution right now? Obviously, two-state solution. The Palestinian people should have their independence, their sovereignty. And that is the most practical solution. Do we know how to do it? No. Is it just as hard? Probably, right? Like, there's concerns about land, there's concerns about the settlers, but it is just ridiculous to take a one-state solution and try to be a U.S. senator. That is idiotic. But the point is, he hasn't. It's like he's playing games with saying, "Oh, it's up to those people to deal with it. It's up to them." That's just not an answer, man. And it makes people think the worst, that, oh, so you support the worst thing I can imagine in my head since you're not willing to state the obvious solution. Oh, okay, great. It's a roundabout way of saying two states? No shot. I'm just saying, why even do that? Why not just say with your chest, I support a two-state solution in the near term, and I hope for a one-state solution in the future. I understand that's not possible right now, but I think it would be amazing if they could figure something out. But I believe in the sovereignty of the Palestinian people, and I want to see them have peace and security. And I think the only way to do that as of right now, the only way that's going to happen is the formation of a Palestinian state. So this is problematic. This is what I'm talking about. Like, not saying something just lets the imagination run wild. And for whatever reason, our Democratic politicians assume that the American people will creatively come up with the best assumption possible about what they really mean. And I'm sorry, most people go negative when you don't lay out what's going on. If you text your girlfriend and she doesn't get back to you for 6 hours, you're going to assume that she's getting plowed by some dude she met at Starbucks that afternoon. You're not going to be like, she's just busy with her friends. She's just chilling. Her phone died. No, every guy's going to be like, oh my God, some dude is raw dogging her right now. It's all over. She's going to break up with me when we get back. Have you ever talked to Loner about Israel-Palestine? Nah.
He was there. I have the photos. He's just telling his wife that, the American people, so she won't be so mad. But this is who they are. And when he gets in, they've done this over and over again. It's just, if the people of Michigan vote for him, they also have to own it. Mm-hmm. If you vote for him, you're anti-Semitic too. You are, because that's who you support. Just like if you.
All right, chill out. This is ridiculous. I do not think you're anti-Semitic if you vote for Abdul El Sayed. There's a lot more to the Democratic candidate for Senate than this concern about anti-Semitism, right? I guarantee a ton of people will end up voting for Abdul El Sayed over the economy, like any candidate, right? Like, they won't even know about this shit. They're just like, what? I haven't been paying attention to the news. He's the Democrat. I like what he said about healthcare. That's going to be like 90% of people.
If David Duke, you voted for David Duke, yep. you got to own everything about him. Just like with Trump, they love.
Come on, David Duke ran on hatred, right? That's not right. people like David Duke, their entire campaign is about the hate that they espouse, right? That's not Abdul El-Sayed.
Tell everybody when you voted for Trump, everything that he is, you embody. This is who he is. Do the people of Michigan have the stomach for it? I don't think they do.
Trey, thinking back to your campaign days and also being on Capitol Hill, when you look at all of these Democrats now, like Debbie Dingell, who I can imagine that she's probably frustrated having to answer questions about Piker. But I also feel like all of this attention on Piker takes away from what El-Sayed himself has said. And don't take that from me. Piker just said it himself.
It kind of reminds me, we've now been playing clips of Barack Obama criticizing socialism. So the farther left you get, everyone else appears more moderate. We just referred to Debbie Dingell as a moderate. Says who? I mean, what about her? What about her voting record is moderate? People appear more moderate when compared to a guy who can't make up his mind whether rape was a good idea on October the 6th in Israel or not. Everybody is moderate compared to that. What? So Piker actually, in a weird way, may benefit some of the candidates. He's not on the ballot. He's not running because he's not electable. But people appear a little bit more moderate because they want to disagree with him.
Jessica, apparently there is some polling that shows El-Sayed not doing great, especially in rural parts of Michigan. And one of the reasons that the House Democrats are concerned is that if he does really badly, he could pull some of them out as well.
Be sure to like and subscribe.
I don't know what Trey Gowdy's going on about there. I don't know about that. Okay. I gotta use the restroom and then take a look at this heated discussion between Pisco and Hutch about El-Sayed. Heated. ERB.
And here's Virginia, a Republican in Waldorf, Maryland. Hi, Virginia.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, thanks.
I'm calling in because these tariffs that are going in effect September 8th include lumber. Housing is already off the charts. How in the heck is middle, especially lower middle class, going to live? We can't even buy food anymore. It's like, do you buy food or do you pay your bills, or do you keep heat on or you keep air on? I mean, this man needs to be removed from office, and Congress is just not doing their job.
And you say that as a Republican, Virginia?
I do. I absolutely do. I am a Republican.
And
since I was 18.
Would you, when you say that President Trump needs to be removed, I mean, I assume you mean impeached. That would put Vice President J.D. Vance in office. Would you be happy with that?
No. No. I don't know. It's the choice of two evils. No. I wrote Liz Cheney in.
All right.
So you know where I'm coming from. Yeah.
All right, Virginia. And let's take a look at another portion from Peter Navarro's appearance yesterday on Washington Journal, where he talks about why trade negotiations broke down.
The whole issue arose from what's called a Section 338 action against Canada. 338 gives the United States Trade Representative the power to impose tariffs where another country discriminates against the United States with respect to how it treats us. In other words, if Canada is doing something to everybody in the rest of the world, 338 doesn't apply. But if it's just singling us out. So in the case of the 338, we've clearly got a major dairy problem with Canada. They've got triple-digit tariffs on our dairy folks. And try as we might, dating back to the first Trump term, they just are unrepentant. They just...
What an idiot. If you look into the dairy tariffs between us and Canada, we never even hit triple digits. We don't get anywhere near the triple digit mark for tariffs. On paper, they have some high tariffs in case we export an extreme amount of dairy products to them, and that's to protect their own dairy industry. We have the same kind of tariffs to protect our dairy industry because every country wants to make sure that they have some domestic production of certain things like dairy products, for example. So I remember looking into this last year, a long time ago, and seeing that we don't come close to hitting those triple digits. So it's all bullshit from these idiots, man. Bunch of liars. All right. Let's see what these two boys had to say to each other.
I don't. Oh, okay.
Long time coming. It really is. It really is just the longest time coming. I have a concern.
Wait,
Hutch.
Don't cover the mic when you talk.
Oh, my bad. I was just being dramatic. You mean the long time coming being the whole Hassan discourse?
Yeah, it's kind of centered around him, but I think it's about something that's like bigger than him as well. But yeah.
Yeah. Believe it or not, I have something different to bring up, and maybe related, but maybe related. Okay. And this is the different thing that I have that may be related to bring up is a concern of mine.
Ooh.
Because I'm seeing it in certain places. I'm seeing whispers of it. And it's something that I wanted to bring to your attention.
Wow.
Is that
Why
fair?
do I feel like I'm being ambushed. Right
You're
now?
not being ambushed.
My 2008 tax returns or something? What is this?
Everything is fine. Why is
You
everyone
make me nervous?
Everyone's monka giga. No, everything is good. Well, not everything is good because I'm seeing the rumblings, and the rumblings are as follows.
It's not Hutch's video. Hutch hides his VODs or makes it members only or sub only.
People want Abdul El Sayed to lose his election against Mike Rogers. What do you think of that?
Well,
Are you seeing that?
About
Ooh, name names. Who wants El Sayed to lose? I haven't met a person yet. I've seen some Democrat elected officials saying they can't vote for him. I have not seen anybody say they actually want him to lose. That would be an interesting argument. Hassan, yeah, maybe Hassan wants him to lose. No one ever said they wanted him to lose. Yeah, this feels a bit straw man to me. Who are these people? Because I mean, I feel like people like Hutch and I have our criticisms of Abdul El Sayed's campaign post the primary, but we sure as hell don't want him to lose. We're giving this criticism in hopes that changes are made so he has a better chance at winning. We're concerned he's handicapping his campaign. So I'd be curious to see somebody who's advocating for him to lose. And it makes our path harder to controlling the Senate. So I'm curious to see who Pisco brings up.
But are you seeing that?
I follow a lot of people.
Turn out for what?
Babaloo with the 5 gifted subs on Twitch. Hell yeah. Thank you, bro. Let's freaking go. DSA wants Crowley to lose? Well, I know Crystal Ball does, but I wouldn't consider, I mean, maybe that's who he's talking about, people like that. I don't know. I can't imagine a good argument for Abdul El Sayed to lose from the left. Like, what? Why?
And I would say there are maybe like
it's rumblings.
4 or 5 people that I follow that are, purely out of spite, and they lay it on real thick, that spite. They want him to lose. Everybody else that I follow, like the normie libs or the libs that you might call more moderate, are kind of pissed at El Sayed because they feel like he's made bad decisions that are, impacting the rest of the party.
The argument depends on the idea that supporting Israel is more important than stopping Trump. That sounds delusional.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some people say, I can't bring myself to vote for him. But these are some like, you're talking like Jill Biden's former spokesman who went on TV to get some attention, right? Like very extreme cases and outliers. People I never heard of before, for example. Like, I never heard of that guy before. Jill Biden's former spokesman. I don't even know when he worked for her or if he's ever been in the news. You know what I mean?
And he voted for Obama.
You'd think the tariffs are putting Pisco out of business the way he farms Hutch.
Oh, bad company with the $10. They have had a few conversations, but look, this is the game. Okay, I'm the idiot who watches Meet the Press Now and PBS NewsHour and bores you guys to tears talking about actual politics. Okay, this is the game. Setting up heated debates over the latest topics. All right, these guys are smart. Hutch gets like 2,000 people watching him. You know what I mean? What am I doing? I'm dicking around here trying to force you guys to watch dusty ass PBS News. Who's the real smart people out there? Me or them? No, I just think it's an entertaining way to discuss the stories, and there's got to be a mix, right? There's got to be a balance between playing the game and doing the entertaining thing and the vegetables. You know, you got to find a balance. So I could do a better job. I could do a better job of that. I should be having more of these kind of discussions and reacting to shit like this. People love this stuff. I know I do. I tune in when I'm at the gym. I'll put something like someone reacting to this kind of stuff on and listen. So, I mean, if I'm listening, then I know other people are listening too. It's funny because I'll lose viewers when I do stuff like this because my audience is like, I don't want to watch this. You know, it's fine. I understand. But I need to do more stuff like this once in a while. And look, we did 2.5 hours of normal politics, so I think we're fine to mess around with something like this for a bit. It gives me a chance to weigh in a different way.
Democrats in a difficult position. But that's just what I see out there. Where are you seeing these sentiments?
I'm seeing rumblings. It's in the reply you see in a tweet. It's in the way he's being spoken of. It's this kind of resignation to defeat that I'm sensing. I can't put a number on it. I can't define it for you, and I can't even present you evidence of it at this moment. But I feel it. Do you?
Well, I don't think Pisco's wrong that there's this kind of assumption he might lose, right?
We learned about Dr. Annie Andrews here. Another doctor turned Senate candidate who doesn't campaign with Hassan and drag down the party. W. Dr. Annie.
W. Dr. Annie, indeed. Yeah, she's a rock star. I hope even if she doesn't win, she continues the fight because she's awesome. I do agree with Pisco that there's this kind of general feeling in the air. It's not loud, but it's like, well, we might lose this one because of this guy's actions, right? So maybe that's what he's talking about. I mean, I talk about it.
Feel it as well. Or there's
but I don't think there's a general low buzz about wanting him to lose. That's news to me, but I think there is some feeling that this guy could very well lose.
Non-trivial amounts of people who desire his loss, ostensibly for the benefit of the Democratic Party.
What? Why?
Well, I guess we would have to quibble about what's trivial versus non-trivial. Some people are saying that. I think most people I follow definitely want to win that seat. Are you frustrated with Abdul El-Sayed? I'm just curious.
In what respect?
Wick is one of those people. What is his argument? I'd be curious to hear it. Why does Wick want Abdul El-Sayed to lose, man? Wick is just taking some extreme positions. He said he wouldn't vote for Hong and that she was a disaster, and now he's saying he wants Abdul El-Sayed. I'm not going to accept that unless I hear it from him. That might be somebody just saying shit. Some of you guys mix up people's opinions. I know I see people messing up my opinion on things all the time. He wanted DSA to lose, which was Hong, not Abdul. Yeah, I don't believe it unless I see it. Wick says he supports Abdul El-Sayed. All right, there you go. See, I did not believe that Wick would root for Abdul El-Sayed to lose. I'm sure Wick wants him to pivot and to, take the advice of so many people, but I don't think he'd want him to lose.
Yes, of course. He says some stupid shit about court reform that I think was very uncalibrated. So yeah, that frustrates me. He also is kind of like a dork sometimes. That frustrates me.
I'll tell you why I'm frustrated with Abdul El-Sayed. Number one is because I want to pick up as many seats as possible, because I do think that we could have like a crazy map in 2028, but we got to pick up the seats now to make our job easier in 2028. And the second reason I'm frustrated is because I think that, you know, you can make an argument for a candidate like El-Sayed using Hassan's clout to raise their name recognition in
a primary,
in a race like a primary.
Right. Yes.
But as soon as that's over, you fucking cut ties for obvious reasons.
And he voted for Obama.
Is it wrong to point out that ICE is screwing his campaign up and that your donations and canvassing is better spent on every other battleground? That's what I heard Wick actually say.
I do think it's wrong, because those other races are just as competitive as Michigan. So Iowa, Alaska, they're toss-ups. Ohio, same thing with Michigan, I would say.
Wick says people that are explicitly DSA. That doesn't include Abdul New York Mayor, or OC. Even though OC is in her local chapter.
Abdul El-Sayed is definitely not DSA. But Zohran Mamdani is 100% DSA, and AOC is too. I don't give a shit about her membership lapsing. She wanted to be a member for the last 8 years or 7 years and screwed up the payment. That's it. I don't. We won't get into a discussion of DSA since Abdul El-Sayed isn't part of it. But to your point, Senator from West Virginia, thank you for the $10 super chat. I do not think you should regret sending money or helping Abdul El-Sayed's campaign because you think he's screwing it up. I think you hope that he changes, but I think he still has a very good chance of winning. He's just making it harder, in my opinion. So I would not, like, don't you want him to win? Like, I wouldn't withdraw my support. But I've been encouraging people to focus on other races. They need our help too, like Iowa, Ohio, Alaska. You know, these guys aren't raising as much money. I would also look at how much money has Abdul El-Sayed raised compared to Mary Patola or Sherrod Brown or Josh Turek. And if those guys have raised way less money, then your money, I would argue, goes much further. Your time spent campaigning, whether it's phone banking or texting or knocking doors, would provide a much bigger return on investment for candidates that don't have as much support as somebody like Abdul El-Sayed. So I would look into that, and that would be what determines if I continue to send money to Abdul El-Sayed or volunteer for his campaign. Not do I think he's blowing it.
Immediately. Mamdani had the good sense of doing that, and he was running in a D+35 city, for Christ's sakes.
Mamdani cut ties totally with Hassan Piker?
Right away.
I wasn't aware of that.
Right away. I think he did it even during the primary, if I'm not mistaken.
I recall him condemning specific statements of Hassan Piker. But no, I mean, yeah.
He did, but he hasn't had any kind of appearance with him since, or any kind of interaction with him.
I see. And El-Sayed has?
So the night of the primary, Hassan was like there at the event. He was invited there.
Yeah, but he was condemned to the bowling alley by himself. Remember, it was the saddest thing ever. He's sitting there by himself with his phone and his little assistant at some point. That was so sad and embarrassing. Go enjoy the party, man. If I'm flying out to Michigan to be around a, amazing moment where a guy I'm supporting is about to win the nomination to be a senator, I'm partying. I'm having fun. I'm hanging out, talking to people. I'm not streaming. Get the fuck out of here, man. Take the night off, dude. Like, this is life. Life is about experiences, not about, you don't need to be in front of the camera every second, man. It's so cringe all by yourself. Everybody else having a good time. You're sitting there talking to your chat. Get out of here. I love you guys. I appreciate you, but I'm living my life, man. And I feel like it sends a terrible message if I were to go to a party and go into a side room and talk to you guys all night. You guys would tell me, what are you doing? Turn off the stream. Go hit on some chicks, man. What are you doing?
I think Hassan was invited to Mamdani's victory place.
I think that's true. I think that's true as well. So maybe that's out of bounds. But like, I think 2 days after the primary, or 1 day after the primary, they had a celebration party where there were photographers from the press there. Like there was a professional AP photographer, and I'm sure you've probably seen the picture of him and Hassan like yakking it up and smiling and yeah. So, you know, he allowed himself to be photographed by professional media with Hassan on the night of the primary win. And
I remember that. And he was at the pool party, which even Hassan said was a mistake. But I don't remember after that. I think Hutch, I don't know what Hutch is talking about. I feel like Hassan flew back immediately. Perfectly good strip club right next to you right now. It's for another night, man.
And would you agree that his decision?
Stupid decision. Yes. Horrible decision.
Would you agree that he's putting other Democrats in a difficult position?
I'm not as convinced of that, but that's because I just don't think that this kind of controversy is likely to extend to other races. I haven't seen evidence of that. And to the extent that it's happening, it feels like many Democrats are coming out and saying, hey, it's a distraction, or even I condemn what this guy stands for. So I'm not super convinced it's going to have any effect at all. In fact, I've been seeing some pretty optimistic looking polls, including of people in the most competitive districts, for example, or states like Talarico. I sent you some polls that show Talarico, even notwithstanding a lead for someone like Abbott, having like these really impressive showings in districts where Trump won by like 18, 20 points. But all of that is, I think, fair.
Yeah, but just today we had to have Ossoff put out a statement condemning Hassan's language from a recent stream, not his America deserved 9/11 7 years ago comments. This was from the last week where he said some disgusting things about Jewish people are putting themselves in danger by advocating for Israel. So that forced our star John Ossoff and others to have to take time out from their campaign and address the issue. So whether or not that affects the polling doesn't matter. That's one less minute that Ossoff wasn't focused on Trump and the economy and running the campaign he wanted to run because Hassan ran his mouth and he had to say something. I mean, I don't know why, and I'm not trying to give Pisco a hard time, but like people don't take this very seriously that Ossoff had to put out that statement. Ossoff doesn't want to weigh in on this shit. It was important that he do that. That's how serious it was. He felt the need to say something. And I don't think it's just because he had a feeling, oh, I'm Jewish, I need to say something. It was affecting his campaign negatively, and it was going to have an impact on him, and it may have had a small impact, but it was enough for him to put out a message. And that should never happen, man. Like, we want our politicians, our candidates focused on their campaign and what's going to win, which is the Trump administration.
For us to go through. I'm curious why it's generating, again, this is my feeling, this kind of simmering resignation to defeat, or I might be so bold, a hope, a desire of defeat for El Sayed as just desserts. This is what you get for taking that picture with Hassan Piker, and that would actually be good. It would actually.
I don't know who's saying that, man. I think those people are strange. And if any of you guys feel like that, and I'm not accusing you of it, I would ask you to take a step back and say, look, Hassan's been raked over the coals quite a bit, okay? Like, asking for El Sayed to lose because he associated with him is psychopath levels of hatred and revenge, okay? That's not helping, you know what I mean? So if you're feeling that at all, I would ask you to pump the brakes and you know, relax, because Hassan is getting his, don't worry. And it'd be great if El Sayed dropped him. It would feel great, but I mean, it's not the end of the world if he doesn't. Yeah.
Be good motivation. It would be good incentives so that next time someone tries to do this, they know they're going to get destroyed in the election.
And I'll say just briefly, the reason why people are concerned is the polling and the negative headlines and the distraction that Hassan is causing. Every day that Abdul El-Sayed is not talking about the economy and the headlines are talking about Hassan, which you can get mad at the media for doing that. You can get mad at liberals for bringing it up, whatever, but it's what people want to talk about because it's juicy and that's how life works. That is a wasted day that is hurting his campaign. And he could help resolve this by taking some action to get people to not give a damn anymore. And he's not doing that. So it's concerning. Now, the polling shows he's up a little bit. There's a couple polls that show he's down. But we know that the polls overestimated progressive support for Abdul El-Sayed in his primary by like 16 points. So just because there's polls that show he's +7 on Mike Rogers, and he's not over 50% in those polls either, by the way, that is concerning because if you think about it logically, it's very possible he's down 3 points, not up 7. That's the concern.
And they'll never do it again. Are you feeling that? Because I'm feeling that.
I can only speak for myself and say that, of course, there's a petty side of this. I'll just fully own that, and I think it goes deeper than just like simply being photographed with Hassan Piker. It's about what that represents. Like, what message does that send? And from my perspective, I feel like I've been this like. I feel like I have been in this fight against like Trump and MAGA for the last, 10 years, haven't missed a single primary or election, voted straight ticket Democrat every time. And when I see a United States Senate candidate campaigning with someone who, has used his platform for years to say that the Democratic Party is literally like the second most evil institution in the world. That's what he told me, and he believes that. And he accuses his party of being like his foreign policy
Maoist
stuff. I don't really care. But I'm saying he openly calls the Democratic Party fascist. He compared,
of course,
Kamala Harris to Adolf Hitler.
Yeah.
And so that feels like someone to me that has been like working against what I've been working towards. And so there's a petty side of this of like, it does feel kind of cathartic to watch him just get fucking buried by his own clips. After
watch El-Sayed be buried or Hassan be buried?
Hassan. And so, like the petty stuff I reserve for Hassan, but not for El-Sayed. I just want El-Sayed to make better decisions.
Great. I agree. I want El-Sayed to make better decisions. And I think the best way we can try to motivate him is, and really to put him in a position to affect that change, is to reward him for distancing himself from what Hassan said.
Okay. I'm curious to hear this argument. I mean, I applaud him for taking that first step with the statement, right? That was good. It's not enough. I mean, it's a good first step. Absolutely. And I actually was a little disappointed in people raging at Abdul El-Sayed for saying it's not good enough, it's not good enough. I do think there should be a little attaboy, to encourage him in that direction. Like, obviously it wasn't anywhere near enough because everybody was pissed, but it was a step in the right direction.
And if for anything else, even if you think the statement was insufficient, at least acknowledging here live on your stream, Hutch, that you unequivocally endorse El-Sayed and urge every one of your audience members, to the extent that they're able to vote for El-Sayed in the general election.
I definitely hold the view that if you live in Michigan, it is really important that you vote for Abdul El-Sayed.
That's
and
great.
Furthermore,
yeah,
if you have time and the inclination to volunteer to help him with canvassing efforts in the state. And furthermore, if you have disposable income that you can send to his Senate campaign, then you should.
Yeah, this seems unnecessary from Hutch. Obviously, Hutch is supportive. He may not say it every day to go out and vote and to support and to send money, but I don't think anyone doubts Hutch's support for El Sayed. I think they understand that Hutch looks at Hassan as a terrible person who's a problem for the Democrats and the left in our democracy and our politics, and is focused on the story there. I mean, not everybody needs to be saying every day, like, go donate to this campaign or volunteer, right? Like, people have different roles they play and different things they focus on.
Do that as well. Like,
beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah, no, okay, that assures me a lot, because
Pisco's actively doubting Hutch's support. I disagree. I think it comes off like that, but I do not think Pisco doubts Hutch's support for El Sayed for a second. Maybe I'm wrong, but I do not get the impression that Pisco thinks Hutch wants El Sayed to lose in any way.
Before, when you said the whole like 30% of me wants him to lose, I was like, I sat with that for a while, Hutch. I'm not gonna lie, it affected me. I was like, we can't be losing Hutch.
30% of me that thinks that.
Yeah, talk me through that though.
Well, if you look at the map right now, like with the newest developments out of South Carolina, I don't know if you've been looking at the numbers there.
Oh.
If he doesn't doubt that, then why'd he call? He called and he said there's a general feeling out there that I'm hearing more and more people hoping he loses. He didn't say Hutch. He said in general, some people.
I think it's
he admitted 30% of Hutch wants El Sayed to lose. I don't know. I don't believe that.
It's a bit ambitious, but I'm here for it. What is her name? Annie something? Annie something? But
looking at the numbers there.
Oh, I think it's it's a bit ambitious, but I'm here for it. What is her name? Annie something? Annie something?
Hutch says it himself. I don't believe him. I'm sorry. People say things. I think if Hutch was really pressed, he would say, no, I don't want him. 0% of me wants him to lose.
I don't even know her name.
We don't even know her name.
Shit about South Carolina, but I've seen the numbers. I've seen the head-to-head polling, and all of a sudden, a state like South Carolina is competitive, Iowa's competitive, Texas is competitive. So, if you're someone that holds my view that the movement that has,
my bad, sorry.
If you're someone that holds my view that the movement that Hassan represents has been an albatross around the neck of the Democratic Party, then it kind of makes sense to see the value in like normie Democrats just crushing it and flipping seats that you wouldn't even think was possible a year ago, while the progressive candidate loses in a swing state.
That's valuable, or you think that's? I just don't understand it. I don't think you think it's good. I think you think it's like you understand the sentiment behind it, the same way you understand the pettiness, the same way you understand the statements being bad, the same way that you understand that like that worldview is flawed, maybe even terminally flawed, but not in a way that you understand it rationally motivating the action, by which you mean you agree with it, to sit out the election or to not endorse. That's the part that I don't understand.
Well, I'm not rooting for that outcome, but if that outcome happened, I could give you the silver lining of that outcome. I could say, well, not ideal, but here's why I think it's not all bad.
Yeah, I understand that argument. I mean, it could be a disaster for those agitators that have been causing so many problems for years. It could be the end of Hassan's political career if El Sayed goes down, which in the long run may be better for the Democratic Party. There's definitely a silver lining if he loses. I mean, it's obviously not the ideal outcome, but I mean, if we're talking, could any good come out of that? Of course, good can come out of anything,
But you could do that with just about any bad thing, right? Well, going through cancer makes me more thoughtful about how I live my life, or, having Trump win made us realize something about the Democratic Party. There could be a silver lining to a great many bad thing that occurs, right?
Well, I think some things are just really bad. Like if I fell in a vat of molten lava tomorrow, like I would have a hard time finding the silver lining there.
Yeah,
but
fair.
But
I agree. There's not always a silver lining.
I'm telling you that in the case of if the Democrats if normie Democrats just feast on Republicans during the midterms, and put a strong performance out there, and El Sayed loses, I'm telling you that there's real value there that I think would potentially like help the Democratic Party in the long run. Like
more so than El
game.
Sayed winning the election? No, right? Because
No, I don't know. Yeah. Otherwise, I would be rooting for that outcome. But the value there would be like, it's been so easy for people like Hassan and people with his politics and people from that movement to talk all of this shit and hype themselves up the way that they've been doing for several years. And because like they got to do that for so long because they never really had that challenge. So they would make these bold claims that their politics, you could just replicate that all over the country. And the problem with the Democratic Party is that it's just not actually like doing enough to support their kind of candidates. And if they did, that they would win all over. And there is value on not only like, you know, El Sayed losing that race and then, you know, hurting that claim pretty significantly, but also,
can you just pause real quick? Hey guys, can you be good faith to Hutch, please? I don't.
What are people saying? I can't read that little chat, and I want to keep it a not full screen so people can see what we're watching here. I just think I know what Hutch is saying. I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, but there's better ways for that lesson to be learned than for us to lose an easy to win seat in the Senate. Going back to what Hutch said earlier, having that seat for 6 years is going to help us in the future, especially with the 2028 map, right? We're one step closer to getting good policy passed if we have that extra seat. So there's nothing like any damage that happens to the Hassan wing of the party and those freaks who have been such trouble for years. It doesn't outweigh missing out on having that seat for 6 years, even if it's with a candidate that you do not think is perfect and has some flaws. It's still good to have that seat. So, and in any case, even if El Sayed loses, there will be no post-mortem done by those freaks. There will be no reflection. There will be no lesson learned by those people. They'll find every excuse in the book why they lost, except for themselves and their movement. So this is the same group that brought you, you know, we never lose because of ourselves. It's always the mainstream media, the corporate media, the corporate Dems, the donors, the billionaire. It's always someone else's fault with this crew. So there's no reason to think that they would all of a sudden reflect on their candidate losing and change their opinion about what happened, right? They'll just blame the outside factors. Again, they'll blame Israel, the Jews, AIPAC, yeah, whatever. So I just don't see the value in them crashing and burning. Bernie lost on a much bigger stage, and they did not come to the right conclusion and make any changes. So why in the world would they change with a Senate race?
Don't need you guys saying he's lying about wanting the Republican to win. Let's just take him at his word. I believe him. He's been vote blue no matter who longer than you guys have been alive. All right, so let's just
if you want to let your and I'm not even
no,
like
I don't want that. This is a friend of the
sorry, I didn't even mean to say it like that, but like I'm just telling you, like your chat can say whatever and it's not gonna bother me because I have thought these things out quite a bit. I know I have very good reasons for the things that I'm saying. And so like I think that the value of this happening also would be that future US Senate candidates that are running in really important races are going to think twice before campaigning with Hassan Piker. So
well, I think that damage is already done. So I don't think El Sayed losing would move the needle on that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it would. But I think enough damage has been done. Hassan has been labeled an anti-Semite. He had Hakeem and Ken Martin come out against him and senators. The damage is done. I don't know if there's much more juice to be squeezed out of that one.
There's future value there, right? Like, surely you would agree with that, right?
I think that there's future value potentially for the Hassan part of it. Yeah. In the primary context, let's say. Where I don't see necessarily is on any score where that is improved by him losing, because I think if he wins, now you have the model of disavowing Hassan, right? And you winning, and that's also there. And like someone is able to win and unify with the disavowal of the given statements or whatever, and we're all good, right? So like, in what sense is this kind of like maybe him losing is maximalist anti-Hassan? Maybe I would grant that. But
what if he wins convincingly? Do you worry this might send a message? No, I don't think it would. I think same thing. Like, a lot of people realized what a mess he was, and they'll probably think we would have won by even more if it wasn't for this guy. So I don't think it'll change anyone's minds on either side of the issue.
But I think you still get some of that effect by how El Sayed would win. And he won by being unafraid to take a stance against what Hassan said about whatever the stuff about Jews bringing it on themselves.
I think what I'm getting at is that if this goes really poorly for El Sayed, and you can attribute a lot of his failure to his decision to align himself with Hassan during the primary, then I think that future Democrats that are serious about winning elections in competitive races are going to think twice before using Hassan to elevate their name recognition.
Mm-hmm.
And if he wins, then I think other Democrats will make this what I think is a mistake, which is to use Hassan because it's a devil's bargain. Okay, it's like, okay, yeah, it may boost you in the primary a little bit, but we know with 1,000% certainty that Fox News and the right wing are going to do this every time. Any time a candidate campaigns with Hassan in the primary, they're going to fucking bury that candidate in campaign ads, tying them to Hassan. And that is a losing electoral strategy. And I don't want the Democratic Party to do that in the future.
And so if they win, you're confident that that attack will have been at least shown in the minds of most fair-minded people to be toothless, the anti-Hassan attack that is, and that you fear then therefore Hassan rises in prominence as a result.
I think I fear that it will be perceived as toothless, but I don't think it takes a genius to understand that these attacks are working, and it is helping Mike Rogers. Otherwise, I don't know how to explain why Abdul El Sayed's campaign put out a message, sort of in a way that I think is more subtle than I would have wanted it to be, but like distancing themselves from Hassan, and then yesterday telling another reporter that he has no plans to campaign with Hassan. I think the reason why they're doing that, whether he's making those comments, is obvious, and it's because that campaign obviously thinks that those attacks are hurting him. And do you disagree that?
Oh no,
they're going to do this. They're going to do this every time.
No, I don't disagree.
Every time,
but there is a tension between El Sayed's victory. Let's say it's a convincing 5-point victory. This notion that
5-point victory, I would not say is a convincing victory. I think you win by high single digits, like 8, 9. Okay.
You couldn't pay me to vote for Ossoff now. Weak.
Damn. We lost history buff. Ossoff is he failed. Wasn't good enough. Like Darlene Graham won by 5 points on Tuesday. I would not say that was a convincing, commanding victory from Darlene, right? That, to me, it showed weakness. If anything, she won by 5.
Hassan is cyanide for your campaign, especially if his result, let's say, is in line with how other Democrats are performing relative to the inherent partisanship of the states. If he's in line with that, then some of the luster of the argument regarding he's hurting, right, starts to go away, right? In which case, wouldn't your critique also start to go away about him damning Democrats in terms of the odds? Don't you have something on the line here too?
I don't know if I personally have something on the line.
I think you might, Hutch.
I have my sense of where the electorate is at, and I do hold the view that Hassan's politics are like just as toxic and corrosive as you can be. Like, do you understand that? Which is a very condescending way to ask a question, but do you understand that like do you understand the Republican Party right now, if you're Mike Rogers' campaign, it's win-win. They're putting pressure on Abdul El-Sayed and other Democrats to acknowledge Hassan Piker and his influence and significance in the current moment within Democratic Party politics. And there's two different outcomes.
But you have an interest in that as well, right? You're trying to do that as well, because you're trying to put it all on the line to have there be a response, right? So you're also increasing the prominence, and you want that. Let's be honest, you want the Fox News attacks to occur, right?
Absolutely not. No.
I thought you started this conversation that you liked it, that you wanted the Fox News attacks.
I mean, like all things being equal, like in a vacuum, I don't want my candidates who are running in swing states to have to, deal with this kind of coverage on Fox News. So I'm not rooting for that to happen. It's obviously going to happen. It's just, so
but
it's
don't you think that's
unavoidable.
good? But don't you think that it's good that if a candidate associates themselves with Hassan, that all the powers that be, including Fox News and establishment, quote unquote, or leadership Democrat, quote unquote, however you want to define that term, I'm not putting any connotation on that term, that they attack Hassan? Isn't that pressure good? Isn't that fulfilling the thing that you want to see? You started this call by being like, I'm actually quite like feeling good that this is all occurring. Isn't this part of the immune system pushing out Hassan? In which case, don't you have something to lose, right? Because if it doesn't work, or if El-Sayed is in line or exceeds nationwide expectations, which I don't think is likely right now, but let's say that it is, wouldn't that undermine your case?
I think it's a little unfair to Hutch, because Hutch is compartmentalizing his personal feelings and his concerns versus for the candidate and the Democrat.
Wait, this is a pro-genocide CO channel? Yikes.
What? I don't even know this guy, man. I don't even care to figure out if it's a joke or not. You're out of here. Hutch has just expressed that he has a personal issue with Hassan and concern, so he's glad to see him get dragged by the rest of the world. But electorally, it's a disaster for the Democratic Party and this candidate running in a swing state. So that I don't think it's that difficult, but I think it's a little unfair the way Pisco is framing it. Like, look, Hutch is just enjoying it. I'm enjoying it too. This is my Super Bowl, man. I've been a certified Hassan hater for years. And to watch him get dragged by the DNC chair and all the news and everybody call him terrible is amazing. I wish there were less people saying he's just a streamer or whatever. And I think they will eventually as time goes on. Everybody's starting to hate on him, and him being labeled a bigot and an anti-Semite like he deserves is glorious. I live for these days, man. This is amazing. Now, do I wish it wasn't happening? Absolutely, because if Hassan didn't exist in this campaign, Mike Rogers would just be running a Islamic man bad, Muslim man bad. That would be it, and it wouldn't be as potent. It would just be like, oh, he's got a Muslim name, and he's just
New Tile Arico poll +6. Blue wave coming, folks.
Nice. It's like, oh, this guy's different, but it wouldn't be as potent as it is with this nonsense from Hassan. Mike Rogers would still be running an Islamophobic campaign because they have nothing else. They can't run on Trump's record, the economy, policy they passed, anything. It's all garbage. So all they can do is fearmonger because the guy is a Muslim. But it wouldn't be anywhere near as potent if it weren't for Hassan's bullshit. So I put the country over me personally, and I know Hutch does as well. It's not that difficult.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Yes. Obviously, like if El Sayed wins by 10 points or something like that, then Hassan.
I think you'd be upset. If he overperforms, you'd be upset. I think.
I don't know if I would be upset.
I would not be upset if he overperforms. I personally, I want to see Hassan crash and burn, and I've already got everything I wanted and more. And if more happens between now and November, I'll be thrilled. As far as Hassan getting dragged, more people coming out against him, El Sayed condemning him. Oh my God, it'll just be icing on the cake. But so far, I am pleased with what I've seen. I hope it goes further, but if he has a commanding victory, great. That means we're having a great night. I don't know, man. I think there'll be plenty of other things to give a damn about. Like, if El Sayed has a commanding victory, then I feel like we're going to win in Texas. We're going to win in Alaska, all over the place, and there'll be a lot more going on than El Sayed, and who cares? But here's the thing. Even if he does well, people like me will say he could have done even better if it wasn't for the Hassan bullshit, right? But I don't think there's a world in which he's going to overperform. Like, he'll eke out a victory if he does win at this point. I don't think he's going to have some double-digit victory. So it's kind of like a useless straw man. Like, in what world does El Sayed have just a giant victory? I think the chances are pretty small. It's possible if we have a great night and the American people come out and don't give a shit about this issue and don't care about Hassan and they're voting based on their wallet and more bad things happen in the next 70 days, then sure, it's possible. But I don't think I don't think the Hassan part of it all will be the main story by a long shot.
I'll take a 10-point victory.
I know,
Michigan.
but
like,
you want ideally you want it to be a squeaker, right?
Wait, let me hold on real quick. Let me make the point that I was making. I'll be so brief. The Republicans are the reason why they're in a win-win situation is because
I got to get a banana to eat. BRB.
No matter what the outcome is, like, they're forcing the issue. They are forcing these fault lines to come to the surface. Like, they're forcing the Democratic Party to draw lines. Like the Democratic Party leadership to define the party, and they can define the party by disavowing Hassan or welcoming him into the tent. And in either of those outcomes, the Republican Party is going to benefit from that. Because, like, if the as Democratic Party leadership is doing right now in disavowing Hassan, Republicans know that that's going to cause a shitstorm within the party, and it's going to cause all kinds of division and fighting, and it's going to be like 2016 all over again. And if Democrats like roll out the welcome mat or defend Hassan, then they're going to turn around and look at normies and be like, see, we told you, they're fucking crazy. And so
that's a dynamic that you would support. You wouldn't want it to be any other way. And I think the proof of that is the following. What would make you happier? An El Sayed overperformance by 10 points. Let's say he wins by 10 points and over the margin by which he was expected and in line with other Democratic overperformances. Would you prefer that, or an El Sayed win where he wins by 0.5? What's preferable? There you go.
0.5.
Right? Like,
yeah.
And the reason is you're trying to balance.
Yeah.
And that's what's causing you to have this tension. The two wolves in you, right? There's two wolves. There's the vote blue no matter who wolf, and there's the wolf about internal Democratic, cleansing, and they're both gay, and they're fighting each other.
But I don't know if I experience it as this like uncomfortable tension, like I just have my perspective that, and I don't even think anybody could give me a plausible steelman argument or counter argument. But I think it is just, we know with 100% certainty at this point that Hassan Piker is fucking toxic sludge.
What's wrong with rooting for a 0.5% victory for El Sayed? Who cares? That'll damage Hassan, and that'll shake him a little bit and realize, hey man, you're on thin ice here, champ. You don't have the people's confidence here. You got to really work hard. I mean, we were hoping that's what would happen with his less than 1% victory here in the primary, but I don't think he's changed that much yet. But I would root for a 0.5% win. I don't know. We still get the seat, and Hassan is viewed as a huge liability that hurt his campaign tremendously. I mean, what's wrong with that? I don't see any problem with that. Problem? What's going on in my Twitch chat? What's the problem? Who do I need to delete? Just give me a name. They're gone.
And so I am rooting for whatever outcome.
No, you want that to be the case, right? You just showed it, right? You want him to be toxic to.
What I'm saying is,
David Sears. All right.
Saying is, I'm rooting for any outcome that gets more people to understand this. That's what I'm rooting for.
You actually want him to be toxic to El Sayed, just not in such a way that he loses the election.
No, I don't.
You do.
No, I don't want. No, I don't want Hassan Piker to be a toxic influence in Democratic Party politics. I want him to fuck off. I want him to get away from Democratic Party politics.
No, but given two scenarios, one in which he drags down El Sayed, but not enough to lose the election, and one in which he really has no effect and El Sayed is free and clear, you would pick the one in which he has a negative effect on El Sayed. You would.
What's wrong with that? We still get the seat, and Hassan gets spanked. What's the big deal?
In other words, it's not just that you think that it will occur. You want there to be reputational damage associated with Hassan, such that it drags down Democrats with whom he associates, just not in such a way that it jeopardizes the whole election.
Nah, see, what Pisco's missing here is people like Hutch and I do not want El Sayed to win by 0.5. We want El Sayed to win by 10 points because he dropped Hassan like a ton of bricks 8 weeks before the election and pivoted to win over the black votes that he's missing and the Jewish votes that are concerned about him. That's what we want. We want him to win by a mile because he did the right things. But if he's not going to, then we're rooting for a 0.1% victory. I want him to win by 1 vote. What does it matter? I just want him to win. It doesn't matter if you win by 1 vote or 100,000, you still win. So my hope, and the reason why we say anything, is because we think he's handicapping his campaign unnecessarily by holding on to this piece of garbage that everyone else has condemned and is the face of anti-Semitism and bigotry in America right now. Whether it's fair or not, he's got that label. He's got no one defending him. And even El Sayed isn't defending him. He's dismissing him as just a Twitch streamer. He's not even defending him in any way. There's nobody defending Hassan except morons like Mehdi Hassan and other idiots on X or something. That's it. Everyone else is just dismissing him as some random influencer. They're not defending him in any way. So no one understands why Abdul El Sayed refuses to drop him. That's it. Nobody's rooting for failure. We want people to win. We want people to do better.
I mean, ideally, I would want it to be like limited. Like, I don't want him to like drag down a bunch of other Democratic Party races. But
and this is the concern. Like, John Ossoff had to put out a statement today. Ken Martin had to put out a statement. Hakeem Jeffries had to put out a statement. Everybody should be pissed that happened. Instead, they're pissed at the people who put out the statement as if they are the problem. No, the fact that they had to put out a statement is the problem. And this has gone beyond Abdul El Sayed's race. He's trying to fuck it up for other people now because of his hubris and his affinity for Hassan for some reason. So I don't know. I wish Pisco would see it more like that. Like, this guy has now become more of a liability for the rest of the party, and the vitriol should be directed towards him, not towards the people rooting for his demise. He's brought this upon himself.
If we can use Michigan to demonstrate the point that this guy is a snake oil salesman that is horrible for the party, then yeah, there's going to be value in in learning that lesson and just demonstrating it. And yeah, I mean, are you saying that you think it's bad that I have this perspective? Do you think my priorities are off base?
Yeah, let it be known. If El Sayed does not drop Hassan and forcefully reject him, I want him to win by one vote. One vote. One single vote. That is my official position.
Well, I think that your priorities, if you're asking my opinion, and I think are off base if it's causing you to have this 30% residual. Maybe I would say there's like a 1% silver lining, or however you want to define that. I think 30% to me is too much. So if that's the question, I think it is off base. But more than that, I think this is really clarifying, because it's not just how it's been presented before by the Wick class, the illustrious Wick class. Why, by the way, the Wick class and I have a great deal of overlap. We are substantially very much aligned on many different things. But they have given an account, that is the Wick class, it's descriptive. Hassan is going to cause toxic damage to Democrats, and therefore, right, we need to inoculate, right? But it's more than that. It's not just descriptive, it's normative. We want there to be damage, brand harm associated with Hassan, and it's for the ideological reasons, right? And that's clear. I'm not saying that there's like anything inherently wrong, but like that is clarifying and illuminated.
But what's wrong with that, Pisco? This is a guy who now had John Ossoff have to put out a statement condemning his words. This guy's toxic, man. He's bad news. He's not good for the brand.
Desire that is, and that's why I'm getting the vibe, I think, and I can't prove it, I can't point to it, that a lot of people, I can't prove it, want El Sayed to lose, and not just Republicans.
My chat says you're clip farming me.
No, I'm
do you
not.
respond to these
How am I
allegations?
clip farming? How is that clip farming? How is anything what I said clip farming?
How do you
I totally reject it.
It's almost like you want me to say that I want Abdul to lose.
No, you made it very clear you don't want him to lose. You made it very clear.
You banned Red Hot Pepper. He was joking about a conversation we're having. I don't know. I saw somebody say, "Hey, Jew," something, and they got banned. Don't say stupid shit in my chat. I don't care what you guys are doing. I don't need to know the context. If people can't resist saying stupid shit in my chat, they're going to get banned. I don't care what's going on.
You don't want him to lose. And just pull your chat. Ask your chat. I'm sure that they all said, chat, Hutch's chat. 1 in the chat if you want El Sayed to win. 2 if you want him to lose. 3 if you're indifferent or don't care. All right? Those are the different options.
I like that. Yeah.
And I bet you'll just see a bunch of 1s. That's what I expect you'll see. So I'm not trying to clip farm you on that. I expected you to say, I unequivocally support El Sayed, and you did say that, and you said not only that, you should like donate if you have the resources and inclination.
You mentioned ideology, and
yeah,
I am not motivated by my my disagreement with Hassan's ideology. It has nothing to do with this. I don't care about his ideology. It is purely my calculations, my analysis, the way I think about this is purely based on what I view to be his impact on Democratic Party politics and elections.
Right, but
do you even disagree with me that Hassan Piker?
Dude, anybody rooting for El Sayed to lose is a moron. And we have yet to see anybody doing that. Like, it's not hard to say, man. Like, if you're rooting for El Sayed to lose, you're an idiot. Just straight up. You should be rooting for El Sayed to change. He's got 70 days, and you should be encouraging him to take further steps. And I think he will. I hope he does. He seems like a smart guy. He's fucking stubborn as a mule, but I think he has already started to take steps in that direction. And the big people have come out condemning his little friend Hassan, and I understand he's got a soft spot for him for some reason. I don't know why, but that's between them. I think he wants to win this, and if more evidence comes out that he's losing ground to Mike Rogers, then he's going to make the right move, and if he doesn't, then he doesn't. But I want him to do the right thing and win, and I would scream at anybody who says otherwise. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense.
Is toxic sludge for a race like Michigan, where it's a competitive race in a swing state?
I'll tell you my inclination. My inclination is that he's negative for the general. That's my inclination. That's my vibe. We haven't had a great deal of evidence for that, though, right? My inclination has always been all else equal.
What? Hang on.
Go for it.
Right now, this current moment, that's the evidence.
No,
that's the evidence.
No. I'm talking. What I'm measuring is the effect on results, right? That's what I'm measuring. And having
we don't need to wait for the election, though. We don't need to wait for the election to know that something is having a negative effect on Abdul El-Sayed's campaign. Like, we don't need to perfectly quantify that.
Well, hang on a second,
know
because
for sure.
So no. Well, what are we measuring, right? The effect on. What are we measuring, right? That's important to establish.
If we want to get really specific with it, we would want to measure the impact on undecided voters.
Right. We don't know that
in
right?
Michigan. No, but it's kind of like,
that's my inclination as well. All I'm saying is I don't know, but my inclination is it probably hurts more than it helps in the general election. That's my inclination. So I think we're aligned in terms of belief, but there's something holding you back. Why do you think that we're not aligned there? Do you think we have evidence?
I think we have the obvious evidence. Like, I don't think we could, sure. Like, it would be nice to commission a poll, like a really reputable poll with like a fat fucking sample size of 10,000 people, perfectly weighted demographics, and then ask people like, does Abdul El-Sayed's affiliation with streamer Hassan Piker like impact your view of him?
It might have.
I would feel so confident that a non-trivial amount of independent, of undecided voters do have serious concerns about that.
Like, my inclination is that it would have a.
I probably disagree. I'm willing to bet most people in Michigan aren't even aware of Hassan Piker, man. It wasn't there a poll that showed only like 30% of people in the Democratic Party even heard of Hassan Piker? And that doesn't even say that like they know who he is. They just maybe have heard the name. Like, again, most people are going to come out and vote based on the economy, and that's going to go one way or the other, right? Like, they're either pissed at Trump or not, right? At this point, it's probably 50%, maybe, but the overwhelming reason to go vote in November, because most people are annoyed by voting. I don't think people are going to go be motivated to vote because they think Sharia law's taken over or something. Like, that's not going to get people out to vote. It's kind of like the trans stuff. It's not the most motivating thing in the world. But the economy is the biggest thing, right? Like, that'll get you out to vote. You're getting your ass kicked at the gas pump. You can't afford health insurance. You're seeing your cost of living skyrocket. You're going to go out and vote. That's going to trump Sharia law and your concerns about him hanging out with Hassan Piker any day of the week. Also, the Jewish population in Michigan is like 1% of the population. Let me see. I've only heard this. I haven't looked it up. So let me look it up. What percent of...
And he voted for Obama.
Hutch said he doesn't care about Hassan's ideology when it comes to this. But I think it's important that Hassan is being disavowed for being anti-Semitic, not for wanting free healthcare.
Yes, it's great to see him dragged and criticized. I love it. I think it's great. I think his power has been diminished incredibly. I do not think you're going to see people openly campaigning with him moving forward. I mean, do you guys think you'll ever see anybody campaigning with him in a major campaign again? I'm not sure we ever will. Abdul's definitely not going to be seen with him anytime soon. And so, like, who else is going to campaign with him in the future? He is horrifically toxic now. It's one thing to denounce and to criticize him. It's another thing to hang out with him and invite him and to chill with him. I don't think you're going to see him around much, man, if at all. The crazies? Yeah, I'm not so sure you're going to see much of Hassan moving forward. I think his peak happened on election night with El-Sayed. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. So, according to the AI overview on Google, approximately 1.3% of Michigan's population is Jewish. Roughly 129,000 residents identify as Jewish in the state. Now, I would argue that Michigan is a 50-50 state because of what happened in 2024. I don't think it's a super blue state. I think it's a swing state. And so I would say 50% of those Jews are already voting for Trump because they're Republicans. And I don't know. So, okay, so now we're talking about maybe 65,000 people that are Democrats. How many of those people are genuinely concerned about Abdul El-Sayed or even know about Hassan Piker and the, the concern for their religion, their safety, anti-Semitism? The numbers start dwindling, you know what I mean? So I think we're talking about tens of thousands at most here who are making a decision at all based on anti-Semitism and concern of Hassan Piker and all that. So, could tens of thousands of people sway an election? Yeah, sure. And I think that's why it's important that he go show that he cares about the Jewish community and he stop this nonsense of putting out statements saying he cares about them as much as his children. Go show, man. Stop talking. It's not working. And abandon Hassan and throw him under the bus. Like, that would all just be better. But, it's not a lot of people in Michigan that I think are going to give a damn about this issue. I think if you're not Jewish, then you're not as passionate about this issue. I think you can be concerned and you're valid. But I mean, I don't think most people that aren't Jewish are going to decide whether or not to vote for this guy based on anti-Semitism. Like, I think that's mostly a Jewish person thing. There are allies, don't get me wrong. There's tons of allies out there, but is that the number one issue for them? Probably not most. Probably not most.
A significant negative effect on independent voters that you've described, right? I don't know that.
But again, the bigger problem for me is the distraction. The fact that we're not talking about Trump's economy and Trump and the Republicans. Every day that the media stays fixated on Hassan Piker and Abdul El-Sayed's association with him, and it's more about his lack of outreach to the Jewish community and his fighting the Jewish support. That's the bigger story. Hassan is not the meat of the story. El-Sayed could get rid of all of this by just doing what I said earlier, going on a tour of synagogues and meeting with Jewish leaders and winning their support, like that Jeremy Moss guy and Hillary, whatever her name is, the congresswoman. He should be living with those people. He should be renting a room in their homes and just hanging out and learning everything he can to get their support. That is 100 times more important than dumping Hassan or anything to do with Hassan. It's the fact that he refuses to proactively win over Jewish support. He's done nothing. He's just kind of dicking around, putting out a statement once in a while and saying something about how much he hates anti-Semitism. That's not going to do it.
Though, right? And so that's my inclination. But it could have that effect. It could not have that effect. It could have the opposite effect, right? And I don't fucking know, right? But I'm telling you that I agree with inclination.
Well, I have a high degree of confidence, and I think you should too, because really for a lot of reasons, but for two primary reasons. Like,
it's not just a Jewish question. Hassan is infinite ammo against him, pro CCP. I don't think anyone cares about that stuff.
As well as I.
As far as your random Michigander, I don't think they even know about that stuff. I barely heard a peep about that probably.
That a U.S. Senate campaign, especially ones that are as well funded as the Michigan race. I mean, there's going to be a lot of money pouring into that race because Republicans see an opportunity to flip a blue seat. That's a huge deal. And Abdul El-Sayed, he's been one of the largest small donor I think, recipients in the country. And so like he's attracting a lot of money. And you know as well as I that these campaigns are very sophisticated, okay?
Oh yeah.
They hire people whose entire job is to like poll the electorate, survey the electorate, and like see what potentially moves these voters. And what we know for sure right now is that
the campaign's reacted.
Mike,
yeah, the campaign's reacted. But I don't know that they have the data.
Well, you think they're just going off a hunch here? Like Mike Rogers, when Abdul won that primary, less than an hour later, they're spamming social media channels with
I think that
political ads, targeting Hassan Piker.
Yeah,
and then so there's that. And like, I very much doubt that they're doing that on a hunch, like I would bet very good money that they're actually out there talking to voters and testing these kinds of things and seeing which way it moves them. And then also you have, and then I'll shut up, El Sayed, his camp, that now they're distancing themselves from Hassan. So clearly both very well-funded campaigns think that Hassan is hurting El Sayed.
No doubt about that. That's informing some of my intuition behind why I think it's likely harmful, all else equal. I just don't know that, right? And I don't have access to... Now, those things are like maybe decent heuristics, but campaigns get things wrong all the time in terms of their attack. Oh, it turns out that wasn't very effective. We spent all this money on this ad. Doesn't look like that moved much people, right? So I'm just like, I agree with you. That's my intuition too. If you were to put me in the Mike Rogers campaign, I'd be like, this guy said America deserved 9/11, and he walked with, yeah, fuck it, let's do it. But like,
well, I would again point to all the Dems having to come out with a statement. John Ossoff having to take time out of his campaign to put out a statement. That's your data right there, man. Like, this is having an impact not only on El Sayed's race, but other Democrats, even our stars races.
Think about Obama and like his reverend or whatever. Like, I'm just not sure, right? I think that it's okay for me to not be sure and share your inclination. I don't know why anything turns on this, in other words.
What is the value of us debating whether or no we can know, or whether or not we can know for sure?
Well, I'm just being honest, right? Like, so you asked me, do you think it's hurting in general? I said, my inclination is yes, but like, I don't have like a strong credence that way because like, I haven't seen strong evidence for that. I just have like a strong vibe about it.
I don't know if Pisco's I don't know how serious he is here. First of all, El Sayed won by less than 50%, less than 1% over Stevens. Is that not evidence enough right there? He barely won his primary. That to me is a lot of evidence. And then we know that the polls are overestimating progressive support. And the latest polls I showed him up +7 on Mike Rogers. And these weren't even like gold standard polls. In fact, I'll look right now. Latest Michigan Senate polls. Yeah, the latest poll was El Sayed +7, El Sayed +1, El Sayed +3. So that's not great, man. That looks like some evidence to me, bro.
Well, I mean, listen, even if you want to add the caveat that you can't be certain, if you generally
I don't even have a
premise,
yeah, that's my belief.
+7 or -3. Well, if the trend of overestimating progressive support for El Sayed is continuing, which I have no reason to believe it isn't, then we can assume that he's not up 7, right? Because polls showed him up +17 before his less than 1% victory. So I would argue that +7 is questionable.
I'm just telling you, it's not based on any like data, just like based on my interactions with people, my general, notions that people don't like people who support terrorism or 9/11 shit or Maoists or communists. Like, that's all informing my vibe, but it's just like not a very strong credence. I suspect it, but I would never go to a debate and be like, I have a strong degree of confidence or an 80% degree of confidence or a 90% confidence. Like, I just don't have that confidence. And I'm just reflecting an honest answer back at you. And I think anyone who says that they do have strong evidence, I think they have to give an account for that. But I share the vibe. I think we can work off the vibe and the intuition.
Well, listen, if you generally accept the premise that Hassan has proven to be toxic,
no,
Abdul,
is no, not proven in the general. I don't share that vibe. I have the vibe that he is likely negative, not that it's been proven, right?
Okay, what does that matter then? If you think he's likely being negative, then what is there to discuss? Like, game over, dude. Sounds like something should change, right?
Okay. If you generally accept the premise that it's likely that Hassan Piker is toxic for Abdul El-Sayed's campaign.
Correct. Yes.
And you generally accept the premise that the Republicans will do this every time there's a race with national significance and the candidate campaigns with Hassan in the primary. They're going to do this. Okay. So if you accept both of those premises.
Oh, here we go. You're missing. He was outspent by a large margin. Yes. I can show you campaigns where AIPAC spent millions of dollars in Illinois. Remember Kat Abugazele? She got outspent by millions. AIPAC's candidate didn't win. So I don't think that was it, man. I think it's the toxicity of Hassan and the gang. And look at the polls continuing. So you can go off that cope all you want, 60 million AIPAC dollars, but shouldn't. So your argument is he would have won by 10% if it weren't for the $60 million in ads? I mean, is that really your argument? That doesn't seem realistic to me. Why are the polls still showing him so low, even lower than the primary polls that overestimated his support by like 15 points? So I don't think you're looking at the facts, man.
Then I think even you would have to concede.
Even you. What would I concede?
That there could be value in a loss like that to prevent future losses. It is shown. The toxicity is just shown in a way that's like really hard to ignore. And then
would that be a silver lining? Is that what you're asking?
Campaign. Yeah, well, whatever you want to call it. Like I'm saying value, you say silver lining. You have to
So Micah Bendy, what percent do you think Abdul El-Sayed would have won by if AIPAC did not spend $1 in the Michigan Senate primary? What because he won by less than 1% with their spending. So you tell us, what do you think he would have won by without AIPAC poisoning the water?
Concede that there would be value there. It would dissuade future Democratic
answer the question.
Candidates from making the same mistake.
Yeah, so based on my vibe, yes, I think that there would be some value there. But again, that's all sort of couched against the over, and you and I agree on this part. That's what's.
Yeah, the problem is Republicans are going to spend triple that. You know Republicans are going to spend like $200 million, right? So if he barely won by less than 1%, what do you think is going to happen when they spend 3 times that in the next 70 days? He's cooked.
And maybe we have a different sort of amount of value we'd put on it. For me, it's kind of like, until I see the evidence of the magnitude of it, I'm going to be like, I don't really give a fuck if it's like a point, whatever minuscule bump, right? It would need to be some amount of significance. But yeah, in general, I could understand some value. Again, we can have disagreements on the amount there, but the same thing is reflected back at you, right, Hutch? Because if El-Sayed overperforms, that's pretty, at least decent evidence, maybe?
I think he would have lost without AIPAC spending. The reaction against AIPAC pushed him over. I think you're right, because Mike Rogers has asked AIPAC to not spend money because the blowback that people had, they were so angry at Israel and these outside forces coming in and spending money that I think it helped him. And what other explanation is there for Mike Rogers telling AIPAC to not spend money in the race?
That maybe this isn't the kind of negative effect that you've been talking about, right?
If I see compelling evidence that
a victory, a convincing.
Also, how do you quantify the earned media that El-Sayed got from the leftist media boosting him against the outside spending Stevens got? He basically got free ads from them. And this isn't normal earned media.
they had their boogeyman in the race. And Mike Rogers wants to make sure they don't have their boogeyman this time, right? He told AIPAC, no money. You don't spend. You're gonna help him if you do that. There's no other explanation for why Mike Rogers would tell AIPAC not to spend money in the race. So I agree. That chatter is in shambles in my Twitch chat now. Good points. Das Vildanya, thank you for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that.
Overperformance by Elsa.
What AIPAC?
If that occurs, and again, I don't think it's likely. I want to stress, I don't think it's likely to occur. And there's a point I'm getting at here. But if it does occur, I think that is some evidence. Again, not everything, but it's some evidence that undermines your point and the WIC class's point that they've been raising now for months.
Ooh. Question, how do you hold the beliefs that 90% of people will be uninfluenced by Hassan when they vote, but also that he had a negative effect of the primary? I don't think Hassan was the big factor in the primary. I think it was the AIPAC, and Hassan was part of the chorus, but I think AIPAC played a much bigger role in what happened with the primary. My point is that most people vote based on the economy, and they don't pay attention to the news like we do. They're not watching CNN. They actually avoid the news as much as they can because politics sucks and it's emotional and it starts fights. So I don't think they have heard about most of the things we have heard about. And just look at the polls. There was a poll that came out of how many people have heard of Hassan Piker after he's been on every news broadcast for weeks and weeks and weeks. And it's still not a majority of even the Democratic Party. So I just think voting is annoying. I have no problem saying this. Voting is annoying for most people. I remember when I was a normie, I was annoyed to vote, and it was like my civic duty. And there might be one race on the ticket I'm excited about. Everything else, I don't give a shit. And so it was kind of an effort, especially before everybody got a mail-in ballot here in California. Like you had to go to the polling place and all that. So I think it takes a lot to get people to vote. And usually the biggest motivator by a long shot is your financial position in life and what's going on with the economy. So I just don't think like Hassan is going to pierce through the average normie's world and make them go vote one way or the other. Republicans are banking on people being terrified of Islam and Sharia law and socialism. I don't think that's very effective. But I do worry about this anti-Semitism problem that is a distraction from El Sayed being able to talk about Trump's economy, right? Like, that's the problem. I'm not really concerned about Hassan. It's the distraction of Hassan and El Sayed's refusal to toss him to the wolves that gets people to wonder, well, what else is going on with this guy? You know? So it takes away from the messaging that we need to be in the race to win, which is Trump's economy sucks, dude.
You don't think so?
It wouldn't be the first time that I was wrong about something. And so, like, if I see compelling evidence that Hassan is not as toxic as I claim he is, then, you know, it might damage my ego for a minute. But I'm not so ego driven that I wouldn't be able to adjust my assumptions or
so
admit
isn't
that
that
I was wrong about
Is that
something.
a good thing then? So, but like you that's what I'm meaning. Like, it's not just you desire it to have a negative effect on the general election, just not enough that it overcomes the victory. I grant that. So, I think that's at the heart of this, right? Because the reason you feel that tension is because you want to be right about that, right? You want to be right because you want it to have a negative effect because you want that effect to be there.
Yeah, this is fair. Somebody brought up that poll was old. The poll was done in April of this year, so about 4 months ago, and it was 1,000 registered voters nationwide, and 60% of them have never heard of Hassan Piker. So yeah, it's fair to say that maybe that more people have heard of him now, but I would be curious to see how many more have heard of him now.
Hang on. Well, I mean, listen, everybody's got a little bit of ego. And so, you know, I'm not going to tell you I'm a fucking Buddhist monk who's.
No, I don't. Sorry, you misunderstand. Like, I don't mean like that. I mean, like, you want the Democrats to push this guy out. And part of your case for that is
You mean Hassan, right?
Yes,
Not
yes, Hassan
Al-Sayed,
Piker.
right?
Yes, I'm sorry, Hassan Piker.
Yes, yeah.
You want us to push him out, and whatever that means again, in the tent coalition stuff. But
also keep in mind, just because 40% of people had heard of him doesn't mean they know anything about him or give a damn. They may just think he's some rando. Not so much Hassan himself. Hassan's name could be Craig. The issue is them being able to tie Al-Sayed to the toxic things. Yeah, and then go further. That's what I'm concerned about. It's not even the things Hassan has said. It's that, why is this guy not abandoning this person who said bad things and represents bad things? The imagination starts to run wild, and they're like, this guy's going to be the 21st hijacker. You know what I mean? Like, people are nuts. They are not charitable at all. They think the worst of the worst. And they're like, oh, this guy wants to bring in Sharia law and support Hamas, right? Like, their mind's going to go crazy.
That case is undermined if he actually doesn's have a deleterious effect or noticeable effect, right? And so,
of course, but I think the disconnect here, Pisco, is that I think we already have so much evidence that Hassan Piker is toxic for the Democratic Party. Like, maybe not in like, you know, like D plus 30 districts in New York or whatever. You know, or maybe the harm there is like much more contained, such that I wouldn't, you know, necessarily like panic about it or anything like that, or be like overly concerned about it. But I'm not worried about this election or these outcomes undermining some position I have, because I think the jury is not out about Hassan Piker's toxicity. Like, I think we just plainly know that already at this point.
Yeah, I think it's over for Hassan. Like I said, nobody's going to campaign with him. Al-Sayed doesn't even want him at his campaign events. I don't think anybody wants to be seen with him. It's just a bunch of freaks that are defending him at this point. There's nobody in power has come out to defend him. At best, they have said that he's just some Twitch streamer. That's it. Nobody's defending him in any way. I think his career is screwed, man. Like, his streaming career is great. He'll be fine running his mouth on Twitch for years to come and getting clips on Fox News. But I don't think, I wonder if you'll ever see him at a campaign event for a legit candidate ever again. Who would want that? I mean, he's the face of anti-Semitism, whether it's fair or not. He's a bigot. Your average normie thinks that guy is a bigot. They're not going to watch his VODs. They're not going to read an article to figure it out. They just see a bunch of people that are high profile in the Democratic Party saying he's anti-Semitic. Game over.
And
I think there's more to come. Look at John Ossoff. John Ossoff called him anti-Semitic in today's statement. Who hates John Ossoff? Even Hassan likes John Ossoff. Even Hassan wasn't mad at John Ossoff calling him anti-Semitic in that statement. He didn't say Hassan, but he said the rhetoric was anti-Semitic. It was obviously what Hassan said. So even Hassan wasn't mad at John Ossoff for calling him that. So it's over. The game's over, man. It's just a matter of how much worse it gets for Hassan between now and the end, and who else wants to come out and pile on.
I'm just not thinking about it. When you say like you want this outcome to happen, all of this to me, Pisco, all of this has been so predictable. It's been so fucking predictable that the right-wing media apparatus would weaponize someone like Hassan Piker to try to hurt a Senate candidate. They were obviously going to do this. And so, you know, they're doing this because they know he's toxic. And so, you know, that's where I'm at with things. I'm not in my head like rooting for.
I think you are
to be like proven correct.
Well, not the proven correct thing, but you are hoping that it does have a toxic effect.
I don't think I agree with that statement at all. Like, I don't think any of this is like ideal for the party. So,
no, but if someone does associate with Hassan, you want there to be a negative consequence. That's part of the silver lining. That negative consequence is good.
No. But here's the disconnect again. It's not that I want there to be negative consequences for Democrats like running in these kinds of races. There just are negative consequences for this, as we're
There are, and you also
seeing
desire
right now.
them to be, right? It's two things, right?
No,
there are.
no. I don't like that framing.
Yeah, I don't agree with this because there's now negative consequences for people that aren't campaigning with Hassan, like John Ossoff. He had to put out a statement. Ken Martin. So there are negative consequences for other races now because of Hassan.
I hate this whole I can see into your soul and know what you truly want that Pisco is doing.
I don't know what he's trying to get at. I mean, how can you not think that Pisco's basically trying to say that, Hutch, you want Democratic candidates to suffer who associate with Hassan? I think I'm perfectly fine saying that. I don't want, but the problem is it goes beyond the candidate that associates with him, so it's not worth it. Like, I don't like John Ossoff having to put out a statement because El Sayed decided to have a pool party with with Hassan the day before his primary and refuses to distance himself further from him. That's not good. But I want every Democrat who associates with Hassan to win by 1 vote. That's the best you're going to get out of me.
At all.
Why not?
I don't want any, because I don't desire for any of this.
Then why would it be a silver lining if you don't desire it? Why would you want a close shave victory, or why would it be a silver lining if you lost? If you don't desire there to be a negative effect with associating
just because
with Hassan.
something has a silver lining doesn't mean that you desire it to happen. Like, if I got cancer tomorrow and then went through like a horrible experience and I thought I was going to die, and I came out the other side and I had this new profound, perspective on and gratitude for life, that doesn't mean that going through the awful experience with cancer is something I'm rooting for.
No,
I'm
but all else
finding the
equal.
silver lining.
I agree, but like all else equal, let's say that cancer helps you find yourself. If someone asked you, okay, would you do cancer to find yourself? You'd be like, no, obviously not. But if someone says, okay, all else equal, would you want to find yourself? It'd be like, yeah, right? And so if someone said to you, yeah. So if someone gives you like a false cancer diagnosis or whatever, it turns out you didn't actually have cancer, and you found yourself in that time, you're like, oh, wow, that's like awesome, right? So here, if you could have your cake and eat it too, El Sayed wins, but you find the equivalent of find yourself here is a negative effect with associating with Hassan. You would desire that. It's not just that it would happen. You want that. Why do you? This is your whole position.
I don't. No, it's not. I don't desire any of this. I wish he would fuck off and stop.
I understand
himself in Democratic Party politics.
But part of getting him to fuck off is getting people to realize that he is a negative effect, right? And that's only going to happen if it's shown.
It's already happened. Like we don't need to like wait any longer to know that this guy is nothing but a detriment in these kinds of races. We know this. It's not. So
if we already know this, so if we already know this, why is there a silver lining with him narrowly winning? If everyone already knows it, right? It doesn't make sense, Hutch. Right? It doesn't make sense for you to be like,
I'm saying you and me know this.
So now aside from you and I,
never been. There is no inconsistency here. Like if you know that, like, one of the problems that I think is really prevalent right now is that not enough people know.
It feels like this is
Hassan
making us play defense rather than a party disagreement. This is an actual bipartisan controversy now. Wouldn't have been more perfect if it were planned.
Yeah, it's a gift to the Republicans. But look, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen, right? Like, it happened. So best case scenario, Abdul El Sayed barely wins, and everybody continues to come out against Hassan, and nobody wants to work with him ever again. What's wrong with that? I'm rooting for that. I mean, Hassan's not going away. I'm hoping El Sayed drops him, but I'm not counting on it. But yeah, I don't know what the problem is here. I would have no problem in Hutch's shoes right now saying, yes, that we're in this situation. So yes, I hope if nothing changes, first of all, I hope that something changes and he just drops him tomorrow because he's annoying him and he's distracting from the race. But if that's not going to happen, then yes, best case scenario, he barely wins and everyone realizes Hassan is radioactive and nobody wants to work with him ever again. I think we're already there. I think we're pretty much there. already, but you know, that would just really solidify it. And I don't think it's that deep.
Is actually about.
Right.
He has done, and it's kind of infuriating because he hasn't even done the best job of hiding his power level. Like, he's not subtle when he's talking to his stream. And the Republican,
like, what a gift. We got Emma Vigeland to say yesterday that the real victims of the Holocaust are Palestinians. Imagine how many people are going to be thrilled about that statement. Imagine how that kind of statement will haunt her years from now. I mean, I can't imagine that went over well with many people. So we're getting this level of lunacy because of these morons and Hassan's involvement. It's like we're exposing all the cockroaches, and they're not going to end. It's not going to end well for them. You know, like, look at Hassan. He thinks he's having the time of his life, but we all know it's that meme where he's smiling but crying under the mask as he fake laughs his way through his hero, John Ossoff, trashing him, right? That's my boy, John Ossoff, that I have gay sex with. and I put my tongue in his man mouth and we do dude kissing. Yeah. And you know, and yeah, because he knows he's cooked, man. He knows it's game over. He's a pariah.
have figured this out. Because now there's like probably dozens of Republicans that are watching his streams every day, just waiting for him to say the.
And they haven't even found most of the good stuff, right? They haven't even found the good stuff.
They haven't got.
Also, like, I think Hassan's life is kind of fucked. He's got to like look over his shoulder all the time now. Imagine how many people are like crazy and pissed at him. This is a level of fame, and he's infamous. He's not famous. Like, he's got his heroes, but he has a lot of people angry at him and mad, and there's crazies out there. So now he's got to roll with security, and he's got to worry about things and the people in his life. And like, when you got that many people mad at you, like, it was one thing to dick around on Twitter and social media and get people to engage with your posts and get followers. This is more serious now, so I don't envy him at all. Like, he fucked up, man, and I think he kind of screwed his life up. And he's kind of like Nick Fuentes or Charlie Kirk or Candace Owens, were like, they're gonna have to look over their shoulder the rest of their lives for doing this stupid shit. You know, like, I don't think it's worth it, man. There's better ways to get famous and attention than to be a dick and piss people off. Boilers are cool. Thank you for the membership. Obviously, I don't support any political violence because it hurts all of us and it chills free speech. But I mean, this guy is just antagonizing everybody, and he's said some of the worst things. You just don't say some of the things he said. And like I said, before, it was all fun and games because he was just doing it on social media, and people didn't really care that much, and he never goes anywhere and does anything anyways. Now, I don't envy him at all, man. He lives in a cage now. He's fucked.
Got to the N-word. They haven't got to the N-word compilation yet. They haven't even. I'm surprised they haven't run ads of him interviewing like a Houthi pirate. You know,
alleged,
so
disputed, right?
much.
People tell me that that's disputed, but I guess that's just Hassan coaching, right? So I'm sweeping.
Well, when somebody says I'm a Houthi pirate, I usually take them at their word.
I'm fucking around.
Can you give me literally?
Yeah.
Can you give me literally 5 seconds? 5 seconds.
Yeah. Folks, I hope you guys see it, right? Like, I hope you guys see it. I'll wait for Hutch to actually have anything substantive to say, but I'm just trying to like get us to understand the entailments of what everyone is suggesting and why I feel that there's this inherent vibe about El Sayed losing being good. And again, I don't see that from everybody. I don't see it from Hutch, but I think that this is explaining a lot of it. Sorry, Hutch. What I was saying is the reason I'm bringing this up is as explanatory sort of account for why I get this vibe from a lot of people.
Nah, the DSA ain't going anywhere, and he will still be able to turn out people for campaigns and fundraisers. Come back in 5 months. Come back in 6 months, and let's see how the DSA is doing. I don't think you'll ever see Hassan Piker at a big rally ever again. Like, Bernie ain't going to have anything to do with him. AOC's not going to have anything to do with him. Like, this guy is now radioactive, man. Yeah, Ken Martin put out a statement saying he's anti-Semitic. let's see what happens. El Sayed doesn't even want him around. Let's see. I think he's peaked, man. I think it's all over. It's just a matter of time now.
Is because I think that they desire this to have a harmful effect. And for the life of me, I don't understand why you don't own that, right? Even if it just as relates to other people who don't know yet all the bad stuff he said, I feel like you should just own it. Yes, of course I would want it to have a negative effect on any Democrat who associates with Hassan. And so that's what I don't understand. Shouldn't you own that?
But in my mind, this is like saying, if I pick up my vape and then let go of it, I want it to drop to the ground. You know, like it's gonna drop to the ground. And so I don't think of it in the way that you're describing. I think like
I get what Pisco's saying. I just think there's better ways to get to the end result that we want, which is Hassan to be revealed as the toxic person he is and radioactive, and to get the hell out of our politics. There's better ways to get there than what's happening, but we're here, and so we're trying to make the most of it. And so far, so good, honestly.
As someone who is invested in the long-term success and health of the Democratic Party, anyone in my position would want the realities of someone like Hassan Piker involving himself in Democratic Party politics being exposed, like more people to finally
having their
understand.
natural and probable outcomes, right? You don't
Right,
want
yeah.
you don't want Hassan to be like Forrest Gump, and he just is able to be victorious, and like you don't want him to be happy after this, right? You don't want him to be triumphal. Does that make sense? You don't want him to get away with it.
I think we are so past that at this point. You know,
Why
like, I
can't
just
you
don't understand.
It's like very clear that that's a good goal, right?
But what goal? Like it's already happened. You know, we have John Ossoff. We have a guy who has, you know, he's gotten so much national attention in the last few weeks that he's now,
Poor little Hassan.
for whatever.
I'm sure he'd give anything right now to go back to his college frat boy partying days where he'd share nudes of women to his homeboys without getting consent to. Oh well.
I'd be willing to bet that he would love to go back 2 years to just being the king of Twitch and hanging out with other streamers and doing streamer awards and just having his big audience where he can run his mouth and make money and hang out with other stars. Like I'm willing to bet that he wishes he could go back to those days.
Whatever value you put in betting markets, he's now jumped.
Yeah, get to play Among Us once in a while with AOC, go to a Bernie rally here and there, you know, just get to run his mouth, talk his shit. I want to bet that he'd probably take that option and go back.
Up to like lead the betting markets in terms of like who's going to be the nominee in 2028. And so that is all that to say. That's someone who has a lot of national prominence.
Yeah.
Like people are listening to him when he speaks, and he put out a statement this morning condemning Hassan Piker by name. So like the damage is done, and Hassan knows this. That's why he's having such a horrible reaction.
If the damage
to it.
is done, then the 30% of you should go away. If the damage is done, then there's no silver lining. It's over. It's priced in. It already happened. Then take that 30% and expel it. Expel the demon, Hutch. I'm telling you right now. Expel it. The 30% is gone. I declare it vanquished. If it's already happened, if it's already priced in, if he's already...
Is it true the new name of the podcast is going to be 2.5 Libs?
Nope. That's not the name of it.
Feeling it, then I command you, the 30% leave your body right now.
Why is that important to me if you accept the general premises that I'm using to explain like that 30%? Like you agree with that. So I just don't even know. It's like you're acting offended that
I'm not offended.
I have this. You're saying it's a bad thing, but you agree that
I think it's irrational,
Hassan,
right?
You agree that Hassan is toxic, and you agree that the Republicans are going to do this literally every time. So you must agree that there would be value in future Democratic Party candidates not making the same mistake. And if Al Sayed is the one to demonstrate the folly of this kind of
then it's not
strategy,
already priced in. There's some additional benefit of Al Sayed losing that you want, maybe not to the full loss, but at least that negative effect.
Yeah,
there is some benefit to that occurring on your.
What's wrong with that? I say it with my chest. Yes, the plane is in the air. We want to make the most of it now. I don't understand the point of this. Like, yes, of course, we want to see Hassan crash and burn now that he's stuck his finger in things and got involved. Of course we want to see it. That would be wonderful. Anonymous, thank you for gifting 5 subs on Twitch. Man, Twitch has been popping off today. You guys are crazy. Thank you, anonymous benefactor. I appreciate that.
If it prevents more future Democratic candidates from making the same mistake, then yeah, there's value there.
Right.
But again, when I say that's like 30% of me, I mean that shit, because I do think the most ideal outcome is to defend that seat in Michigan, so we don't have to
narrowly, not in an overwhelming
win another seat.
You would be disappointed to see him win by 12.
Honestly,
see, I'll say no, because the only way he wins by 12 is if he changes his campaign and either drops Hassan or does some huge outreach to the Jewish community or the black community or something, right? So the only way he wins by 12 is if something dramatic happens between now
and he voted
and
for Obama.
I'd like to see examples of who Pisco's talking about and if he feels it's representative of some group.
True.
I also would like to know if he cares about many lefties who are anti-Dem to a similar degree.
Yeah, I'd like to see an example of one of these people that is rooting for El Sayed to lose. Thank you, the Trib. Appreciate the $10. I am rooting for El Sayed to win by double digits, because that means he changes his campaign and he addresses the concerns and he rises to become the rock star that he can be. I think he can be a wonderful senator. I think he's charismatic. He's got people excited. He's a supporter of good policy, in my opinion, like Medicare for all, even though I disagree with how we get there, whatever. But I think he would energize the Democratic Party. You know, he's a pretty funny guy. He can go toe-to-toe with Fox News weirdos. I mean, he's got some good one-liners. Like, I'd love to see him get polished into a great candidate. But for whatever reason, he's not doing it yet. But he's got time. I'm rooting for him, man.
Bro, it would be like, well, I'm a little worried about future races, but I would feel good if it was 10 points. I wouldn't be like, oh, this sucks, you know. Like, I would feel like good about that, because that would show me that despite Hassan Piker's toxicity, like, things are so bad for the Republican Party.
Wait a second.
He could win
so
by
it
10
wouldn't
points.
undermine your toxicity point at all if he won. But let's go crazy. He wins by 15 points. We'll go crazy. 15 points. That wouldn't undermine your case at all. You'd be like, you would still say,
15,
despite
maybe 15, you're getting closer. But I'm just saying, like, things are it just is the case that things are so bad for Republicans right now that, you know, someone like El Sayed could very easily overcome the, you know, what would be,
let's hope,
what
right?
would be what would be liability, like massive liabilities, or much more of a massive liability in a more normal kind of election cycle when you don't have a president who's negative 31, you know?
Yeah, then I think we're aligned. I think you would be fine with a El Sayed triumphal victory, and that's your overriding concern. And so
I'd be happy.
And even though the
Sure.
narrative would be Hassan doesn't sink your campaign, right? Because that would be the narrative.
I don't know how you could get to that narrative.
You don't see the connection
at
there?
this point. Pisco, listen to me. We're 3 months removed from the midterms.
Yeah.
And things are so bad for Hassan that this candidate that he's been taking credit for, literally just he has been taking credit for that guy. He pretends like he's not. I'm no kingmaker, but there's multiple clips of him like basically like taking credit for that. And now that candidate is saying, I don't plan on doing any campaign with Hassan. And he condemned him.
So we already won.
Indirectly.
So we already won.
No.
We did. I think we've won a lot. There's more that can be won, but boy, we have won a lot. I have no problem saying that.
So if Abdul El Sayed goes on to win this race, it will be after he distanced himself with Hassan. And so there's no way that
Hutch flip this on Pisco and say you want Hassan to not be toxic?
You want Hassan to not be toxic. I don't know if there's a world in which Hassan can change. I think El Sayed can change. I'm not sure Hassan can change.
Is the reason this is a big issue because we are trying to attract independents and Republicans? Hassan has been ignored for a decade with a bigger audience.
Well, we've got a swing state where it's anyone's game, and there are concerns about El Sayed that came up in the primary, and Hassan is now the focus. He's the GOP's lifeline. He's all they got. They're using him in everything. So it would go a long way to throw him under the bus from our guys. So there's no reason to hold on to him. I mean, that's basically it. Like, imagine your opponent lines up an argument and you just throw that argument under the bus and say, yeah, fuck that guy. It doesn't completely neuter their argument, but it defangs it quite a bit, like, yeah, Hassan sucks. I think it would take a lot of the sting out of the only argument the Republicans have right now.
There's no way that Hassan wins.
Exactly. He's fucked in this spot.
So then we're good.
He knows it too.
So then no one should be. Then at this point, no one should be
that's
like.
That's why I'm happy. I'm like euphoric over the last 5 days.
We're aligned
because this is just unequivocally bad for Hassan, and he knows that.
Yep.
It just fucks with his whole brand. Is like he's going to be this new political leader to revolutionize, American politics and Democratic Party politics, and that just got blown up. Like it's all just completely.
I'm enjoying your scrapping more and more on Lib and Learn. It seemed like Pisco was shocked you were in for that fight. Up so bigly.
I've been fighting more and more, but it's all in good fun. I think it just took some time for me to get comfortable. I've never been on a podcast on a regular basis, and I just, I move kind of slowly, so hopefully I'll keep it up. But I got something in the works. Yeah, got something new in the works too. Lithium Hacks, thank you for the resub on Twitch. Hell yeah.
Blown up and he knows that. That's why he's freaking out. That's why he's putting out these calls for other people to defend him harder. That's why he's like, in the replies to these posts, now he's talking shit about John Ossoff, which is a guy that last week he was saying, I like Ossoff.
He's a dark horse. He's my dark horse candidate. Yeah.
A week later, he's like this Jewish senator from Georgia. Like he said
this Jewish senator from Georgia. That's crazy.
In the replies, yeah. But there's more context to that sentence. But like, this is obviously bad for Hassan, and everybody outside.
Yeah, this is a little weird. I'll be honest. This reply. This was a little weird. Where did he say it? Weapons. I think John Ossoff's best strengths come from his lack of interest in attacking his left flank and focusing on Trump's corruption and scandals instead. I said he was a dark horse because he's been smart enough to back restrictions on weapons transfers to Israel's at times, regardless of his incredibly conservative voting track record. Otherwise, this is the part of the reason why many Zionist orgs in Georgia that masquerade as Jewish advocacy groups have aggressively condemned the Jewish senator at times. Okay. Interesting.
Side of his deranged cult of personality can see that this is not ideal for him. It just fucks with his entire brand. All of that is just blown up.
Okay, then I think that we're aligned that like this whole DSA hand-wringing thing, I mean, it seems like the party's in a good spot. It seems like we're good. It seems like
we are in a good spot now that people have come out and trashed Hassan and nobody's defending him except morons on Twitter. Like, no elected officials have come out and supported him in the last week. Can you guys name one elected official, somebody in power, who has come forward and defended Hassan? The most I've seen is people like El Sayed saying that he's just a Twitch streamer. He's nobody. He's just some dude. So I haven't seen anybody come out and defend him. It's just a bunch of people saying what he said was anti-Semitic. Ro Khanna? I'm not sure. I think I know what you're talking about. I'm not sure Ro Khanna defended him. Ro Khanna has always wanted to defend, like, voices. But, like, I'm talking about defending his words, his position. I haven't seen it. Ro Khanna defended him. I'd have to see it. Closest is Jayapal saying she was against the university canceling his event. Well, that's different.
If the problem were just Israel, why mention his race?
Yeah, right. What does him being Jewish have to do with it? I do think that we're in a good spot with Hassan being knocked down and his influence waning. And I think he's been labeled a bigot and an anti-Semite by so many people now that, I mean, John Ossoff is a rock star. When John Ossoff calls you a bigot and says you said anti-Semitic things, you've become the Nick Fuentes of the left. It's game over. It's not official, right? He's still running his mouth and people are still talking about it, but the script has been written. Now it's just a matter of time. Chris Rabb, I think, recently released a statement kind of defending him. Yeah, that to me, that's not anybody big. Like, even Rashida Tlaib, these are the same agitators that always run their mouths. I don't take that seriously. I appreciate you bringing it up, but like Chris Rabb is nobody. W. Ossoff, yeah. The story's not over, but the script has been written, and it's just a matter of time now.
We're all good.
But Hassan is still having a negative impact on our candidates and the election, so that's not good. So I wouldn't say it's just like total W, spike the football. Like, we're still going through this shit. Hassan is still causing problems, but I think the light is at the end of the tunnel.
Right?
We're getting there. I mean, it's good. I'm glad to see leadership take a more forceful tone about this and take a more forceful position about this. Like, the Republicans did force the issue. Like, they forced Democrats to do this. And so I'm glad that we're like ripping the Band-Aid off now, especially with Ossoff. I'm really glad that Ossoff did that, because we can skip the fucking, next year and a half of them pretending that they would be okay with Ossoff, only to turn around and call him a baby killer the second it looks like he might win the primary. We can just skip all that, and now we're at the spot that we were always going to be, which is they're going to be super adversarial with Ossoff. And I think that's good for us. Yes, I think that's really good for us.
So now that makes something make sense to me.
Because that guy is a fucking generational talent. That guy, it could be like the next fucking JFK. He is insanely charismatic, and his messaging, political messaging, is so disciplined, and it's so on point, and it's going to connect with a lot of voters. He's going to have a lot of broad appeal, like mass appeal. And if they want to pick a fight with him, let's go, bring it on. I would happily
but here's
line
the question.
up behind John Ossoff.
Feel free to ask me anything you want. Push all that stuff within reason. Do you want them to support Ossoff or oppose him?
It would obviously be ideal if we could get as much support as we could possibly get. That would be ideal. Yeah. But do I like the question is,
you don't want them to pick a fight with Ossoff.
The question is, I don't think about these things in this way. I'm not thinking about like what do I want versus what do I don't want?
Well, surely you should, right? Because
no, I don't think about life in that way. Like, you can ask my chat. I have been telling them for like 2 fucking months that all of this bullshit, flattery and praise that Kyle and Hassan have been, and all of them have been throwing at Ossoff, it was all bullshit. It would not, like, obviously that was never going to last. At some point they were going to fucking turn on this guy, you know?
Yes,
like,
you
I'm
want
not
them
thinking,
to, though.
like, did I want them to, or do I not? I don't want these people to have their politics. You know, I wish that they believed different things and weren't insane people. That's what I want. But I, you know, in terms of like, how are they going to interact with Ossoff? It's just predictable.
The response is going to be, Hutch, we're damned if we do, damned if we don't. If we support the candidate, you don't want that. And if we oppose the candidate, you don't want that either.
No,
Lithium Hacks, did I say thanks for the sub? I don't know if I got you. I'm sorry, man. It's kind of late. Appreciate it.
I just told you. I think like what I would want within some kind of realistic framework from the people that I'm talking about, what I would want from them is just just some semblance of pragmatism. Like, I am not asking for them to.
And he voted for Obama.
What do you think the reason is that Pisco doesn't want to address the far-left actors and their actions? Why do you think he hides behind definition debates? Friend of the pod, not trying to start none, Gavin.
Well, you guys, I don't know how many of you guys like my answer, but I think it's his youth. Thank you for the $10. I think Pisco is surrounded by younger people. And if you're in your 20s right now and you've grown up in the financial crisis and 9/11 and the pandemic, you kind of have a negative view of the world and you don't have a great opinion of the Democrats. And so you are a product of who you surround yourself with. And, you know, for young people, they've been kind of screwed by this economy and this world. And I think that they're skeptical of the establishment, and they're skeptical of the way things are. And they also, when you're younger, you dream bigger and you think more is possible faster. And so I think Pisco has a soft spot in his heart for bigger ideas and people that are skeptical of the system, and he's just more open to it. That's it. He's a pretty practical guy. I think he follows this stuff closely. I mean, he understands what's going on, but he still has that dreamer inside of him. And maybe it doesn't express itself the best all the time. And I struggle sometimes to express myself too. But I think I'm not trying to be reductive, but I think age has a lot to do with it. Sisafino, what up, buddy? Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Hell yeah. Let's go. I don't buy that. If you're below 20, maybe 20 to 30. I think 20 to 30-year-olds are basically teenagers. Dude, come on. I'm sorry. Like, I know 40-year-olds that act like they're 28, you know, like people are like, maturity has been so stunted due to the internet and all sorts of weird things. Like, everybody is like emotionally 10 years younger than they are. And so I really, as I get older, anyone under 30 is a child to me, man. Like, you're still a kid. You're still wet behind the ears. Like, you've barely lived life, you know? And it's no offense. Like, it just is what it is, man. I'm sure there's 80-year-olds that look at me and they're like, bro, you don't know shit, man. Just wait another 20 years and see what happens when you're, 65. You'll see, buddy. You don't know jack shit. All right, 35 here, barely a functioning adult. Yeah. I think, how old is Pisco's like in his late 20s at most, right? Like, there's no way. I would be shocked if Pisco's 30. I think he's like 28 or something like that. And, I think he's still He's also a very optimistic guy too.
Pisco says it like it's not logical that if Ossoff alienates far lefties he would gain way more moderates.
It's not logical. Ossoff alienates far lefties, he would gain more moderates. Yeah, I think a lot of people aren't willing to accept that because the moderates aren't vocal, and so it's hard to gauge how you're doing, right? Like, it's really tough because the internet is full of people farming outrage, and so leftists tend to rise to the top because their shit is way more engage worthy than the moderates. The moderates are just living their lives and doing their jobs and trying not to pay attention to politics until election comes around, but the lefties are just terminally online, no job. And so it sounds like they are the majority, but they're not. I'm an unk. Hell yeah. So I hope if Pisco sees this that he doesn't think I'm being reductive and just giving him a hard time. But I really think if you're under the age of 30, then your politics are much more optimistic. They're much more dreamy. They're much more fantastical. They're much more, we can change the world. We can do amazing things. And I love that. And I would never want to smash that. And that's why I'm very accommodating to it. And I can appreciate it. But it doesn't always work out, you know? We have another harasser. Just give me the name.
To dole out endless praise for John Ossoff. I'm not asking for them to change their ideology and, bend to his ideology. What I would want is for them to say, okay, you know what? Like, he doesn't have my politics and I don't like his policy positions on this, this, and this, but this is the best option that we have. And we should try to affect for the best.
What are they doing? They're just posting emotes. I clicked on their chat history from today and they just posted a couple emotes. Yes, because I love him. 'Twas gifted to me. Ossoff disavowing Hassan is hands down Hutch's favorite moment of the year. Some clip, caught, chorus. We see what he did there. What did they do? You gotta be a little. Come on, you guys. Maybe I missed it in their chat log, but like I don't really see anything there. What do you guys define as? Like, I'm talking about people being negative Nancy's, crying and just being annoying. Just some J-Stock haters. Are you a J-Stock viewer or something? I feel like the current moderate in America is just a conservative. Mainstream repubs are regressive. Mainstream Dems are corporate zombies. Neither parties. Oh, okay. Well, you don't need to be here with that negativity. Nobody cares. I'll do you a favor and remove you. 50, thank you for re-upping your membership on YouTube. Look, I don't care if somebody hangs out another channel. As long as they're not running their mouth in my channel, I don't care.
Okay, so you want them to support.
That's what I want.
You want them to have some sort of like qualified support for the candidate. That's what you would like to see.
But if I see you talking shit about me in another channel, I will delete you. I do have a policy of that. And I see plenty of people do that, and then they wonder why they get banned. So don't be two-faced.
That would be ideal, yes.
Including Hassan of Ossoff.
Yes.
Sick.
To the extent that he can, actually motivate people in his base to support the nominee in 2028.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah.
I do.
I agree.
But I don't want him but I do not want him campaigning or in the same room with any of those nominees because he's fucking toxic. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I guess I have one more.
Brandon, thank you for gifting a sub on Twitch. I appreciate that.
I won't ask it. I think that I think
don't stop there. Don't stop there. Come on now.
Well,
you can't tee it up and then not.
If it were to help, if you thought it would help. I know that you're convinced that it won't, and it's already been proven that it won't. And that's where I'm at too, in terms of my vibe. Again, we agree on that.
Okay, so we're just in thought experiment.
Just in thought experiment. You'd bite that bullet and say, get him on stage.
If I thought that if I thought that by sharing a stage with Hassan Piker, that would help a candidate win an election, and not like, and that like, even if it did potential damage to other candidates maybe in the future, but there was more like value in it, then yes, I would. Then yes, I would.
Bro, I think we're aligned on like most everything. I really
like Liz Cheney is.
No, it's game over for Hassan. He is the face of anti-Semitism. He is a bigot now. Like, it's over. It's a game over. Find another way to win. Can't do it. The fact that John Ossoff had to put out a statement and Hassan had nothing to do with his campaign, that's reason enough for nobody to ever associate with him again. He's damaging our golden boy.
It's like a perfect example of this. I fucking loathe her politics, but I understood what they were going for by trotting out a Republican who says, I disagree with Kamala. I don't have her politics. We are very different ideologically, but I think Donald Trump is
thought
dangerous.
It was based too. I thought it was based. And I think we're just, Hutch, I think we're in complete alignment, actually. Come to think of it, I think that we're, like, I just think that we're aligned in practically every respect. Maybe on, like, the media stuff, you're like, you should be focusing, but I don't even hear you say that. Do you say, like, Josiah should be focusing more on Hassan? You don't say that. I don't hear you say that.
No, so my issue with Josiah is not that he focuses basically exclusively on Republicans in his content. I don't have any problem with that. Like, different creators have different niches, and you should lean into what's successful for you. And I would assume that Josiah is a creator first and like a political advocate second, which isn't meant to disparage him. Like, I think of myself in the same way. My issue.
And he voted for Obama.
I don't understand the point of this conversation. Does Pisco just want Hutch to say Hassan is not bad? Also, no, I would not support Hassan even if he helped us win because I do not support Maoism.
Damn, Nick with the $10. I think he was trying to get Hutch to admit that he wants El Sayed to lose to hurt Hassan. But he already knew that Hutch wouldn't agree to that. So I'm not really sure why he wanted to confront Hutch with this. I think he wanted to just share with him this concern that there are people out there who are rooting for El Sayed to win to punish Hassan. And perhaps, if I'm being as charitable as possible, that he wanted to voice that concern and have someone like Hutch say, that's wrong and people shouldn't do that. That's what I think he was trying to do. I don't know. I know some of you guys think Pisco's got bad intentions or whatever. I think Pisco's just addicted to debating. He just loves to fight and debate, and I think he gets sucked into these multi-hour conversations, and it's not good for anybody. I recommend not doing so much of that. And I think it can lead to some weird places where you start debating weird shit and you get kind of caught in saying weird things too. Yeah, I don't know. Look, it's not easy to come up with content, okay? I'll say this. Maybe it's as a content creator, it's tough to go from thousands of people watching you and Destiny watching your conversation and talking about you to just turning on your stream and doing your normal thing in front of 200 people, you know? Like 200 people is amazing, but it can be addicting to get a lot of attention and then to lose it. And then, you know, you want to get it back again. So, I mean, again, I hope he doesn't take this the wrong way, but perhaps some of that youthfulness is also causing him to lean into some content that he wouldn't do if he was my age, because, you know, I'm kind of chill. I'm kind of accepted my fate that I'm a C-SPAN enjoyer and my audience is always going to be a smaller, and that's okay. I just try to make it more intimate and and I've also been streaming a lot longer than him. Remember, he's only gone full time like a year or two ago. And I've had a lot of ups and downs, and he hasn't. It's kind of like I've been in a lot of relationships. If I were to do an analogy, imagine how many relationships you've been in.
Iriansing out so hard RN.
Yeah, like imagine imagine some young buck who's freaking out about their long-term relationship ending and they're trying to hold on to it, and you've been through 4 or 5 of them and you're like, "Bro, it'll be fine. It'll come back. You'll fall in love again." And so I think he's kind of chasing that excitement a little bit. I think that's kind of a young person, new streamer thing. Destiny, how can I say this? Having access to Destiny can be very toxic for some people, and it has nothing to do with Destiny. Destiny is very welcoming and open with his platform and sharing his audience, and he will bring people on who are nobody, and that can lead to some problems for people, especially when you're a new content creator, because how do you go from being in front of thousands of people and everyone talking about you to just doing your normal building my community 200 viewers at a time? It's hard. It's not easy. What happened? Pondering broke my alerts. It'll probably read it in a few minutes. What up, bud? Thank you for the $10. Are you saying Pisco's in love with Hutch because the sparks are definitely intense between them? I'm saying that Pisco knows that this is a lot of fun for him and Hutch, obviously, and the audience loves it, and it gets a lot of people watching and talking. It's an entertaining way to discuss a subject. That's it. That's all I think it is. That's it. Sometimes, it's hit or miss. I think it is what it is. Wow, what happened to my alert? Josiah broke it. You're not a real adult till you're 63 with grandkids. They are just young logic. Isn't great. I'm just saying, I think I chalk a lot of this up to being younger. Doug, thank you for the gifted membership on YouTube. And it's not a negative, man. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a negative at all. I know a lot of you guys get irritated by some of this stuff, and you want things to go another way and all this, but this is life, man. Pisco's just misunderstood. He's a spicy Latino short king. He's not a short king. He is an absolute unit. I've hung out with him in real life. He's a unit. I think he just loves debating, and he loves the engagement, as anybody would, any entertainer, any influencer, and maybe sometimes some of these conversations are, aren't as necessary as other ones. I don't know. Hard to believe you're the elder statesman of live and learn when you look 30. The maintenance self-care routine is excellent. Well, look at you getting in shape too, man. Like I tell these people all the time what I do. It's no secret. It's kind of like getting financial freedom. It's not the formula. It's simple, right? Like getting in shape and looking good is simple, but it's not easy. You got to follow a certain diet and exercise and avoid certain things, but anyone can do it. Don't break my belief that Pisco's a small, fuzzy Ewok boy. No, Pisco is not small, okay? I don't know. Pisco would beat most of your asses. I'll tell you that right now. He looks like a linebacker, man. Actually, he looks like he could be like a running back on a college team or something like that. He's big. He's just kind of like, he's filled out. He's not like overweight, like, sloppy. He's just kind of like, he's a thick boy. He's all meat, like he's that guy. He could probably run through a wall, man. He's like a football player. I don't know how tall he is. He's not short. That's for sure. Why do you think Bernie outperformed Hillary? in Michigan in 2016? I don't know. She's a coastal elite, maybe? I don't know.
All meat is crazy.
All meat. I think he said he was 6 feet. I believe it. Is Pisco jacked? I don't know if he works out, but he carries himself well. This is like November. I saw him at the election night stream, and yeah, I don't know. He probably works out. I have no idea. He used to play rugby. Yeah, he looks like a rugby player. That's a great way to picture it. He looks like he would love himself some rugby. I don't know. I don't want people to be like angry at people for doing things. Like I think it's all I know I can't convince some of you guys, but I wouldn't hang out with people if I thought that they were evil and they were bad and their heart wasn't in the right place. And I know that Pisco and like Destiny are fighting, and a lot of you guys watch Destiny, so you're not happy with him. But you know, that's like personal stuff. I don't really get into that. He was a star college foosball player. Nice.
With Josiah is
talking
when
about
he goes
you,
on Twitter
Josiah.
and
talking about you, man.
My issue with Josiah is when he goes on Twitter and
wait, what's the thing that he said that you disagree with?
He said something yesterday that I was like, that made me sad. What did he say yesterday? It was
What'd
about,
you do, bro?
What did you see, Clarice? What did you see?
Was it the Cenk Uygur thing that people were giving you grief over? Cenk Uygur is nuts, dude. That guy is gone, bro. I'm with everybody. I don't know what happened there. I didn't pay attention, but Cenk Uygur is lost, bro. He is gone. That guy is lost. He's far gone, dude. Guy sucks. I'm glad when I debated him, I called him a political pickup artist right to his face. Anna's worse. I mean, it's like two serial killers trying to, you know, face off, man. There isn't much daylight between those two nut jobs. Two peas in a pod, bro.
Some DGG folks, I think,
like Cenk's tweet about it's time for us to free ourselves from them, and you know who they are. That was next level, dude. It's obviously he's talking about Jewish people. You know, they'll hide behind Zionism or whatever, but that guy hates Jewish people, man. It's just undisputable. He's talked about Israel accepting pedophiles and stuff. Like, that guy is fighting for Hassan for the anti-Semitism crown. He sucks, man. Fuck him.
Pressing him a bit on like Crystal and Kyle and them, I think.
Crystal, Kyle, and friends.
Just remember, Cenk, in December of 2024, before Trump took office, I think it was December 24, he sat across from Charlie Kirk and was yucking it up like they're the boys, you know, we can make this work. Having a blast. He joined Charlie on his victory lap. And then he wanted to be in charge of Doge's division with the Pentagon. Like, this guy is not a good dude, man. You don't get it. Cenk would get us paid family leave in 24 hours. We made him president. He told us. Yeah, of course he would. Poor Cenk, man. He'd be able to accomplish so much if only the mainstream media would get out of his way and platform him. And if more people could hear about him, like he would kill it. I got to do a backhanded insult to his face when we interviewed him at the DNC. I don't know if it was you and I, Josiah, that were sitting there or Mr. Beat, but I asked him, you know, you ran for president in 2024 and your goal was to get 20% in the poll, and then that would attract other people. So what do you think went wrong? What would you have done differently since it didn't seem to work out? Oh, man. We just let him win a congressional primary. He single-handedly solved U.S. politics. Yeah, he's got it all figured out. It was you and me? Okay, that's funny. Yeah, I was like, oh man, I'm going to snark this guy right now, right to his face. And he looked at me a little weird, but I said it in such a nice way that he couldn't get mad. But I basically told him, you failed miserably. So what can you do differently, buddy? I don't even remember what he said. He's
well,
gone.
I mean,
He
like that
sucks.
space. And hold on, let me find it.
So it's more like Twitter, Josiah. You have disagreements.
Twitter and live stream debate, Josiah. Sometimes he'll say things. He'll sometimes say things like,
like what?
Here, hold on, I'm trying to find it.
Okay.
Like someone was pointing out that if you're somebody that uses the language diet MAGA, I can't find, for some reason I can't find it.
Oh, I think I saw that tweet, and he was like, I disagree with it. I think it's bad.
Yeah, somebody was asking me about this. Your take on diet MAGA, and is it the same? Let me hear what they say.
That's what I thought Josiah said to that.
I'm
pretty sure that's his opinion.
Give me 1 second to find the specific thing he said. He said Hassan making that false equivalence when he says diet MAGA, I think. Plus trying to get Democrats elected via No, this isn't even the one that I'm thinking of. What's the one where he's talking about diet MAGA? Is it this one, Zublars?
I've never heard him endorse that term.
No. He didn't endorse it. Okay, here it is. Mooten.
Mr. Mooten.
Senor Mouton. Said respectfully, doesn't Kyle do this? Okay, so hold on. Josiah said, in reference to Kyle, until he endorses a Republican or third-party candidate and or creates a false equivalence between the two parties and or encourages his audience to not vote for the Democrats. And I think he meant by that,
you're an ally.
You're right.
Yeah, that's just how he defines ally. Just to be clear, guys, that's just how he defines the term ally.
Right, but
I'm sorry. Kyle is not an ally in any way at all. He's an ally in the primary as he tries to play on the team, but then he's not going to get his way and he's going to go right back to shitting on the Democrats. So he's like a temporary ally at best, but it's just in his DNA to go against the establishment. And he's got PTSD from 2016. So he sees everything through the lens of Bernie got screwed and the people in power suck. So there's no world in which Kyle is ever a valuable ally except in the primary, but it's short-lived. If Kyle opposes Dems in the general, he's not an ally. Okay, but it depends what your definition is of oppose. Kyle's never going to come out and say, don't vote for Kamala. He's going to say, I'm going to vote for the third party. He's going to say, he's going to point out every flaw in the Democratic candidate. He's going to highlight all the negatives. He's never going to come out and say, don't vote for the Democrat, because he still at heart believes in the Democratic Party. He just thinks it's screwed everybody over and is run by ghouls. If he says vote third party, he'll never say that. He'll say, I'm going to vote third party. He's going to say it. I guarantee it. Or he will say very positive things about third-party candidates, and he'll not tell people how he's going to vote. He'll talk about how great Jill Stein is for the 4th time. He'll never come out and say the thing. He'll always dance around it. If he
Kyle
says
is sensationalist and often extremely wrong about the facts. He's propaganda. I take what he says with skepticism.
Yeah, he's a conspiracy theorist, man. He's nuts. He's not an ally, dude. I'm just saying he'll never say that stuff, Josiah. He'll never say vote for third party. He'll never say the Democrats are super bad. He'll just highlight every negative thing about them. He doesn't have the guts to say the thing. But trust me, Hutch is 100% right that Kyle is just going to play the same script as soon as we get into the general. All of these guys will. They will do it. They'll go right back to their script. You said he said he'll vote third party. Yeah, I take it back then. I don't think he'll say he'll vote third party, but he'll glorify the third party candidate. and he'll highlight everything negative about the Democratic Party candidate, and he'll like reluctantly talk about lesser of two evils, and he'll plug his nose and support the Democrat. Like, he's not a team player at all. If he glorifies a third party candidate, he's not an ally. But didn't he do that in 2024? I'm pretty sure he easily glorified Jill Stein and what was his name? The black dude, the professor who changed parties 3 times in 3 weeks. What's that guy's name? Nut job. He was all excited about that guy. Cornel West. Yeah, he changed parties 3 times in 2 weeks. He and George Stein when Biden was in the primary. Yeah. I mean, is that not enough? Even though it was the primary? Like, if you're highlighting third-party candidates during the Democratic primary, that's just as bad to me. You're going to get your heart broken if you waste your time with him. I'm just saying. You do what you want, Josiah, but you're wasting your time with him, man. You're going to be disappointed. I guarantee it. Guarantee it, bro. He's going to break your heart. Watch. He's not going to get it. It's just, he can't do it. He cannot do it. He cannot stop glorifying third-party candidates. Nah, he won't. He'll never come out and say the thing, but he'll dance around it all day long, man. You'll see. He publicly apologized for insufficiently supporting Dems. It doesn't mean anything, though. It's like a battered housewife syndrome, you know? Like, he's so sorry, and then he does it again over and over, you know? Like, it's the behavior. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Just watch. You'll see. It's okay. I appreciate your optimism, and you're giving a 10th chance to him, but
it should never be this hard. If someone is Seuss, it's probably because they are Seuss. No need to overanalyze it. Dude is sketch. Shrimp les.
He is sketch, man. Totally. I watched him and Crystal Ball shit on Biden his entire administration, and it was so infuriating. Just anything they could highlight, any negative, like they live for that. They just marinate in it. And to me, that's enough to show he's not an ally. I don't need to see any more, but it's fine. I'm not trying to give Josiah a hard time on it. I don't care. He'd be friends with whoever he wants. If he wants to try to work with him or think of him as an ally, that's fine. I'm just not going to waste my time with that fool. Did you see Kyle defend Biden in a debate with Brianna Joy Gray right before October 7th? No. I've seen so many negative things from Kyle about Biden that I don't know if anything he said could make up for any of that. He's a snake, man. Snake in the grass. They screamed at each other. Well, Brianna Joy Gray is a special kind of crazy, so I'm sure next to her, anybody looks normal. You know what I mean? Like, she's as far as it gets, so I'm sure anyone up talking to her looks normal. Evil, she's a scary person. I don't know. She's a weirdo, man.
That's my problem with Josiah. So like,
okay, but it's the terminology shit. No, this is what's happening, Hutch. Like, people are loading in the connotation of the word ally and trying to sandbag him.
Okay, let's just fine. If you want to avoid defining ally.
I'm sorry. I'm just saying that's how Josiah defines ally. And so when people
I understand.
Okay.
But I think that's silly is my point, and frustrating.
Why is that silly?
I'm trying to get to it. I'm trying to get to it.
Have to prove he's an ally. He
For...
still refers to us as Diet MAGA, which means he's calling us Diet Fascist. That's not allyship.
Kyle should have to prove he's an ally. He hasn't. He still refers to us as Diet MAGA. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I don't know, man. But it's up to other people what they want to make of him. I don't care. He's in that this is the time when we haven't settled on the candidate yet. But when we do, the eventual Democratic nominee will be a complete scumbag in his eyes and useless and a monster. It's you know, it's already been written, man. Like, there's no world in which Kyle will support full-throated support for the Democratic nominee. It's impossible. It's not possible. There's nobody that will be good enough, and he will go right back to his crying. He's useless. I appreciate your understanding, even when you disagree. Well, I mean, you be friends with whoever you want. I don't care. I can see the future. I 100% can see the future. Every single one of them will do it. It doesn't matter if it's John Ossoff, Gavin Newsom. Can you think of AOC, any of them? He'll shit on them all. Every single one of them. Because that's what his audience is there for. They don't want to support the people in power. It's not about anything but being against the people in power, man. Like, that's how they live. Did I move this by accident? I think I might have. Let me see.
Why I get this vibe from a lot of people is because I think that they desire this to have a harmful effect. And
yeah, I think I accidentally did, right? Hold on. Let me look at my YouTube VOD. Where was it? Is there anything else in this convo besides them trashing Josiah? Let me see here. No, 53, 52 is where I was.
For the life of me, I don't understand why you don't own that, right? Even if it's just as relates to other people who don't know yet all the bad stuff he said, I feel like you should just own it. Yes, of course I would want it to have a negative effect on any Democrat who associates with Hassan. And so that's what I don't understand. Shouldn't you own that?
Bro, there's no way they talked another hour and a half, man. I can't watch another hour and a half. But I got to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
But in my mind, this is like saying, if I pick up my vape and then let go of it, I want it to drop to the ground, you know, like it's gonna drop to the ground. And so I don't think of it in the way that you're describing. I think, like, as someone who is invested in the long-term success and health of the Democratic Party, anyone in my position would want the realities of someone like Hassan Piker involving himself in Democratic Party politics being exposed, like more people to finally
having
understand
their natural and probable outcomes, right? You don't want Hassan to be like Forrest Gump, and he just is able to be victorious, and like you don't want him to be happy after this, right? You don't want him to be triumphal. Does that make sense? You don't want him to get away with it.
I think we are so past that at this point. You know,
why can't you just understand? It's like very clear that that's a good goal, right?
But what goal? Like, it's already happened. You know, we have John Ossoff. We have a guy who has, you know, he's gotten so much national attention in the last few weeks that he's now, for whatever value you put in betting markets, he's now jumped up to like lead the betting markets in terms of like who's going to be the nominee in 2028. And so that is all that to say. That's someone who has a lot of national prominence.
Yeah.
Like, people are listening to him when he speaks, and he put out a statement this morning condemning Hassan Piker by name. So like, the damage is done, and Hassan knows this. That's why he's having such a horrible reaction.
If the damage is done, then the 30% of you should go away. If the damage is done, then there's no silver lining. It's over. It's priced in. It already happened. Then take that 30% and expel it. Expel the demon, Hutch. I'm telling you right now. Expel it. The 30% is gone. I declare it vanquished. If it's already happened, if it's already priced in, if he's already feeling it, then I command you, the 30% leave your body right now.
Why is that important to me? If you accept the general premises that I'm using to explain like that 30%. Like you agree with that. So I just don't even know. It's like you're acting offended that
I'm not offended.
I
just
have this.
I'm not,
you're saying it's a bad thing, but you agree that
I think it's
that
irrational,
Hassan,
right?
You agree that Hassan is toxic, and you agree that the Republicans are going to do this literally every time. So you must agree that there would be value in future Democratic Party candidates not making the same mistake. And you know, if Al Sayed is the one to demonstrate the folly of this kind of
then it's not
strategy,
already priced in. There's some additional benefit of Al Sayed losing that you want, maybe not to the full loss, but at least that negative effect. There is some benefit to that occurring, on your view.
If it prevents more future Democratic candidates from making the same mistake, then yeah, there's value there.
Right.
But again, when I say that's like 30% of me, I mean that shit, because I do think the most ideal outcome is to defend that seat in Michigan, so we don't have to
narrowly, not in an overwhelming
win another
fact.
seat.
You would be
No. There's no value to us losing that seat. Doesn't matter if we pick up 5 other races and we don't need it. Still would be great to have it. This is way back in the VOD? Oh, my bad.
Okay. Disappointed to see.
Okay. Thank you guys for letting me know. I just looked at my VOD briefly and saw it was at this point, but it was probably the point after I clicked it by accident. All right, thank you for letting me know. All right, let me see if I can find where I was. All right, sorry. It's late, okay? What do you want from me? I'm trying to find a spot where I paused before I misclicked. Oh, yeah, you're right. It was like no, it wasn't even that much further in. It was like an hour 10. I don't know how much more I'm going to watch anyways. Am I missing anything amazing? I don't know. It looks like I was like right around here.
I think people understand in context, I'm not making an equivalent to saying TYT is literally MAGA news.
Well,
yeah, I never heard that line, so this is new.
Listen, I think it depends on the context, the person, and what you mean by it. But generally speaking, when you say Diet MAGA, you're saying that someone is more similar to MAGA than they are Democrats.
I think that that's one interpretation. I think another interpretation is the one I gave, which is far too accommodating and far too aligned with MAGA. That I think is another, and I think that that's not an implausible reading. I think you have to agree with that. That's not implausible as an understanding. Is that implausible?
Yeah, but why?
Watch the last 2 minutes. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I think we got the gist of it here. We need to hear Pisco say who should vote for Plattner. Could be the last thing you watch before you stop watching. 2:23. Okay. Here's 2:22.
Fuck you, you should have voted. But if a Palestinian says, it's a genocide, I can't vote for Convo, you'd be like, oh, I won't critique you, right?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
We're looping, but Josiah wanted you to read his full Diet MAGA thing. He said, 50 minutes behind, there was more than what was read. Please read the rest. Love you both. Heart.
Get in the call, man. I don't have time to read all this. All right, are we done?
Yeah. Okay, you don't want to read it. All right. Hutch.
I mean, I don't know what he wants me to read specifically.
The Diet MAGA, by definition, not equivalent posts, he said. But if you don't want to, that's okay. I don't have it.
It just feels like there were like so many disparate threads. I don't know which one he's talking about. So.
All right. Well, people can go read it and judge for themselves. Sorry, Josiah. I do appreciate the combo, Hutch. I want to say,
wait.
Need 5 to 10 minutes back. Is it true? Do I need to go back?
Hold on, real quick. I usually don't take cues from chat, but I just saw something in my chat that was like a really good question.
Yeah.
It's right here. Okay. People are saying going back. Some of them are saying here.
Would you condemn sexual assault victims if Plattner had stayed in the race?
We're not voting.
And they said they didn't want to vote for Plattner?
Yeah.
You
Hey, yo, what? Huh? Let me hear that one again.
sexual assault victims. Would you condemn sexual assault victims if Plattner had stayed in the race?
We're not voting.
And they said they didn't want to vote for Plattner?
Yeah.
You either you're
Did you see how quickly I just bit that
or-
vote? Wait, I might have different
There's-
language for them. I would maybe be like, I certainly would, because I'm a human, but I would condemn that action, right? So would you.
What? No, I would not condemn them. What the hell? Hey, yo, what? Bro, this is that debate purgatory right here. Must be leading to this. It's like, I'm against the death penalty, but if you kill my family, I'm gonna be for the death penalty. You know what I mean? Like, I understand when people are like, nah, I want to see this motherfucker. Like, I do not begrudge people who are victims of violence for rooting for the death penalty, right? Like, I would not demand that they support getting rid of the death penalty for that. Like, I understand when people are personally impacted by policy that they'd be pissed. Another example is people who support deporting undocumented people, whether they committed a crime or not, because they suffered at the hands of an undocumented person. I don't begrudge those people. Like Lake and Riley's family, I'm not sweating those people. If they are 100% deporting every single undocumented person in this country, I get it. I'm not going to demand that Lake and Riley's family support undocumented people staying in America, you know? Like, you just can't ask that of them. They've been through something personal, and they're gonna be impacted by that. So if people that are victims of sexual assault don't vote for someone like Graham Plattner, then I would never begrudge them for that. But I don't know. I don't know what Pisco is getting at. Let's see.
I'm a
So
bit
would you,
incredulous,
right?
like,
wait,
no, absolutely not. No, Pisco. If a rape victim was like, I am not comfortable voting for Plattner, I would not say like, well, you owe it to America and Maine. I'd be like, fuck. I mean, listen, I get it.
Like, even if we lost the presidency by one vote because one person refused to vote for the candidate, the Democrat, because they were accused of rape, I cannot be mad at that person. You know what I mean? I'd be like, we should have won 2 more votes. Other ways. He's being a kid here. You had a point. It's a kid like debate brain. Yeah, it might be debate purgatory. I don't know. I'm curious what he's getting at, though.
Fucking rapist. You know, like, obviously, it's just like,
I thought we were about harm reduction here. I thought we were about harm reduction. It seems like you have some other things
but I'm not a
motivating you.
psychopath at the same time.
Yeah,
like,
but
and I
like,
just like, what?
I might not. Listen,
What possible good could?
Would this extend to the lefties in Gaza? No. If you were personally impacted by Gaza, meaning you have family there or you're from there, or you're Palestinian, then I would not begrudge you for not doing it. The problem is 95% of the people who were one issue voters had nothing to do with Gaza. They just had a mental experiment in their head that they refused to budge. But I would like Rashida Tlaib, I never gave her grief for not supporting Biden and Kamala because she's Palestinian. So people like that have family there, you know.
Diet Plattner? Or Plattner on a diet? Yes or no?
Yes or no? More like 99.9. Yeah, I agree. Like, if you're Palestinian and you couldn't vote for Kamala, why would I give you a hard time about that? You know what I mean? Like, you got your reason. Like, I'm not going to tell you how to feel. But the problem is most of the people who took that position and refused to move had jack shit to do with that conflict. For example, I have family in Israel. Half my family is in Israel. Cousins, aunts, uncles, my grandparents are buried there. Like, I'm going to feel a certain way about the conflict. And people gave me shit for that, right? Like, I got a lot of shit for taking a normal position that was sympathetic to both sides, but I got shit for not taking the position other people want. Did they give me the charity of saying, oh, he's got a personal connection? No. I was a scumbag.
Pisco needs some virtue ethics in his repertoire.
Virtue ethics. Yeah, Ethan Klein is a great example too. Like, he's got a connection, man. People, like, I don't know why people can't separate people with a personal connection to an issue from people that don't.
Come from that condemnation.
I think that you can.
Pisco wants someone to blame more than he wants to solve problems on this issue.
Well, I just want to see the explanation here because I don't want to be unfair to Pisco with what he's trying to say here.
There's enough for you to be like,
maybe
okay.
he's putting forward a position to challenge people or something. I don't know.
You can be more political about it, but you would condemn the action as morally wrong, even if you don't use the term condemnation. You'd be like, that was a wrong thing to do, right? You would acknowledge that would be a wrong thing to do, right?
No.
And whatever. Okay.
No, I would not say that's wrong. I would give people grace for way less than that. Like, you don't have to be sexually assaulted to not vote for Graham Plattner. If you had like a guy who emotionally mistreated you and you can't bring yourself to vote for a Graham Plattner, like, I'm not gonna make you explain it. I'm not gonna demand you meet a certain criteria. Like, if you have a personal reason that is serious, then I would not give someone grief for that. Now, if a million people have a personal reason, then it's like, okay, what are we doing here? Like, this seems like a bit much, you know?
No,
I don't agree.
I would not look at that action and think, well, you did a wrong thing. I'd be like, fuck, I'd probably do the same thing if I was them.
Yes.
No, that's not the question, is whether you would do the same thing. The question is,
like, even if Graham Plattner looked like a guy who sexually assaulted you and you couldn't bring yourself to vote for him, I would understand that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I would be like, I know, I get it. You don't want to see that guy on fucking TV every day because it's going to bring you grief and bring back bad memories. Like, I've got a lot of wiggle room when it comes to why people don't vote for somebody. But most people are full of shit for their reasons. They'd excuse you in a trial for jury duty for that. Yeah, makes sense. The context started because he thought Jeremy Moss should be endorsing AES. Hutch said he understand why he won't endorse. Damn. Where in the VOD is that part?
Would it be the wrong thing to do? And the answer is it would be the wrong thing to do, right?
Wrong from whose perspective, I guess.
From your
know.
perspective, Hutch. From yours.
That's why, sweet Pisco, I am walking away from imposing blue no matter.
Wasn't your family in a kibbutz close to where Hamas attacked? Yes, they were like 10 kilometers. In fact, Shderot, where Hamas ran through, is a big city. Not a big city. It's kind of a small city. The closest city to where my family lives, some of them live, or where they're from. So, like, my family and I grew up in the summers going to that city that I saw Hamas scumbags running through and doing crazy shit. So, you know, obviously I'm going to feel a certain way as I watched areas that I'm familiar with get brutalized by terrorists. And it's like, you know, I'm going to have a certain feeling, you know, I'm going to be a little biased. But did I get that charity from those scumbags like Mike from PA's fat girlfriend? No, of course not. They looked at me as a monster. They could have no sympathy for me at all. So that shit pissed me off, man. I'll hold that against those scumbags forever. But people wonder why, and then they call me like a Zionist monster. it's like, yeah, no shit, dude. Like, if your family was from an area that got brutalized, you probably feel a certain way too, man. But I don't wish any ill will about the Palestinian people. Like, that's crazy, man. But there was no room for any nuance. I was a monster and still am. Vosh will call me like a Zionist monster all the time. It's so stupid. Fucking losers, man. Is what it is.
No matter who on anyone else. That's
Why?
my position. Why?
That was one of your raison d'etres. That's one of your like organizing principles.
Wait. I will continue to vote blue no matter who. Okay. I'm not wavering from that principle. I'm just not going to spend any time trying to browbeat anyone or impose that standard on anyone else, because I've just come to the conclusion after doing this for fucking years of the same conversations. I've never had a productive conversation about this in that way. Trying to impose it on someone, it's always been useless, bad, just a waste of time. It just doesn't.
If you feel that it's not convincing, then that's okay. That's one thing. If you think it's not convincing people, but I do think you still hold to that. I think you don't just hold it for yourself. You hold other people to that too, in terms of how you judge.
You guys said it was like 5-10 minutes. I just want to back up a little bit here and see if I can catch that part about Moss. Oh, I see a super chat from Pondering.
He needs help.
50 minutes behind, and there was more to my diet. MAGA's by definition not equivalent.
And he voted for Obama.
If these losers full steam ahead on Biden/Kamala in 2024, then those people are not serious. We can have criticisms, but in a race against Trump, who was proven to a pass, it should have been easy.
Should have been easy, I agree. It wasn't a hard choice for me, man. especially after seeing Gaza in the shape that it's in now. It's like, god damn, bro. Those people are totally screwed now.
From people that have, in my view, very legitimate concerns about like what like the consequent, like the kind of leadership that Abdul will use, whether or not he will take their perspectives into consideration. Like, I don't fault people for, you know, who are so like invested in a particular issue that they use that kind of leverage in a way that tries to move people. You know, when I look at like the uncommitted movement, there's all kinds of issues that I have with their rhetoric, the way that they went about it, but I don't begrudge them for trying to create a leverage point to affect a better outcome for, you know, a place where maybe they have family and there's just like all this death. I don't think I'm being unreasonable, or
I think it is.
You know,
I think you're giving an out for people to just be like, well, I have a particular interest in a given community, and so because I have a particular interest in a given community, I'm not going to vote for the right candidate, and you're going to give them a pass.
You're saying that I have
yeah.
No, you're mischaracterizing what I'm saying. I'm not saying I have like a special investment in Jewish people above other groups.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying
like
you treat different. You will give a pass to people if they cite some identity-based reason for why they can't bring themselves to support someone. So if someone said to you, well, I can't support Kamala because I have family in Gaza, you'd be like, okay, that makes sense. And if someone said to you, well, I'm a Muslim, and so it really affects me when I'm seeing all these images out of Gaza, you'd be like, okay, I'm not going to condemn that statement. But then you would if someone who didn't have that trait. That's like by definition, I think, racist, right? Because I have a particular interest in a given community, I'm not going to vote for the right candidate, and you're going to give them a pass.
You're saying that I have
yeah.
No, you're mischaracterizing what I'm saying. I'm not saying I have like a special investment in Jewish people above other groups.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying like you treat different.
Why did I jump back?
You will give a pass to people if they cite some identity-based reason for why they can't bring themselves to support someone. So if someone said to you, well, I can't support Kamala because I have family in Gaza, you'd be like, okay, that makes sense. And if someone said to you, well, I'm a Muslim, and so it really affects me when I'm seeing all these images out of Gaza, you'd be like, okay, I'm not going to condemn that statement. But then you would if someone who didn't have that trait. That's like by definition, I think, racist, right? At least the standard.
What?
Don't you see that? Don't you see that?
No,
wait.
No, I don't. Listen, I live in reality, and different groups, minority groups, ethnic identities, religious identities, like that are active in politics will, of course, use their collective voting power to try to influence
that's
better
just descriptive.
outcomes.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. That's just a descriptive account for it, but
It's not.
I'm not
racist.
asking descriptively. I'm asking.
It's not racist.
No, but you won't condemn them, right?
Well, do you think it's racist for these different groups to do that?
For them to care more about their own racial group than other racial groups? Yes. Right?
What? No.
No. I think that's human nature. I don't get that. That's not racist. I wouldn't agree with that. I think it's natural to care about your race more than other people. It doesn't mean you put it above other races, but you're going to naturally give a shit about your people, whether it's your community, your neighbors, your people that look like you, people that worship like you, people that follow the same TV shows. Like, that's normal. I don't think that's racist. Being racist is putting other people down for what they are or trying to take away from other people because of who they are. I think it's pretty normal. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I think that's just kind of human nature. It's technically racist. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I think that's just part of being human. I don't think it's that crazy. Like, I don't know. That seems like some woke shit to be like wagging your finger at somebody for giving a shit more about the people around them and the people that look like them. I mean, it just is what it is. Stardust, thank you for the raid on YouTube. I appreciate that. What's up?
And he voted for Obama.
How does a Palestinian American not voting for Kamala compare at all to the Plattner hypothetical? Kamala didn't do October 7th and would have been better in every single imaginable way than Trump for Gaza.
Well, it's like, who are you to tell a Palestinian that Kamala would be better than Trump? If they're convinced that Trump will do something that is better for the Palestinian people, like, you got to let them come to that conclusion. You know what I mean? The point is that they have a personal connection if they're Palestinian. And so however they feel is their business. But most people are not Palestinian, did not have a personal connection to the conflict. I just think people are coping if you think that you're not going to care more about the people that are like in your community and look like you and worship with you. Like, that's just human nature, dude. It doesn't mean you're doing it to the detriment of other people, but I think it's normal. I don't know. I care more about you guys in my chat than people in other chats. Am I racist?
I'm saying to prioritize the interests
of one racial group over another. Yes, that's racist.
Pisco, you don't possibly mean that, because if you mean that, then, for example, you think that it was racist for black people to, do activism against Jim Crow.
No. To get on equal, to get on equal,
right?
no, to get on equal footing. That's
Caddist.
Something else,
right?
But if there's some other kind of like, well, no, these kind of interests just matter more. If it's just, if
People's views are informed by their experiences and are often shaped by a lot of things, including their racial/ethnic background. That's not racism.
Absolutely.
It's literally called being in a political coalition. It's all politics.
Absolutely. Like, you're going to care about the people around you more than other people. It doesn't mean you don't like the other people. It's just natural. Also, a lot of people understand the idea that if you help the neediest people out there, it'll benefit you as well. So it may be a matter of, hey, I'm going to look out for this other group of people. We already got ours, so let's get this other group help now. So I think it's very obviously it's possible to be sympathetic to other people that aren't like you, and and do it for selfish reasons.
You don't think Jewish people combating what they very sincerely believe to be a very alarming rise in anti-Semitism is
they might not be no.
They
They might not be Jewish supremacists. I'm not saying that, but you're applying a different standard to their failure to do the good thing, right? The correct, morally correct thing, right? You think that it's morally correct for these people to vote for Al Sayed, right? Whoever these people are, whoever the holdouts are.
in a blanket kind of way.
Yeah.
Of course I would want everybody to hold that view, but at the same time, I don't know. I don't understand what you're calling racist.
He said it's at 2:08. Okay, we'll skip there. We're not going to watch much more of this. I just don't want to leave either of these guys up in the air looking like crazies.
Justify the decision to do it in the first place.
Well,
it's myopic and short-sighted.
I would agree that if you think that this is going to be a huge weight on you in the general, and that's the only way you're going to win, right? Like I would say
it already is.
Right? Yeah. But if you think that, like I do, that he still has a good chance of winning, maybe you think differently about that. The last question I'll have, and then I'll let you go. I know that I sprung this on you. I thank you for being game or whatever. But what's the name of the guy, the endorsement that you just referenced? I forget his name. Or
something Moss?
Okay. Would you condemn if he doesn't endorse El Sayed?
What a question.
I was just another failed gotcha attempt from Pisco in a slew of other gotcha attempts.
Damn.
Mere bag of shells. Did Hutch get got? In Lib's eyes, no Gavin.
Damn. Again, you guys can disagree with me, but I do not think Pisco is a bad dude just trying to do bad things, okay? I think his heart is in the right place. I know that's going to get a lot of you guys upset, but that's just how I feel, man. I think there's a lot of debate purgatory happening here. That's what I think.
No.
Why?
Because I'm not going to tell a Jewish person.
Oh, you're doing this?
I am. And I did the same thing with Palestinians in 2024. I'm not going to be some white Gentile, telling a Jewish person, get over it, bro. I'm not going to do it. And I didn't lecture Palestinians with a direct tie to Gaza. You can call me a coward. It's just, I don't, if other people want to fall on that sword, fine. I've had private conversations that people that reached out to me, and I've told people privately, if you want to be this person that wants to criticize Palestinians in that way, go for it. But that's you're taking on a big
so just on your standard,
right
you said key endorsement, right? And if Hassan said, well, I'm a Muslim and I see all these Muslims who are being, so I'm not going to endorse Kamala because it's all these Muslims being hurt. Stop with that.
A completely
no.
Completely different person.
You would not.
But see, he never said that. And none of these people ever said that. That's the problem. They said Israel's committing a genocide. They framed it as Israel's doing a bad thing. They didn't talk about why they care about those people. They didn't talk about a personal connection to those people in any way.
Accept the identity politics from Hassan as a justification. And you said this guy was a key endorsement.
I don't think everything is cynical identity politics. I don't think it's identity politics to say that, that someone like Abdul al-Sayed should have to address these concerns, no,
we're talking about the decision to endorse or not endorse, right? There's one standard for this person in Michigan, right? And you're like, I'm not going to condemn for not endorsing. But if, and you were like, because I would never condemn a Jewish person for failing to endorse someone who walked with Hassan Piker. But if Hassan Piker invoked the same kind of identity politics, which by the way, a lot of these these Muslims in Michigan did. No, come on. You would not accept that from Hassan Piker. Oh, it's these Muslims. It's a genocide. You would not accept that.
Kisco, what you're doing right now is you're like, well, what if the situation that we're in right now is a completely different situation? What if Hassan Piker was a completely different person?
The one-to-one is the rationale.
That's a pretty convenient I win card. Hassan Piker is not a Muslim.
The one-to-one is the rationale. But if you were to say, if anyone, right? Let's say that it were, he's not a true Muslim, I guess. You're saying
you can go back and check the tape. You can go back and check the tape in 2024. you know, there were times on the stream and stuff that I expressed frustrations, but I did very like.
That's not identity politics. That's existential.
Yeah, true.
The people that were here in my chat heard me say, like, I'm not going to be the one to like torch Rashida Tlaib on the timeline because
you don't condemn her on not supporting Kamala.
Nope.
Well, I condemn her for like a lot of other reasons.
No, on that,
and you know,
I condemn. I'll say right now, I condemn her for not endorsing Kamala Harris. That was a selfish, destructive act, and it was evil. I'll say it.
Damn. I wouldn't even say that. She's Palestinian American, whatever. She believes that Biden and Kamala enabled bad things, and she didn't want to support them. I mean, I don't know. That's her personal thing, man. I don't know.
Well, I think like I've become more familiar with Rashida Tlaib since the election, and I think like maybe if I was more familiar with her, I would have taken like a stronger tone. But I did say at the time, like, look, I get it. Like, if you have family in Gaza and it's your sincerely held belief that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris by proxy are enabling a genocide, then, you know, this is politics. And so it is the job of the candidate to earn that support. And, you know, I happen to also think that Kamala Harris was in a bit of a no-win situation there because, like, no matter what way she could have gone, you know, that she was going to piss off a lot of people that she was going to for endorsements. And she inherited all that from Biden. And so, like, again, at the end of the day, like 95% of my anger over the campaigns and like losing to Donald Trump is reserved for Biden. I don't think it's fair to put that on Kamala Harris's lap.
Or on Hassan Piker.
What do you mean?
So, like, you would apply the same you apply a different standard to Rashida Tlaib than Hassan Piker because Hassan Piker is not Palestinian, right?
Yes.
And in your mind, not a Muslim, right?
He's not Palestinian and he's not a Muslim. No.
So that's why you treat him differently than Rashida Tlaib on the basis of race and religion.
No, not even just that, by the way. It's also like we know how Hassan works. And so like my problems with Hassan go far beyond his identity. It has nothing to do with his identity. Like, I don't think about him as like his secularism or leftism that is like the reason why he's pissing me off right now. It's like the actions that he takes, the strategy that he employs, and the levels of deception that he constantly traffics in every fucking day. So like the shit that he was saying about the Democratic Party and Kamala go well beyond what I consider to be like the acceptable boundaries of critique. He was comparing her to Adolf Hitler, Pisco. So like,
yeah, but I'm just comparing the like for like. I mean, yeah, granted, there's other bad stuff, but on the endorsement front, is it really all these other things plus the lack of endorsement? But if he didn't do those things and didn't endorse, he wouldn't critique. I would come at him hard for that too, right? Like I don't know why we can't be consistent.
If you want to be the guy,
I am
to jump on Twitter and, you know, lecture Jewish people about their duty, go for it. I'm not jumping in that.
You're saying I'm going to treat what you're doing is you're saying I don't want the smoke, and so I'm going to treat people of a particular race or religion differently in terms of my standards. I think that's by definition racist. I'm not saying you are. That's like a racial standard. That's like an ethnic standard, right?
What? Hang on a minute.
It absolutely is.
This is politics. This is coalition building, and you know, like. I think Abdul al-Sayed and Hassan are finding out the hard way that you can't win in a state like Michigan in a race like that by just pandering to your like online base of support. He needs help. He needs help from people that have, in my view, very legitimate concerns about like what like the consequent, like the kind of leadership that Abdul will use, whether or not he will take their perspectives into consideration. Like, I don't fault people for, you know, who are so like invested in a particular issue that they use that kind of leverage in a way that tries to move people. You know, when I look at like the uncommitted movement, there's all kinds of issues that I have with their rhetoric, the way that they went about it, but I don't begrudge them for trying to create a leverage point to affect a better outcome for, you know, a place where maybe they have family and there's just like all this death. I don't think I'm being unreasonable or.
I think it is.
You know,
I think you're giving an out for people to just be like, well, I have a particular interest in a given community, and so because I have a particular interest in a given community, I'm not going to vote for the right candidate, and you're going to give them a pass.
You're saying that I have
yeah.
No, you're mischaracterizing what I'm saying. I'm not saying.
Ooh, ET 115. Thank you for gifting a sub on Kick. Appreciate that, man.
I have like a special investment in Jewish people above other groups.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying
like
you treat different. You will give a pass to people if they cite some identity-based reason for why they can't bring themselves to support someone. So if someone said to you, well, I can't support Kamala because I have family in Gaza, you'd be like, okay, that makes sense. And if someone said to you, well, I'm a Muslim, and so it really affects me when I'm seeing all these images out of Gaza, you'd be like, okay, I'm not going to condemn that statement. But then you would if someone who didn't have that trait. That's like by definition, I think racist, right? At least the standard.
What?
Don't you see that? Don't you see that?
No, wait. No, I don't. Listen, I live in reality, and different groups, minority groups, ethnic identities, religious identities, like that are active in politics will, of course, you know, use their collective voting power to try to influence like
that's
better
just descriptive
outcomes.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. That's just a descriptive account for it, but
it's not.
I'm not
racist.
asking descriptively. I'm asking.
It's not racist.
No, but you won't condemn them, right?
Well, do you think it's racist for these different groups to do that?
For them to care more about their own racial group than other racial groups? Yes.
All right. I'm going to leave it there. That's funny to me. You're racist for caring about your race more than other races, guys. That's I don't even know what to say about that. Like, I think that's totally normal. If I meet a person of a certain race and they say I care more about people of my race than other people, I just like, yeah, I mean, okay. It doesn't mean they hate other people. It's doesn't mean that they look down on other people. It's just like,
mind you, it took Pisco 3 weeks to tepidly call Hassan anti-Semitic.
Tepidly. I did not follow that debate much. Opticot, thank you for becoming a member on YouTube. Like, yeah, I mean, that's just human nature. Like, I care about my kid more than my neighbor's kid. You know what I mean? I don't give a shit. Like, am I a bad person? I don't think so. Like, I don't know. I think if you have a shared experience with people, even if you don't know them personally, you're going to have a national or a natural draw to them. It doesn't, you know, I don't know. I don't think it's that weird, man. Like, that's my experience in life. I don't think it's racist. It doesn't mean you think that your group is better than someone else's group. You're going to naturally think people in your group are you're going to be more concerned about them. You're going to think about them first.
And he voted for Obama.
Erie keeping it real forever.
Hell yeah. This is why I think representation matters, because unless you're a member of a group, you will never know what their lived experience is like, and you won't know how to shape the organization or the position of power or what needs aren't being fulfilled. Like, there's no way to know this stuff unless you've lived that experience. So, you know, if we lived by this standard that, well, you can't know your race or your group more than other people, and if you do, that's bad, then I feel like there'd be a lot more problems.
And he voted for Obama.
My wife is listening. Can you loudly say hi, Paulo? I'm the fly white guy from Pretty Fly for a White Guy.
I will say hi, Paulo, if that's how you say her name. I will not say the second part. Thank you, though. Appreciate your wife tuning in to listen to me ramble in the middle of the night about things I shouldn't
It's
talk
like
about.
saying being pro-America as an American means you're bigoted against other nations.
Sure.
That's the level Pisco is existing on. It's silly.
I mean, you're naturally going to care about the people around you more than other people. Is what it is, man. But yeah, I agree. I care about Americans more than people in other nations. Sorry. I got to live with these people. They're my community. We have a shared experience, and that's life, man. Doesn't mean I think we're better than them. It's just, it is what it is. These guys getting some interesting conversations, I tell you. I don't know if I'm built for this kind of debate. I would rather just talk about the Trump administration and how Democrats are better, but this stuff, these sort of like pushing the envelope conversations, not really my cup of tea. But I understand a purpose, and it is entertaining.
The voices in my head are listening. Can you loudly tell them, hey voices, leave Sissy alone?
Sissy? Wow. Good luck with the voices in your head, dude. I can't help you there. Pisco isn't pushing anything. I think he gets himself in a little trouble with some of these positions because it's not steeped in reality. Like, okay, so his point is like, if somebody just shares some trait with some people, then they have a right to have a personal attachment to it, an issue. So that means they get an out, right? Like, you could draw this circle so big eventually that it's just ridiculous, right? Like, well, all 340 million of us here in America share this one trait. So we get to we get an out on a certain thing or something. Like, I think it gets too big, you know, like it's more about a personal connection. It's not about like, oh, well, they're Muslim over on the other side of the earth, so I have a personal connection to them. Like, dude, come on. The reason why these Jewish people in Michigan are reluctant to get behind El Sayed is because of anti-Semitism in their state. It's not like, oh, because the Jewish people in Israel are going through something, or Jewish people in Spain or something, so I don't know if I could support him because this guy has said some stuff that's insulting to like these other people. It's like, no, they're concerned about their own safety. Like, it is vastly personal to these Jewish people. And then their leaders are Jewish leaders like Jeremy Moss or whatever his name is, are looking for some action and some words that are different from what they've seen already. So I can understand withholding their support as their own community is negatively impacted by some of his actions and him hanging out with certain people. But El Sayed isn't putting Jewish people at risk in Michigan. But anti-Semitism is surging and has been since 2023. So hanging out with the guy who...
What's the skinny on the Talarico/Crockett drama? She's on CNN right now, but I haven't watched the clips from Asin yet.
I don't know. I hear people say that she has endorsed or she's holding back. I don't know. My understanding is that she's focused on getting black voters out, and she's doing whatever she has to do. So I have no idea, though. You probably know more than me. I haven't paid attention to that. I've seen Talarico be as graceful as ever with her, but I guess people are mad that she hasn't like forcefully endorsed him or something. I have no idea. He's doing fine. First of all, Hassan Piker is the poster child for anti-Semitism, says John Ossoff, says Hakeem Jeffries, Ken Martin, Cory Booker. Hassan is an anti-Semite. And he said some stupid shit that Jewish people are bringing it upon themselves by making Israel a singular issue, which is, and then he said they're Jewish ISIS in Israel. It's insane. So he's the poster child for anti-Semitism, and El Sayed is hanging out with him. So that is concerning to the Jewish leaders in Michigan who he's looking for their support. And so they're saying, hey, man, I want to support you, but you gotta do some things here, champ. You got to change some things. Victim blaming, yeah. I'm not going to argue with you on this, though. Like, I'm sorry, but you think John Ossoff is wrong? Then even Hassan was kind of nervously laughing when John Ossoff said what he said was anti-Semitic. I've already given up on Michigan. We can win the Senate without Michigan. Obviously, I'd like to win that seat, and I still think the odds are in our favor. But it's up to El Sayed what he wants to do. I think hubris is really taken over him and that he doesn't want to change, which I find unfortunate. I think he could still win, but he's handicapping his campaign, fighting with Jewish leaders. Like, El Sayed should be spending the next 70 days in synagogues and black churches, and he should be trying to win over the leaders of those communities every single day. Instead, he's dicking around on Fox News, and he's fighting with people. He's trying to defend Hassan. Like, what is he doing, man? Like, what's the point of all this? He needs to win over those two communities, and it's not that hard. Like, just go hang out in those communities.
Do you think it's bad for me to want the next admin to spend some time and money scraping Trump's gaudy stench off of every object in the White House?
I mean, all that stuff's going to go when he leaves, like in the Oval Office and the sign on the outside. That's all going to go with him, so I wouldn't worry about that. I look forward to the ballroom being turned into the undocumented transgender, gender-affirming care surgery center. I don't know. I hope they repurpose it into everything Trump hates, basically. The Jews make up Pisco's being edgy. Jews make up 1.3% of Michigan. Muslims make up 2.2%. Yeah. What an idiot. Who, you? I agree. Franz, the Donald J. Trump and Jeffrey Epstein homeless, undocumented transgender surgery center. That's what I hope they rename it and repurpose it as when Trump leaves. Free gender affirming surgery for homeless, trans, undocumented people specifically. But look, we don't even need Michigan, guys, okay? I still think we're going to win Michigan, and I actually think El Sayed is going to pivot. That statement he put out about Hassan was the first step. And I think the pressure grows now that a lot more people have come out and thrown Hassan under the bus and called him anti-Semitic. And it's only gonna ramp up. And I think El Sayed is gonna toss him under the bus. This guy wants to be in power, and Hassan's friendship and usefulness, I think, has run out. But for whatever reason, he feels bad. So I hope he pivots, and I want him to win. And if he doesn't pivot, I think he just makes it harder for himself, and he still can win. But we don't need that seat. Even if he loses, it is what it is. Then we'd have to flip 5. And as of right now, Cook Political Report has Alaska, Ohio, Iowa, and Texas as toss-ups. Those are 4. And then North Carolina and Maine, those are flips. So imagine if we got 6, we could lose Michigan and we'd even have 1 more. So I think there's wiggle room in there. And then if things go really well, you're looking at like Nebraska with Dan Osborne, who I believe I saw a poll of him either neck and neck with Pete Ricketts or above him. And he's an independent that claims he won't caucus with anybody, but they'll have to win him over. But he's definitely not interested in working with the Republicans, I'll tell you that. And then you've got places like South Carolina. So, I mean, I'm just saying there's other ways we can take the Senate besides having to hold on to Michigan. So it's not the end of the world if we lose it. I don't want to. And I think El Sayed can be a great senator. He's a charismatic guy. He's pretty funny. He's got some good policy like Medicare for all. He's just got this weird thing with Hassan Piker, and I think he just needs to go way more proactive on patriotism and talk about how much he loves America to offset the America deserved 9/11 guy he hung out with and continues to defend, kind of. Unfortunately, when you want to become the first Muslim senator in U.S. history, you're going to have to lay it on thick with your patriotism because of the history in this country. And it's not fair. It's not right, but it is what it is. Like, imagine all the shit Ketanji Brown Jackson had to go through to become the first black woman on the Supreme Court. It's not fair. She probably had to deal with disrespect, and she had to do things other people didn't have to do, but God damn it, she did it. And she opened the door for the next people. And that's how El Sayed should look at it. I'm opening up the door for the next young Muslim to come through and have representation. So I'm going to eat some shit, and I'm going to throw some people under the bus, and poor Hassan, you got to go. But we got to do this for our people. You know, I don't know how else to say it. Like, that's just life, man.
We'll never vote for people who wear black t-shirts.
Ooh, he'll never give up his muscle tees, man. Come on. That's the real world, yeah. And, you know, El Sayed is starting to cause some problems here by not denouncing Hassan, like not strongly denouncing Hassan, because now you got John Ossoff, our golden child, having to come out with a statement, and Ken Martin and Hakeem, the most powerful Democrat in America. Now you dragged all these people into it because you refuse to throw Hassan to the curb. So, you know, this is starting to become a bigger problem than Michigan. So let's see what happens over the next 70 days. I'm optimistic. I'm hopeful. I have faith in El Sayed to do the right thing. I've been disappointed so far, but I believe he wants this, and I believe he understands the moment. And until I'm proven wrong, I'm going to stay optimistic about him. But he's got time. He could do it. He could totally do it. I think the Hassan media cycle will phase out. I think so too. I think you're trolling me, but I think Hassan has peaked. Hassan's political career is over. It's all over. Nobody will want to be seen with him. Yeah, there'll be some DSA freaks that want to get near him, but he is toxic. He's radioactive. He had Ken Martin, the head of the DNC, and John Ossoff label him an anti-Semite. It's over. Nobody will be able to go near him. He's radioactive. And as soon as Democrats win the midterms, everything's going to shift to we're going after Trump and the investigations, and Trump's in a lot of trouble. And there'll be no bandwidth left for the DSA types and the fights and the infighting. And anyways, I think everybody's going to show up on January 3rd when the 120th Congress gets sworn in and be united
Okay,
anyways.
I'm finally tapped out. Have a great remainder of your stream, buddy.
Pondering. Thanks for hanging out, Josiah. Appreciate you, bro. One of our soldiers. If you're defending Hassan as Dem leaders are condemning him, you're just out of step. Yeah, there's nobody defending Hassan. Like, he has been labeled as a bigot. He is the poster child of anti-Semitism now, and nobody wants anything to do with him. Sure, some fringe people, but who's defending him? Mehdi Hassan and some other influencers? Who cares? It's over. His political career is over. It's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to be closing the door next week, but it's done. I don't think you'll ever see him at a big event or invited to anything again. I mean, he'll be invited as a speaker at colleges and whatever, but I don't think he'll ever be invited to anything big or proper again. Only place he has left is Twitch. Yeah, he'll never get booted here until one day, though. Dan Clancy won't be here anymore. Dan, his protector will not be here forever. One day. And I wouldn't be surprised if this outrage keeps going and it gets to Amazon and they start putting pressure on Twitch. I'm willing to bet Dan Clancy wants to hold his job more than he wants to protect Hassan. So let's see what happens here. Hassan is playing with some real fire lately, and he's flying real close to the sun now that he's got people like John Ossoff calling him out. So let's see. I can't wait until he can go back to watching MasterChef and laughing every so often. Dude got way too lost in the sauce. You talking about Hassan? I think Hassan would love to go back 3 years in time and just be a big streamer hanging out with Pokimane and Cutie Cinderella and Will, and just being a big streamer on Twitch, top 10 streamer, going to the streamer awards, just going to the streamer games. I think he probably wishes he still had all that. And then he got too big for his britches. He thought, you know what? I could change the world. I'm going to go show everybody my real power level. And obviously, like a lot of people, October 7th broke his brain and he went full crazy. He went kind of crazy with the Ukraine-Russia stuff. But I think Hassan was his happiest when, and I don't know him, but it just seemed like the most natural fit for Hassan was to be just streamer royalty as one of the top 10 streamers, hanging out with all the other big streamers and doing streamer stuff on Twitch. Heard you say you don't drink or smoke. I don't know where you then get your optimism. What's the alternative, dude? You can either be sad or you can be optimistic. I choose to be optimistic until proven otherwise. And then I choose to look for silver linings and I choose to think positively about the next thing. I don't live my life pessimistically. Like that's no way to live, man. Like you choose, you control every day how you react to things. You control how you view life, and no one is forcing that on you. So it's up to you. You're making yourself miserable. If you're depressed and you're sad and you're pessimistic, you're doing that to yourself. I would suggest surrounding yourself with more positive media, friends, people, because that's how you live a better life, man. Like you are a product of what you consume, whether it's food or news, streams, YouTube videos. I mean, you can go watch murder videos all day long on X if you want, or you can go watch puppies get groomed on YouTube. I don't know about you. I'm watching puppies get groomed. All right, let's laugh at our fellow Americans a little bit with some C-SPAN. And then I got to get out of here. It's super late.
Welcome back to Washington Journal. It is open forum, and we're going to go straight to the calls. Ken in Texas, line for Republicans. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
I'd like to talk about the aluminum. We had a aluminum plant here in Corpus Christi, Texas, that was producing aluminum, and it was...
Say aluminum one more time, motherfucker. See what happens. Say it. Watch what happens.
Closed down in the 90s. I think Bill Clinton did that. We also built oil platforms. They had a project called Wool Recall. And what happened to all that? I think that happened with NAFTA. And Ross Perot was right. Thank you.
Here is Juanita in Cincinnati, Ohio, line for Democrats. Go.
Yeah, I don't know why that guy could barely say the word, but it is definitely not aluminium. That shit's crazy, man. Where did you guys even come up with that across the pond? Aluminium? Are you nuts? Aluminum.
Go ahead, Juanita.
Good morning, Mimi. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Good. There are 3 points I want to make this morning. I just turned 75 a couple weeks ago. And the first point is, like the young man said, who just got up from the manufacturers, this started around 1979, 1980. The American getting rid of its manufacturing. And I remember George Bush Sr. calling it.
God damn, this lady. Appreciate her spending her final 15 minutes on this earth calling in the C-SPAN, man. Jesus. Lady.
Economics. And he warned that by Republicans pushing, or by the country pushing, for looking for the lowest manufacturers, that we would be at the end of the manufacturing bottom. It took 40 years for us to get here, but that's what happened. That's number one. Number two, I have a late sister who went to school in Cleveland, and we could see the what do you call it, the commerce between the countries, and it was seamless and it was beautiful. But thirdly, something you never hear, Mr. Trevor, his minions saying that
I'm understanding about 30% of this right now.
This should be our 51st state. I have news for MAGA. 50,000 Canadians did fight in the Civil War, and they did fight for the Union, and they did fight for the sovereignty of the United States and the abolition of slavery. So we got to treat Canada a heck of a lot nicer. They're good people. Thank you.
Hell yeah, Granny. That's what's up right there. Thank you, Canada.
Here's Omar in San Diego, California, independent. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, I didn't catch the entire broadcast from your previous guest, so I apologize if I repeat myself, what he already covered, but it was early on with U.S. and Bethlehem Steel, when the steel industry left the U.S., and also the automotive industry. And during the 70s, as far as the automotive industry, was the worst time for automotive manufacturing, in which Toyota, Honda, and the Japanese started importing cars. Plus, the labor shortage is started when a lot of young people were not going into the trades anymore, and electronics was taking over. So it was a number of factors. But the CEOs of those companies, of course, not because they made a lot of money, a lot of them with the politics as well, they wanted to make more money. And of course, I get it, and that's all I wanted to say, and I'll take comments off the air. Thank you.
All right, Omar. And it is open forum. Let's talk to Robert, Bronx, New York, Democrat. What's on your mind, Robert?
Good morning. Well, let me see. I'm asking Republicans, vote Democrat this voting cycle so that we can get these people that's in office, these Republicans that's in office that rubber stamped everything that Donald Trump wanted. And this man is only talking about his ballroom. He's talking about tearing down the Kennedy Center if he doesn't get his way. He's in a war that we just shouldn't be in. And I'm just asking, vote Democrat this time so we can get an even party where the party can get back to compromising with each other instead of just being a rubber stamp for the President of the United States. That's my...
Great argument, dude. I'm sure they'll be swayed by that. Why would they be against that? We love it. Love the rubber stamp. Yes, let's create friction for Trump so he can't get what he wants done. Great argument. Will you call into C-SPAN on your deathbed? Never. I have a platform to voice my opinion. You guys are welcome to call in. All I ask is don't mention the stream and take it seriously. C-SPAN is a national treasure.
That's my view today.
And here is David in French Lick, Indiana, Republican. Hi, David.
Yes, good morning. I'm just making a comment on the trade tariffs and the what Canada and Mexico are doing. If you manufacture something in Canada or Mexico or the United States, there's a zero tariff. What Mexico and Canada are doing are importing goods from other countries, landing them in Mexico or Canada, and getting away with paying zero tariffs on it. I don't know if I missed a segment you were showing Mr. Navarro. Mr. Navarro is a very intelligent man. I mean, people question it, but that's one of the problems that's going on that he mentioned in his interview with John yesterday. So that would be I know you're programmed, so you can't really flip something up on it like that. But that's what's really going on. That's hurting us. They're just backdooring us on the tariffs. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you very much.
All right, David, let's talk to Kimberly next in Cincinnati, Ohio, Independent Line. Go ahead, Kimberly.
Hi, good morning. I just wanted to say thank you to Scott Paul for all that he does for us small batch apparel manufacturers in this country. I know apparel manufacturing may not be a matter of security with steel, pharmaceutical, and semiconductors, but in 1960s, 95% of what Americans were wearing was made in America. And as a small batch manufacturing designer, I just would like to ask Americans to really start reading labels, because that will help those of us that are trying to bring apparel manufacturing back. And it is an important part, even though it's not discussed, and we are certainly not subsidized like the bigger steel companies, pharmaceutical, and semiconductors that are trying to reshore their manufacturing. I would just love for every administration to take a look at those of us that are trying to focus on apparel manufacturing and bringing that back. So thank you so much.
Wow. I am so thrilled that Canada finally said enough and is fighting with Trump on the tariffs. We've been begging for this, man. Take this clown on. He's going to back down.
And we had a call.
We're with you, Canada. I think Canada is better, stronger, more competent. They actually have real leaders, unlike us. So they're going to win.
If you're interested in finding out more about that, you can find it there. This is Margot in Highland, Indiana, Democrat. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My comment this morning is to my fellow Republicans. I'd like to ask them this question. Has this experiment that has been imposed on them for the last year or so that was supposed to cause for the uncomfortability and demise of the Democrats to be affected by, but instead the backfire has fallen on them. So I'd like to know, have they come to any kind of resolution to understand that he wasn't for them? He was just using them to get to us, which it got to everybody. And going back to reflecting on the election, if it turned the other way, with Kamala Harris, everyone would have been okay. With him, no one is okay. Thanks. Have a good day, everyone.
And it is White House spokeswoman's Caroline.
Well, I think they're very happy with what Trump has delivered, because they're just fed slop telling them that it's either Joe Biden's fault if it has gone poorly, or Trump has done a great job. Needs his ballroom, for example.
Independent Line. Good morning.
Yeah, Lake America. How could you not be happy? Trump's taking care of business, dude.
Morning.
Good morning. I'm grateful for...
That doesn't look like it's coming through, so we'll go to Arthur in Washington, D.C., Independent Line. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm grateful for the opportunity to restore faith in our voting rights, and our people can finally have faith and confidence that their voice and their vote does matter. I'm very grateful to be an American citizen and have the right to vote and contribute to the society that we've created. And I really appreciate you being a loud voice for what's going on here. Thank you.
And John is in Maryland, line for Republicans. Good morning.
Hey, how are you? Can you hear me well?
Yes, go right ahead.
All righty. So I just want to talk about the manufacturing topic that's come up. I think a couple of your guests hit the nail on the head, but I think it goes back a little bit farther. I think we're having such an issue with manufacturing in states because we kind of our wages worked out of that. And unfortunately, in our current system, CEOs around America, whether you're manufacturing steel, aluminum, or you were manufacturing shoes, it's all been outsourced overseas. The days of American manufacturing where they're going to pay a fair wage to American workers, let's say minimum wage, $20, $30 an hour, to manufacture shoes that are sold at $100, $120 an hour. Well, there's too much of a profit margin loss for them there when they can pay a worker in, let's say, a developing nation like Bangladesh, $2.50 an hour, and they can make that same good for $6, and they sell it here for $120 to $130 an hour. The margins are far greater to that. So that when, unfortunately, I think we've had a lot of CEOs and a lot of corporations run a little bit rampant without regulation, and because of that, it's hurt the American worker in the long term. We no longer will have those type of manufacturing jobs until we address the profit margin gouging and gap issue, I feel, with our goods. Secondly, when it comes to the upcoming election, I think you guys have had a couple of guests call in and offer up some names for the best viable ticket to win. I don't think AOC would be a viable ticket for the Dems if they want to win. I think, again, probably another great talking point, good buzz, but not the candidate that's going to win. I think a candidate could do formidable in this upcoming election would be somewhere in the middle. If you put a ticket together with Joe Kent and Thomas Massey, I'd like to hear what other callers have to think, but I would think that would be a pretty powerful ticket that would speak to a lot of Americans who are feeling economic duress and still want truth.
Joe Kent and Thomas Massey on the Democratic side?
No, not on the Democratic side. I think as a challenger from an independent side.
Oh, as an independent. Okay.
I know they've run.
Joe Kent is not an independent, bro, first of all. And Thomas Massey, definitely not independent. What the hell? This guy is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, man. That will be a killer ticket. Yeah, nobody gives a shit about those two people, bro.
On Republican tenants, but I think the Republican Party is fed up. Most Republicans are fed up with the lack there of transparency on things like the Epstein files, and we're just hurting really economically, and we want to see change. And those guys seem to be the ones leading the charge there. But that's how a lot of folks in Middle America and and even south of that Mason-Dixon line on the Northeast Coast.
All right, John.
Well, I actually think Democrats can run on re-releasing the Epstein files. I know it's a long ways from now, and people think the Epstein files has no juice left in it, but there's plenty there. I think Democrats will reinvigorate that investigation when they take over the House. But Democrats can say, hey, man, Trump hid those Epstein files. I promise you, I will release them. I will follow the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Only information about the victims will be withheld. I will do the right thing. Everything's coming out. And I'm willing to bet you could win over some of these previous Trump fans. Not a lot. I don't kid myself that a bunch of MAGA is going to go vote for a Democrat, but there are people out there that are really mad at Trump who voted for him over the Epstein files. And I wouldn't be surprised if 2 years from now, after hearing a Democrat say they'll release the files and seeing what the Democrats do in their investigations into Epstein over the next 2 years, they end up voting for a Democrat just off that. It's not a huge issue. I don't think it's going to win the election, but nobody trusts Trump, and they're not going to trust any of the people that are associated with his administration, like Marco Rubio or JD Vance, to release the files. So if that's what you really care about, I'm willing to bet some of those people will vote for a Democrat who says, I'll release the files. And I think they'll deliver too. Same with the Maha crowd. Yeah, some of those people are frustrated with Trump as well. And Democrats might be able to appeal to them. AOC said that she talks to Maha people, right?
And here is outgoing White House President.
Don't care about Caroline. We still don't know who's going to replace her. I hope it's Scott Jennings from CNN. That'd be awesome. Totally incompetent, useless idiot.
Forum. We're talking to Mickey in Vineland, New Jersey, Independent Line.
I'd like to say this. Our government has forced our businesses out of the United States. They have sold out our ideas, our technologies, and will never be competitive unless you make the foreign businesses pay the same taxes, fines, fees, permits, minimum wage. You can never be competitive unless they have to pay the same thing that our businesses do to stay in business. So the government needs to stop charging all these fees and regulations unless they're going to make foreign companies do the same thing. Thank you.
Wow.
Here's Janet in Camden, South Carolina, Democrat. Go ahead, Janet.
Yes, Mimi, there on your last segment, there was a caller that asked your guest, why is Trump doing what he's doing with the tariffs? But for some reason, everybody keeps asking, why is he doing this? But you have to remember, he got rid of DEI employees. He got rid of DEI. So now what's left? WEI. And you know what WEI is?
I don't.
That acronym? White, entitlement, and incompetent.
Whoa!
So far, that is all he has left around him. The country, people keep saying the country is falling. The country has already fallen.
Damn.
And if we can see it, we would stop asking, why? Why is he doing this? Because he's standing in the middle of the floor like a petulant child, and he's tearing down everything he thinks he can get his hands on.
Let's talk to Mark next. Westwood, New Jersey, Independent Line. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. Thank you for C-SPAN. Since it's an open forum, I'm going to bring up the most important issue that we have as human beings, animals, plants, etc. It's climate change. You just talked about Nepal. A glacier collapsed. 1,000 people are missing. A lot of people are dead. That's just climate change doing what it's doing, melting the glaciers because we've heated up the planet with fossil fuels. And now Americans elected a climate change denier. I mean, this is just unbelievable. You know, 90-something% of scientists agree that the Earth is warming and we have to stop burning fossil fuels. But this president has gone backwards. He's allowing people to drill in our protected federal lands. He's just doing anything he can to stop solar and wind and the things that will help us transition to a clean world. So I really think Trump is the worst president, probably the worst leader that ever existed, because he is bringing on the collapse of the environment.
And here's Debbie calling us from Philadelphia on the line for Democrats.
Thank you. I just wanted to alert folks to the interview that you had with the gentleman representing manufacturing. Never did he say immigrants. Remember, immigrants taking the jobs, immigrants are the reason why. Never said the immigrants were the problem. That's all.
All right. And a couple of items for your schedule as we continue this open forum. And first is...
Oh, boy. All right. I got to get out of here. My fellow Americans, man. Love them. Salt of the earth. Fired up. Ready to go. How many days until the midterms, man? Hold on. Let me see. I think we're under 70, right? How many days until the midterm? 68 days, guys. Holla freaking Luya, man. Oh my God. I can see clearly now the rain is gone. Woo! The nightmare endeth. My God. Can't get here fast enough, man. Any primaries left? Next Tuesday, Massachusetts, Ed Markey versus Seth Moulton. And what's his name? Richie Neal versus Jeremy, who came on Live and Learn. So those two races to watch. But I think that's it after that. I mean, mid-September is when the last primaries are, which is crazy, right? So close to November. But man, it's just a sprint to November 3rd. And I hope we do well. That's all I can say. Things are looking pretty good. I don't think Trump can turn much around between now and in the next 68 days. What can he do? Even if he ended the Iran war tomorrow, released the Epstein files, and passed $1 trillion bill in Congress, none of it, I think, would change what's about to happen. Go check out the moon before bed. Well, I will be going on a walk after I eat, so I'll be walking around by myself in my neighborhood for about 40 minutes. So I'll look up. I don't know if I'll see anything special, though. These are wild times, guys. I appreciate everybody hanging out, keeping it positive. And I think some good things are about to happen here, guys. Good things are coming. There's a freight train coming down the tracks. Thank you guys for all the super chats. We had a bunch of them tonight. I appreciate that. Thank you guys for the memberships, the gift memberships, the bits on Twitch, the subs, the gift subs. Shout out to the Kit Crew. We had subs and gifted subs over there as well. A little bit of everything. Nice big crowd tonight. That's awesome. I'll be back tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, to do it all again. And I hope to see so many of you there. But thanks again, guys. Appreciate all the support. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye-bye.